Oh shoot, y'all. I forgot that I went live. Okay, so I am going back to work today, y'all. So I just need to announce a few things that we're doing today. One, we are going to pick up on the Ole Miss trial that we started watching yesterday. So we are still, even though they're on day 2, we're still on day 3. So even though they're on day 3, we're still on day 2. We're also going to stop in the middle of our trial watch, and we're going to switch over to the Max Schardt interview with Megan. I think I want to say it's around 10 Eastern, so in about an hour. So we're gonna do a couple of things today. So again, we're gonna start with the Ole Miss student unaliving, and then we're going to switch over to the interview. Good morning, Bama girl. We're gonna switch over to the interview, and then we'll switch back to our trial watch. So I know a lot of people want to watch the interview, so naturally, I want to make sure that we get it on the channel. We stream it whenever it starts. So good morning, Taylor Gang. I appreciate all 45 of you watching from either X or Twitter, but we're gonna jump right into it. Just so we don't waste no time. Yesterday, when we left off on the Ole Miss unaliving, no problem, Brittany. It's at 10. I thought she said 11. I thought she said 11. Let me go look it up, y'all. Do I got it wrong? Is it 11, y'all? I said 10. Oh, because I'm in Central Time Zone. So 10 is 11 to the Eastern people. It's at 11 Eastern, which is 10 o'clock for me. Because I'm in Central. Good morning, lovely people. Good morning. Okay. Let me just double check on Megan's page. Let me just double check on her page. I want to say she spells her name. She spells her name with the H. Trial watchers, I am going. So yeah, it's 11 Pacific. It's 2 Eastern. Okay, y'all. It's tomorrow. It's okay. Today is Thursday, so never mind. She said Thursday. It's 2, so that's 1 my time. All right, so y'all, I had it wrong. It's the interview with Megan is at 1 Central, which is 2 Eastern. So at 2, we'll switch over to Megan to watch the Max Schardt interview. But we're gonna pick up. We're gonna finish watching the Ole Miss trial. Do I need to give y'all a recap? Do we need a recap for what trial we're watching? What's going on in this trial? Where we are? Do we need a recap, or can we just jump right into it? Beta says no recap. Okay, so I see we got some newer watchers. So we need to recap. Okay, so what we're doing is we are following the trial down in Ole Miss, where a student actually came up missing and was declared and was asked to be declared deceased by his parents. Okay, this student is a part of the LGBT community. And there were a series of events that led up to this person's unalive, and he actually became missing on his mother's birthday. No body has been found, but there are a series of events relating to the defendant in which they believe that he may have unalived this person and disposed of his body. Okay. Again, no body has been found. All right. Some of the things that we've heard about from news articles is that one, the defendant was found to have done a search on his phone for how to strangle somebody. He was also seen leaving his parents' house with a wheelbarrow and a shovel. All right. It is alleged that the victim went to this person's house and was never seen again. And they issued a $250,000 bond, and this person was able to bond out and is out on an ankle monitor. So again, this is a person who was a part of the LGBT community. So they're also alleging some down low behavior that may have went wrong, or even possible a sex act gone wrong. So that is the trial that we're watching. We're picking up right now with the detective who we're on day 2. We're picking up with the detective who investigated the crime, and we're gonna jump right into it. All right. If you have other questions, just jump in the chat. Okay, just jump in the chat and somebody will answer it, because we started watching yesterday, so somebody will answer you. Here we go. It is sped up.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, because it jumped back for some reason.
HoneyBook completely changed how I do business. I'm a photographer and independent business. It's a fact.
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Obviously, we continue to check on campus, parking lots, all areas on campus.
Any hospitals? We'll stop.
And is that Jamie's car?
Yes.
And can you tell what direction you guys think it's off?
This video, we will go back toward.
You can replay the stand. Captain, and of course, this was an investigation into Jay's disappearance. So, did officers from UPD continue to watch for? Yeah. To watch to see if Jay. Thank you. Did officers continue to watch to see if Jay Lee ever returned?
Yes, one thing I specifically did too is I contacted our housing department on campus. So your ID lets you into the apartment complex. I contacted our housing department and asked them to put like an alert on his ID. So if he ever came back to the apartment, an email would be sent to me.
And to explain that a little more, how do you get in and out of those apartments?
On that one, card access.
Okay, so you were saying that you asked the university to put like an alert on it?
Yes,
And what would happen if that was used at the apartment, Jay Lee's card?
I would be notified by email of it.
And per your investigation, the UPD investigation, did Jay Lee ever return to that apartment?
No, not that I've ever been notified of. No,
And was there any footage of him returning to that apartment?
no, not that I'm aware of. No.
So
we got on the screen, we got ESPN playing, and not that I'm complaining, but it might be distracting somebody. It's like, if I get a good game going after a while, I might zone out on y'all.
So I want you to tell me about some of the areas throughout the investigation that UPD searched for Jay. Where did you all search?
We searched, checked the archives, Ole Miss Motel.
What is archives?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay,
And it's an apartment complex that Jay Lee was anticipating moving to.
okay. And just Captain Van, so you know, our jury, they may not be familiar with Oxford, so as much detail you can provide is wonderful. Tell me, did y'all check anywhere else?
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Obviously, we continue to check on campus, parking lots, all areas on campus.
Y'all check any hospitals?
Yes, we checked hospitals, the two main towing companies at the time in Oxford that we were aware of. Checked the jails. Checked Lexington Point, which is an apartment complex. Quality Inn Motel. Heritage Drive, Anderson Road were some of the other areas that were checked.
And was Jay Lee located, or any footage of him or any sign of him located in these areas?
No.
And kind of explain for the jury, why do y'all check hospitals?
Because if they're injured, or incapacitated in some manner, anything could happen to somebody. They could not have their cell phone on them, or they could not be healthy enough to make a phone call or return a phone call.
Was there any sign that he had been checked into any of the hospitals?
No, none of that.
And why do y'all check jails and detention centers?
Just obviously in case somebody is locked up, they won't have access to their cell phone and they may not be able to had a chance to notify their family members.
And was there any sign that he had booked into any jails or detention centers?
No, not that we were aware of. No.
As a part of the investigation, did you all speak to Jay's family?
Yes.
Okay. What information did you learn that pushed the investigation forward? What were you working with when you spoke with Jay's family?
Specifically on the 10th, Lieutenant Carradine and I went and spoke with Jay Lee's parents at a hotel here in Oxford. And the mom, Miss Lee, told us like he had an internship with Child Protective Services. He would never leave his dog Lexi alone. That wasn't his character. He thought the world of his dog. He actually had a sticker on his car about dogs. And on the 8th, it was his mom's birthday.
So that was the day was a significant day.
Yes.
Did you learn of any contacts that he actually contacted his mom?
He had contacted his mom by texting her saying it's your birthday. And when she woke up, she realized she had the text from him. She could not get back in touch with him, and she had not heard from him throughout the day. We also learned that from the mom, that Jose was one of his best friends, that he was not on, that Jay Lee was not on any medications or suffering from any mental illness that we knew of. And she actually let us view on her phone that his phone's location was still not being able to be seen.
And why is it important to gather information like that when someone is missing?
To try to determine their whereabouts and to determine as much as you can in the process to be able to find them.
And so was this all part of just your investigation into how we discover where Jay might be?
Yes.
So I saw the apartment. Jay comes in and out. Were you ever able to determine in the investigation if anybody else lived there?
Yes, we were able to determine there were roommates. I think their name is Marcus and Jamie. And they had moved out in May.
May of when?
2022.
Okay. And so at the time, well, actually kind of describe the layout of the apartment.
Okay, so obviously you saw the door. So when you enter the apartment, to the immediate left, there's a laundry room. Then there's a kitchen, and then it kind of goes around from a common area.
We'll get into more detail later. More so, is there the student housing? How is it set up? Is it like they're all sharing one room and multiple beds, or?
It's like 4 rooms and a common area and a kitchen.
And everybody has their own bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And so who was the only one staying there at the time?
Jay Lee.
Okay. Now, I would take you, I think we've kind of gone over some things you were doing. What time frame are we talking about right now? July 8th to like 10th? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I don't know that specifically. So yeah, so on July 10th, we actually conducted a search warrant of his apartment.
Okay. And was the dog there at that time?
The dog,
You mentioned that his dog was there. So
yeah, the dog was there and later released to the parents, given to the parents.
the dog was given to his parents.
Yes,
Okay. And so you actually conducted a search warrant of Jay's apartment on July 10th.
yes.
Okay. And were you there for when that search warrant was conducted?
I was actively involved in that search warrant. I took pictures during the search.
Okay. And would you recognize those photos if you were to see them again?
Yes.
Notwithstanding my previous objection, I have no objection. That's positive for allowed.
Since you have a positive, I think it'd be the best anyway. Go ahead and let her identify them and then mark them, okay?
Can I approach the witness?
She's not identified. I'm okay with her.
Captain Mahan, before you came to testify, you went through these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they do they accurately represent the photos that you took of Jay Lee's apartment during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Here at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the photos of the July 10th search of Jay Lee's apartment taken by Captain Mahan.
If you know this, you'll be introduced there. They got the S6 as a composite exhibit. What was the date of that search? December.
July 10th.
I still have my previous.
I understand. No, do it.
May I publish the jury?
You may. everybody put on the jury? Everything great, let me know, okay?
Dr. Mahan, could you tell us what we are looking at?
Can't see.
Y'all good?
There's not anything over there.
I don't know.
Nothing's in front of me.
I will say this thing here can boss it around, so this, button. We publish things to jury control. Are you gonna be shutting jury today?
Yes.
Anything?
Just like now. Just means like now. That courthouse went out.
I can see. You got it. I got it right there now.
I can't see.
Keep that guy around, he knows what he's doing.
James is still not up.
Now, he's not up, huh? No. What about now?
It's black.
It'll come up in a
It's,
second.
oh, okay.
Everybody's
Okay, everybody good? Get in contact. Here we go. I think everybody's ready. You go black? There we go.
Now, how do I make those arrows disappear? Can y'all see those arrows?
I think everybody's ready.
Somebody's doing something.
Here we go. Okay. Captain Mahan, what are we looking at?
The outside,
And make sure to speak up,
the outside of this thing even working. Campus walk, building D.
okay? And just describe for me what we're looking at. What about this?
Stairway leading up.
And these photos, tell me, when you're taking photos as a part of an investigation, do you have a particular process for how you do it?
I start with an outside view of the location I am going to search, and I take photos on my way to that path, to the location that I need to search.
Sort of so we kind of be following your path.
Yes,
Okay, and where do these stairs lead?
up to the second floor.
And whose apartment is on the second floor?
Jaylee's is on 304, so it would be on the third floor.
Okay. So what about this?
That's the stairwell between the second and third, and that's the third at the top. There's the pumpkins and his wreath outside his door.
And what are we looking at here?
That's his apartment door.
Up here?
Just another view of his apartment door,
What number was his apartment?
D302. And I say D because inside the apartments, the bedrooms are labeled like A, B, C, D.
And with this photo, is there anything significant in this photo?
No, nothing significant.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. There's cameras in the breezeway, I guess you would call it, of the apartment complexes.
Are those the cameras that would capture Jay coming and going?
Yes.
Now, what is this?
Okay, so that's right inside the door. It looks like I would have been standing near, when you enter into the apartment, the laundry room's immediately to your left. In this picture, you can see the kitchen to your left. So I'm either standing adjacent to the laundry room or a little bit more into the apartment from the doorway.
Okay, and the laundry room is to your left. Okay,
Yes.
is this that laundry room?
Yes.
And were you able to take photographs of just, why do you take photographs of all this?
To document how the environment at the time and things of evidentiary value or things that even aren't of evidentiary value, to just document the state of being of the apartment at the time.
Did the apartment appear lived in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, we're going to go back out to when you were here. Oh, no, I apologize. Back out to when you were here. What is this a photo of?
It's a package.
Okay. And who was that package for?
It says Jaylee.
And to the left, when you first come in, or to the past the laundry room, what's located there?
The kitchen is on the left. There's a bedroom on the right, and then another bedroom on the right. And then it's like the common area and other bedrooms.
And would this be the kitchen you're referring to?
Yes,
And were there dirty dishes in the sink?
yes, you can see dishes. There's like some food left out kind of too.
Just more angle of the kitchen?
Yes,
And what view is this?
that I would be standing in the common area or like the living room. Facing on the other side of the Christmas tree is the door at the end of that hallway, the main entrance door. And then you can see the kitchen. And the door right behind the Christmas tree was Jaylee's bedroom.
Look at this right here. What's this?
In the picture prior, I was facing the kitchen. So I just turned to the right and took pictures like in a circle, more or less.
So I'll just sort of show, these are just the living room and the common area.
Common area, living room.
And what is this?
The door to Jaylee's apartment. I
That's-
think, wait, no, it's not. That's another door of one of the apartments.
Did you actually enter the other dorms or?
No, our search warrant was specifically, it was my understanding our search warrant was specifically for his room in the common areas,
Okay.
not other people's space.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
That is Jaylee's room. And I think previously I said D, but this shows D, so it has to be B.
And these are the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Right, okay. So what are we looking at here?
That's the entryway into Jaylee's room. At the door, there's a closet to the left, kind of around that corner. His bed, straight ahead, obviously, is the window. The couch or love seat, the little coffee table, and to the right of that, if you go in past his dresser and things, to the right is the bathroom.
Now, I want to look at some close-ups of what was on the door. Was it easy to identify which room was Jay's when you came in?
Yes, I mean, his name's obviously on this one, and there were pictures of Jay.
And I think this would be the opposite side of that door, is that correct?
Yes, because the light switch is there, yes.
So I'm going to show you some photographs we took around the room. So when you walk in, what direction did you look for this photograph?
It would be to the left. Yes,
And did you take close-ups of that table as well, that little desk right there?
I think so. Obviously, I did, yes.
And what are we looking at on this desk?
Makeup, laptop,
Was that laptop collected from his room?
yes.
And what about here?
The laptop,
And some other items were found in the room. What are we looking at here that was found in the room?
looks like a card from Jose.
And here, that was found in the room.
It's an envelope with the name Jay on it,
What about,
and a gift card,
and with those items collected as well?
yes.
What about this?
That is I think it's the title to his vehicle, yes, a 2014 Ford Fusion.
Mary, I approach the witness. No. Handing the witness a part of composite exhibit S6. That you can see it better. What is that?
Is a title for his vehicle.
And keep looking around the room. I think you're going to the left. We're going to see what is this?
His bed area, pictures on the wall.
And when you went around this room, did it appear that someone was leaving, packing up to go?
No,
What is this?
his bedding, shoes, slippers, his dog bowl,
What about that?
it's his dog's bowl, eating bowl.
And earlier you were talking about there being a little couch. Is that like the couch and coffee table that's in there?
That's the coffee table, and I think the couch is on the other side. You can see it in this one, and
And,
the bathroom to the right.
and where is this?
Up underneath his bed. His bed was raised.
And what about this?
It's the coffee table.
And you said the bathroom is where?
You can see it in this picture. It's kind of to the right. You can see the doorway.
Right there.
Yes,
Okay. And you took pictures in there as well, correct?
I think so.
That be his bathroom?
Yes,
And what are we looking at here?
it's still in the bathroom. You can see the commode. It's just the storage over the commode area. Personal hygiene items.
And do you do the same process? You just go around?
I just take a circular to capture a full view of what's there.
So would these be the next ones that I'm showing as part of composite S6, just that circle you make in the bathroom?
Yes, from the pictures you're going, I would have stepped in the bathroom and started from the left and circled around and took pictures.
And were there still a lot of personal care items around?
Yes,
Just hairbrushes, straightening irons, things of that nature?
yes, everything.
And what about this?
Yeah, that's back.
Okay.
Cleaning supplies in the tub and personal hygiene items.
I'm sorry, can you read it?
I'm sorry, cleaning items, the tub, personal hygiene items.
And what about this?
That's the closet. It's got a mirror on the doors.
I forgot to show this picture from outside the room, so tell me what we're looking at here. What's on the wall?
Pictures, I think one of them was a family photograph, if I remember correctly. And his graduation regalia.
I think I want to make sure you took pictures of the entire room and then, oh, forgot this one. This is just, what are we looking at here?
A refrigerator.
Is that in bedroom?
Yes, because it's the door. I mean, immediately after you walk through the door to the right.
And what is this?
His closet, the closet in the room.
Did it appear that there was anything packed up?
No.
And actually, that's the bottom of the closet, the top of the closet, what are you looking at here?
Personal items, clothing. Looks
What
like
is
I can't even think of it, like a luggage.
And one more thing, what is that a picture of?
Personal hygiene items, cologne, perfume, deodorants, body spray, lotion.
What about this view?
I would have been standing in the room and that would have been back out.
Speak that back.
Sorry, I would have been standing in the room and that's back toward his door and entryway.
And what's that behind the door?
It's like a backpack.
Okay, Captain Hand. Earlier, when you were testifying, you said that y'all put out a bolo to, who did y'all put the field to look out? Who did y'all put that out to again?
Initially, we put it out to the local agencies and later on in the investigation, we put it out nationwide.
Do you remember when you changed it to nationwide bolo?
I do not, I can find it. I've got it in here. Something I failed to mention while I'm looking for that too was that on the 10th, we also when we were looking for the vehicle, we also called Homeland Security to enter the tag number into their state system so they could, so we all could be notified if the vehicle was traveling on the highways that have cameras.
Explain to me what that is. When you give the vehicle tag to Homeland Security, what happens? What do they do?
You're supposed to be able to put it into a system like when you cross some state lines and stuff, there's tag readers and it captures tag information. So we would have been notified if this vehicle was out traveling.
So on July 10th, you all y'all still hadn't located his vehicle. Is that correct?
On dates. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the exact date that we were notified that his vehicle was at Bandit Towing. Okay, so on July 10th, around 9 p.m., the vehicle was reported to us. We got a phone call about the vehicle. A tow truck driver said it was at Bandit Towing.
Okay, so kind of walk me through that. How, I know you all had put the BOLO out to the local law enforcement agencies, but how did the tow truck driver know that you all were looking for Daily?
Okay, because in the initial part of the investigation prior to the vehicle being found, we were looking for the vehicle and continuing to look for Jay Lee. We, the university put out a press release with the vehicle information. And when the tow truck driver saw the press release, he called our dispatch center, who then called me. Here's the
So where was this press release put out?
We put it out over social media. We called Oxford Police Department, asked them to put it out, the county, asked them to put it out on their social media pages. I think it eventually ended up on the news. Our public relations department on campus would have coordinated that.
Is it safe to say this was everywhere, this press release?
Yes.
And so,
And
apologize.
I'm sorry, I've got a note here of the Bolo Nation one. I'm just trying to find it in the report where it speaks of it.
So while you're looking for that, Captain Mahan, you stated just now that you all got a notification by 9 p.m. on the 10th that Jaylene's car was at Bandit Towing. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Upon finding out that Jaylene's car was at Bandit Towing, did you all do anything from there?
Yes, I sent the investigators to confirm that it was actual vehicle we were looking for.
And so basically a person called him a tip and said, I think I have the car, and y'all went out to confirm. Did you
Yes.
confirm that it was his car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get information as a part of your investigation from Bandit Towing about when he told that the car was towed and where it was towed from?
Yes. The vehicle was towed around 1:50 on Friday, July 8th. The tow truck driver, he told us he first saw Jaylee's vehicle on Friday, July 8th, 2022, around 1:45 in the rear, what he called the rear Molly Bar trails.
So it was towed from Molly Bar Trails.
Yes.
Okay. And did he take photographs as a part of towing, the procedure for towing?
Yes, he said he did. I think those were provided to Oxford Police Department.
Okay. And could you actually go back earlier in the investigation, before you got to the vehicle being found at Molly Bar Trails? Did you speak with anyone else, or did your investigators speak with anyone else as a part of the investigation? As a part of your investigation earlier, before you found out that the car had been towed by Bandit Towing on the 10th, was anyone else spoken to in regards to the disappearance of Jaylee?
Before the car was towed, or before we learned, Jose.
So y'all spoke with Jose, and I believe you stated that Jose was his best friend,
Best friend,
his brother, right?
Yes.
And did you all, earlier when you were talking about the video on the phone, you said y'all spoke with Khalid. Did y'all speak with
Khalid,
Khalid?
yes.
Okay.
Khalid, or Khalid is what I call him.
So as a part of the investigation, what did you learn from Khalid? And when did you speak with him? When was he spoken to?
Okay. Hang on. Okay, so on the 10th, around, on the 10th, July 10th, around 7:55 p.m., Lieutenant Carradine and I called Khalid from her office and spoke with him. During that time, Khalid told us that he was FaceTiming on Snap with Jaylee at the time he was walking out of his apartment that morning,
And that, you say that morning, what morning you're referring to?
July 8th. Yes, on July 8th. Yes, sir. He said,
Before we get into that, we were watching the video, we saw him leave twice. Which time was Khalid talking to him?
the second time
Okay,
that he never came back.
now tell us, how did Khalid further the investigation?
Let you go into your information. We got to hear, okay? Any questions on presentation, on authentication, on investigation? We'll take just a minute break, see. proffered by Mr. Fears earlier was that he was on the phone with Jay Lee early in the morning. His plan was to go see somebody, some unnamed person for activities, and that they'd had a fight earlier, I believe was basic of it. At that time, the court ruled that as an exception, that statement would be hearsay, that as an exception to the hearsay rule, that Mr. Fears could testify about what Mr. J. Lee's plans were as an exception to the hearsay rule. And through that witness, Mr. Fears excluded the testimony of concerning the portion of the statement that they had had a fight earlier or something to that effect. But I did open in this state asked that they would attempt again through another witness, which I assume this witness, to introduce that portion of the statement about the fight earlier. Mr. Oran, seeing that was coming down the pipes, was beginning to object, and I have sent the jury out for determination, which I assume is the admissibility or non-admissibility of that statement concerning the fight earlier. Would that be a good summary of where we're at?
No, I think so, yes.
Argument. Okay. One man's argument, another man's fight. All right. The gist of it. There've been difficulties anyway. It's your you have filed. You have noted your objection. I'll hear from you first. I'll give you an opportunity to state your objection.
Reiterate the same objection that I had earlier, the same objection that hearsay doesn't fall under present sense impression has.
I have previously determined it is hearsay, and whether or not I previously determined that that particular portion of the statement did not fall under the motive plan exception to the hearsay rule. I'll state indicated they would this witness try to attempt to say that there's another exception to the hearsay rule is the way I get it. So I understand your objection. The court is finding it is hearsay. We can come back and argue whether there's an exception to the hearsay rule or not. I'll give the state an opportunity to voice their opinion as why there's an exception and give you an opportunity to respond as why it's not an exception. All right, I'll hear from you on why that particular statement the court feels there's an exception to the hearsay rule. Or I'll give you a chance to bite as to whether it's not hearsay or not. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument is that the statement from that she heard is not hearsay. Remember, Mr. Fears was talking about two interviews. Do you remember he was talking about two interviews? The recorded one and the non-recorded one.
Okay.
The non-recorded one is the one that we're referring to here. In the non-recorded statement, this is the early stages of the investigation, and they're gathering information to see what they might need to do, how they might need to do it. This is what leads to them. We have UPD Officer Ben Douglas getting to get search warrants for a bunch of Jay Lee's accounts because Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was. Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was going to meet with someone who he had previously blocked and he had met with earlier. And that's why and that he was on the phone. So they were getting search warrants to see where he's going, if they can find that person. That is how the investigation moves forward. And I do have a case in regards to this, Your Honor, which is that statements made to police in the course of the investigation that further the investigation are not hearsay. The site I would cite to is Butler v. State 75.
I'm familiar with Butler. It's a good one anyway. Go ahead.
758 Southern 2nd 1063. In that case, the victim testified regarding what happened, specifics about what happened, or didn't testify, I apologize. The officer testified what the victim said about what happened in the crime. The officer was testifying to that. Here, we're talking about what they used to further their investigation. Further,
Let me interrupt you just 1 second. If you would pull up Butler for me, I'll refresh my memory while we're going, okay?
further, Your Honor, the statement, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're not offering it to say that the defendant, that we're not actually can't even say anything about the defendant with that statement because it's just saying that Jay Lee was going to meet somebody. It doesn't even refer to the defendant at all. He does not even a confrontation issue if you think about it in that way. But what I would say, Your Honor, is that statements made to officers in the course of their investigation are not hearsay, and that's what she's going to testify to as they move forward with the investigation. And in the Butler case, they go through that. There was one point, but it's slipping my head right now, Your Honor.
Hubble makes contact lenses easy. Get your first order now for just $1.
I believe that's it.
I'll give you a chance to gather your thoughts. If you need them, come back.
Yeah,
later.
I think that's
All right. How about before the defense makes their statement? I want to reread Butler. Okay, it's been a minute. All right. I'll bear with you. All right. Anything else from the state?
I would just offer, Your Honor, that just like in Butler, we are not offering the statement to show that Jay Lee was leaving to go meet somebody he blocked. We are offering it to show that Khaled offered this information to the police because he thought it might be helpful and why they used it, which was then they start issuing search warrants. Ben Douglas issued search warrants, the direction of Captain Mahan. Ben Douglas will be coming in to testify, but then they start issuing search warrants for Jay Lee's accounts, his phones, and to figure out if they can get more information. I think it's iCloud, his Apple ID. So figure out if they can get that.
Your Honor, Butler case is a statement made by the victim. You don't have that in this particular case. And you also have a hearsay within hearsay issue here. Butler was a statement where the victim made representations that the officer used. In this case, they're asking the court to allow hearsay conversations that they had an argument, summation of it, and then the hearsay statement from fears to the officer. What she just told the court, the purpose of it was they were going to do that, notwithstanding the fact that the officer provided that to other detectives, that he was going over there to hook up with somebody he'd been with earlier that night. They find out about that. The fact that they had an argument wasn't going to, information about the argument wasn't going to stop them from doing any searching. Serves no purpose whatsoever. Add this hearsay within hearsay, Your Honor. It's basically what it was. Butler's not on point, Your Honor. It adds absolutely zero value to the actions that the officers took by allowing this particular summation of the statement between the two individuals, and the victim is not the individual that made the statement to the officers that they acted on it, as was the case in Butler.
My argument is that it's not hearsay altogether, because it's how they further their investigation. Not that it's not.
This is a tough one. Court cognizant of the point of they would have got to the same place with or without the extra incentive of we had an argument.
Your Honor, I just said she was going to say that Khalid said that they were going to see someone who previously blocked, and he was going to see them. And
Hang on a second. Does Butler hold is not hearsay, or is it admissible hearsay?
not hearsay.
Statement from the victim.
I don't think that's makes a difference who it's from.
It does, to the extent when you're asking the declarant his fears, and he is characterizing his conversation that the victim gave him with another person. That is not, Butler's not on point.
Part of the reason Butler is on point is just like here in Butler, nobody was identified. They said it didn't even implicate Butler. Butler is not implicated. Here, Khaled isn't saying he went to meet Timothy Harrington. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying what the victim recounted to him. It's not being offered to say that Jay went to meet. It's being offered to say, oh, this is how we proceeded and why we proceeded that way.
They were going to do that regardless of the hearsay, built hearsay statement.
Butler says, Mississippi Supreme Court held that admitting out-of-court statements made to police during the course of their investigation is permissible, and so hold the court stated that it is elemental that a police officer may show that he has received a complaint, what he did about the complaint, without going into details of it. In Swindle, a police officer testified about a tip received from an informant. The court held that a police officer's testimony about a tip received from an informant is admissible to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. Court's going to find that part about to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. In this case, court's going to meet it. And I'll let you make any further objection. I understand it's important issue. I'll let you make any other further record that you like anyway.
I have a problem with the scenario where the tip is made that we acted on a tip. No problem with it.
I don't, hang on just a second. I don't see any distinction between a tip and a statement from an identified person.
I withdraw my objection. then.
Do what?
Withdraw my objection.
All right.
Withdraw the jury.
Okay. Show the jury in.
Where was I? Calendar. That's where we were.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Hang in there, we're getting close to lunchtime. Before we get started back, how much longer do you think you got with this witness?
Not much longer, Your Honor. I don't believe much
We're
longer.
going to try to finish direct examination and then take up cross after lunch. All right, go ahead.
No, it's not. I will withdraw my objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Yes, Captain Mahan, I believe we were talking about, you all met with Khalid on the 10th of July, 2022. What did you learn in that conversation with Khalid that helped further the investigation?
Yes, we called Khalid on July 10th. Khalid had actually called our dispatch and informed our dispatch that he was the person on the phone with Jay Lee when he was leaving his apartment. He said he was FaceTiming with Jay Lee on Snapchat when he was walking out of his apartment. He told us it was around 5:58 in the morning on July 8th. He told us that Jay Lee had told him that approximately 2 hours before he had had a hookup and he had ended up blocking this person on social media because Khalid told us that Jay Lee had told him that he and the person.
Don't approach anyway.
And if you could please just tell us what you learned from Khalid about where Jay Lee was going on July 8th when he was FaceTiming him.
He was going back to meet an individual he had previously had a hookup with
Okay.
in
And
an argument.
said Khalid provided this information on the 10th, correct?
Yes,
And this was because the social media post had gone out?
yes.
Okay, and how did this information further your investigation?
It allowed us to know, obviously, he was going to meet an individual and he has not returned. So we knew he was on Snapchat, FaceTime, so then we would start applying for search warrants for his social media, phone records, things of that nature.
And what officer was directed to, at UPD was directed to do that?
It was Sergeant Bendos.
Just to make sure that we covered everything as an overview, since we took that break, talked to Khalid on July 10th, correct?
Yes,
On July 10th, you also learned that Jay Lee's car had been towed by bandit towing. Is that correct?
yes.
And where was Jay Lee's car towed from?
Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Oh, that's an apartment complex.
Mhm.
Okay. And where is Molly Bar Trails Apartments located?
I think the street is called McElroy Drive. I know how to get there is in close proximity to where Oxford Police Department is on McElroy Drive, north of there, north of a gas station at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay, you said north of the gas station. What gas station is that?
I call it Rockets.
Rockets gas station. About how far is Rockets gas station from Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Probably about 3/10 of a mile.
And did you ever learn when? I know y'all learned about it having been towed on Bandit on the 10th, but did you learn when Bandit towed the car?
Yes. Sorry. I know I went through it earlier. But you asked when the car was towed, right?
Yes,
At 1:50 on the 8th.
on July 8th,
Yes.
from Molly Bar Trails apartment.
Yes.
Brief indulgence. just as a final question, as you testified, you checked with hospitals, you checked with jails, you checked his apartment, you checked all these areas in Oxford. Did you all ever locate Jay Lee?
No.
Did he ever return to campus?
No.
And Molly Bar Trails apartments, is that in UPD's jurisdiction?
No, it's in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
So upon finding out that the car was there, who did y'all contact?
Chief McCutcheon.
And who is Chief McCutcheon?
He is the chief of police at Oxford Police Department.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because the car was located in his jurisdiction. And at that point, we knew it was something bigger. And so jurisdictional wise, they would be responsible for continuing the investigation.
So at that point is when they became a part of the investigation?
And it worked kind of like a unified command jurisdiction wise, and we continued to assist in the investigation with certain things. Sergeant Douglas specifically, because Sergeant Douglas specifically was very actively involved in the investigation, writing search warrants.
So at that time, would it be fair to say that Oxford Police Department sort of started to lead, but you all continued to assist?
Yes.
No further questions.
Captain, all right, here we're gonna, we got food here yet? They close, we're not anyway, right? We're gonna take a lunch break now. Remember, court instructions, don't, talk about the case, don't want to talk about the case. If you go forward, express any opinions, don't investigate the case, do that case. I think if they don't have food there, they'll be there just momentarily anyway. And so, we're gonna be in recess until 1 o'clock, okay? Captain, you'll, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and you have to say, okay? You're free to go, just don't discuss your testimony. Yes, and that's not all.
Okay, sorry about that. So no, I don't know if they confirmed it was a fight, but so basically what happened was Jay Lee, the last person that he kind of spoke to, and he was on his, that's when he was leaving his house the last time they seen him leaving out the door. And the person he was on the phone with, he asked him like, where you going? He was like, I'm going to be grown. And he was like, telling him that he was going to go get fellatio. And he was also saying that he had got into it with the person that he was going to see earlier today, and he was basically going back. So when the detectives put out like when they did the search and stuff for him, they asked for leads. Do anybody know anything like who, whatever? And so the friend who he was talking to, he caught the police and told them like, well, I talked to him at this time he was leaving out the door and this is what he said. And so yeah, that was kind of where we were, and they were arguing about having that statement brought in, but it was honestly the statement that helped the police in their investigation. So they're on break. Like, I get it, like it is hearsay, like I 100% get the hearsay rule. It's 23 exceptions to it. I think it was good arguments on both sides for it. So this is interesting.
You get them coming? You're a good boy. I don't care what to say about you. That's your primary responsibility, is keeping the DA's off the side of this table anyway. You have a good lunch?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Approach the witness, Your Honor. Captain Mann, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 7 and been provided to me in discovery representing the return of the search warrant that you talked about going to Jay Lee's apartment.
Objection, Your Honor. To him, to what is what it is, just identify yourself.
I'll let
Rephrase, sir.
Can you identify that item?
Yes, it's a return to the search warrant we executed on July 10th, 2022.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's got some account information on there. If I gave you a PIN, bank account information, would you black out that information so if we introduce it into evidence or it's published, that it would be published to anyone other than
That sounds good.
if you
I see
would,
it now.
you see it now, would you
Yes.
please do that? May end up burning a copy of it so it doesn't leak through. I'm not published. When it gets into the court file, it'll be-
Just the bank account, there's a discovery.
yeah, I would
Credit
just
card.
better safe than sorry. Captain. Think you got it all?
I think so. I got it, Ken.
That appears to
Pardon
be,
me?
other than the alterations that you just made, it appears to be the return of the search warrant of Mr. Lee's residence that's talked about previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to- Captain, so we have some clarity as to kind of how this went down. Y'all did a wellness check or wellness investigation. Y'all do those pretty regular, I assume, right?
Yes, sir. It's a college campus and it's not uncommon for us to,
And ultimately, according to your direct examination, it was ultimately turned over to Oxford PD, but y'all still worked with them in the investigation, correct?
yes, it was kind of like a unified command structure. I mean, both chiefs were present for a while and then,
Right, and my understanding is that occurred as part of a joint investigation, or lead investigation between the two agencies, somewhere around the 11th, 12th, is that a fair statement?
we had the initial conversation under the night, the vehicle was located at the towing.
On which day?
That was,
What day was that?
I'm sorry. There's a lot of paperwork and I would rather be accurate. Okay, on the 10th, the vehicle, we were notified that the vehicle was at Banto.
And it was located,
Okay, I'm sorry.
so on the 10th, the JD's vehicle was located in Bandon, correct?
Bandit, yes.
And you testified previously about conversations that you had with him. And his representations to you were that he basically is under contract to make sure people aren't illegally parked out there at that location. And I guess he has other contracts in Oxford for people to make sure people aren't taking up limited parking in those areas. Is that a fair statement? That's your understanding when you talked to him?
My understanding was, yes, similar. He they make rounds apparently in the apartment complexes, and if there's illegally parked or vehicles in that apartment complex that do not belong there, they tow them.
Right. And you testified that about 1:15, y'all came, located that vehicle on that particular date at his service there?
No, he told us it was towed at 1:50 p.m.
I'm sorry. When did y'all actually get a search warrant for Jay Lee's car? I'm past that part. The material that I've been provided is that y'all had 2 search warrants for his car. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Trying to get through the paperwork.
Material I've been provided is testifying to the witness.
Do you know when the first search warrant was obtained for Jay Lee's car that was located at BAM?
Not right offhand, I don't.
All right. What about the second search warrant for the car? Captain, it's my understanding that the search warrant that was done and the return pertaining to the Campus Walk apartment was done by UPD Detective Ben Douglas, correct? And you're familiar with it. You were
I was
familiar.
actively engaged in that search warrant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Were you at the search warrant location when they did it on the car, Jay Lee, when they?
No, I was
did the
not.
car? I want to ask you about, as to the car. I actually have 3 search warrants on the car, one pertaining to the finding of a black face mask inside Jay Lee's car. Were you present on that particular search?
No, I was not present for the search of the vehicle.
Are you familiar with whether or not UPD actually did those searches? You testified on direct that the car was down there and searches were done.
Sergeant Ben Douglas conducted the majority of the search warrants in this case. I did not see in front of me each search warrant that was conducted.
And that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. You're not familiar with, and Ben Douglas would be the individual.
Yes, you would have to hear from him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your direct examination and part of your investigation in this case. Would it be a fair statement, Captain, that you assisted Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes was interviewed?
I was not present for Jose's interview.
Okay. At all, at any time?
Not for Jose. I mean, I could have been at the police department. I think her and Sergeant Douglas were the first two to actually speak with Jose. I've got it.
Okay, you're familiar. Did you approve the report pertaining to the interview of Jose Reyes?
On the
Page 52 of 133 of the 133-page report.
mountains out of order. I'm sorry, mine's not in the same order from like the pages went to whatever. Mine's in a different order.
The way it was provided to me, at the bottom right-hand corner, it has page.
Right, I'm talking about it right here in front of me. It's not in order,
Oh, I'm
one to
sorry.
100.
Take your time. I give it to him.
Okay, yeah, because my page is not. Are you talking about the one from July 11th?
Not broke down. Yeah.
Just wanna make sure I
Yeah,
have it.
I understand. I want to show you what appears to be bottom of the right-hand page, the number, identify the number, whether or not there appears to be your approval of the report on that particular day. Detective Officer Carey. I understand there's markings on it, but the content, does that appear to be the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. All 3 pages.
That one's not.
That appears to be.
Yeah, I was just, that was not Jose's interview, right?
In the middle of that page, could you tell what statement is made in there in that report as to what Jose Reyes said pertaining to his relationship with Jimmy Lee?
Objection, Your Honor. There we go.
I don't know what the court says, I really don't know what we're arguing about. If I did, I wouldn't have you jury step back. Tell me what we're arguing about, okay?
Well, yes, Your Honor, the report that they showed me was, I'm not sure what, is the same one that we looked at?
And if we need to get you a copy, I'll read it to you, okay?
The report, it says that Officer Carradine interviewed Jose, and he said that he and Jay Lee didn't hang out that much. I said, I believe they're trying to introduce this to impeach Jose. However, when Jose testified, he did clear up and say that after the school year, when Jay was busy with his internship, they didn't hang out as much. So there's no reason to introduce this to impeachment. But then when we were at the bench, opposing counsel stated that this wasn't to impeach Jose and that he just made misleading statements. But that's not, then what's the purpose? Then it's just hearsay for no reason.
2 things, John. First of all, it does have some impeachment value based on Jose's testimony.
Let me ask you this, Should you impeach Jose with instead of this witness anyway?
Your Honor, I asked Jose whether or not the relationship he had with Jimmy Lee, whether or not they were good friends or not. He said, yes, we were good friends. We've been good friends, best friends, what was testimony. That purpose, I don't necessarily have to ask him anything about the statement of this particular officer, primarily because it's a public report. I don't have to impeach him with that statement. The confrontation clause does not require that I do that. The rule 8036 does not require that I do that under this particular circumstance. It's in furtherance of her investigation, what she did, just like the information that was provided previously on the statement she acted on, she interviewed, that we discussed before the jury went in, and I had my objections that I withdrew. Same purpose. The impeachment aspect of it is secondary to whether or not she can testify what she did in furtherance of investigation and the content of the interviews of individuals that she interviewed.
But Your Honor, what is it in furtherance of? The previous time, we testified that we were saying it was in furtherance of why they then pursued search warrants for Jay's Apple account, Snapchats, things of that nature. What is this in furtherance of? If it's being offered not to impeach Jose, which is the real reason, and not just subterfuge, if it's being offered just to see the furtherance of the investigation, he should state, what did this further in the investigation?
Your Honor, this is kind of how the questioning would go. Did he give you the statement? He's previously testified inconsistent with that, has some marginal impeachment value. They interviewed, after Jose made those statements to them, that I don't hang around him that much. They furthered their investigation and rounded back around and then interviewed him a second time. That's clearly in furtherance of their investigation, Your Honor. They took his information, acted on it, tried to clear it up, and then came back to him and interviewed him again.
I'm gonna let you ask the question. If a Butler statement is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes. No, let's bring the jury back in. Hang on one second.
Hold on a second.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you ask this question, but I don't know if this. I don't know enough to know if this is the right witness to run further rabbits with. If you know what I'm talking about.
Your Honor, and
I'm gonna let you start, and then if it.
I would agree, but for the fact on direct examination, they identified her, it's over the investigation, proving everything, reviewing reports. They laid that, Your Honor. I did.
You're probably right, but it's gonna be. I'm not consenting to
Everything.
I'm not consenting to everything. I am consenting to you asking this question.
Yes.
I just want to be clear, Your Honor, that we are doing this through the captain because we don't want to have to call 30 other officers, which opposing counsel is aware of.
He can call them. He can call them if he wants to anyway. Go ahead. Bring Jerry on.
Reference, please. You're identifying the highlighted part, and I will ask the court to allow me to place that front page. You give the jury benefit. What was the date of that particular report? Or statement at the top?
July 10th.
Okay. And at that time, y'all were still, as far as y'all being, UPD was basically deeply involved in the missing person aspect of Jimmy Lee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell what Mr. Reyes told y'all at the time of that particular report?
The highlighted section.
I like that.
Okay. Lieutenant Carradine has, I asked Jose how often he and Jimmy hung out. It was Jimmy J. Lee. Jose stated that they did not hang out much.
As a result of that statement and a result of other interviews, did y'all find reason to go back and interview Jose Reyes?
I know there were other interviews with Jose at later dates to ask follow-up questions.
Now, as far as any interviews that you conducted, were you alone or did you do any interviews with any other officers?
Like, I didn't conduct that interview.
I understand. But my understanding is on 7/13/2022, y'all had a debriefing and I understand that yourself, Agent Stratton, and McGuire, I assume that's Shayla McGuire, and she an investigator at that time? What was her responsibility?
Yes, how it works at our department is we have 2 full-time officers assigned to investigations, and there's other officers that supplement investigations.
Okay.
So in other words, there's more than just those 2 people on call.
Okay.
So
And
yes, she was conducting investigative work.
correct me if I'm wrong, is that y'all were tasked with the responsibility, y'all had information that Jose had been interviewed again, and Jose had told them an individual by the name of Janelle Davis would have a lot of information about Jimmy Lee. Is that a fair statement?
Are you saying we learned that during the briefing?
No, after the briefing, during the briefing, y'all were told that y'all were tasked to speak with the Janelle Davis.
I know we did speak with a Janelle Davis.
The purpose of that was because, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jose Reyes had told in an interview that Ms. Davis would be an individual that could give y'all some information about Jimmy Lee.
I know during interviews we conducted, we were asking everyone, is there people who may have information about Jay Lee's whereabouts, who knew him closer or who was closer with him?
Okay.
And Janelle, we did, Stratton, McGuire, and I did go to Janelle's.
Were you present during the interview with Janelle Davis?
I was there at her house,
All
yes.
right. Do you have that report that reflects they interviewed the lady, further to their investigation? They found out the man had given this information. They went back checking.
I don't know what the questions are anyway. I don't know what Ms. Davis had to say.
Can you locate the report?
Just find the report and I'll okay.
Can you find the report?
On your copy, I'm just trying to find it quicker.
When you interviewed Janelle Davis?
I recall I wrote a report on that.
I got it, John.
Anything to talk about there,
Ma'am.
if you just make a copy for you, you can get that.
I think I have it. I'm sorry. The one completed on 7/13 by McGuire.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, if you look on the bottom right, it says page number 59 of 133.
That's not. My pages are different, but
I marked the identification.
I'm thinking it was the same. It's the same. I think so.
What is it you're marking there?
Marking the report. I'll have her identified.
What is it you're marking?
The report that she's referencing,
Captain report, who?
Captain Mayhem.
Mine are McGuire's.
Your Honor, I would just ask that the witness actually, what's happening here, the attorney is identifying it. That the witness identify something before it's marked ID.
Let's,
Court
I
asked.
have more attention to what it is. Let her identify it, so I'll know what to write down on my little piece of paper here anyway. Okay?
She said, tell me what it was, so I told you what it was.
What is, let her look at it, tell me what.
I just had to mark for identification.
Okay, get, mark for identification and let her, then let somebody tell me what it is anyway.
My approach, John?
You may.
That man, I want to, said you located it in your
I think it's maybe the same one.
same one we're talking about. Look at this D9. Compare it to,
This is Lieutenant McGuire's
Yes.
report to 2010.
yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Lieutenant McGuire's
that's correct.
report. Okay,
And
yes.
you along with, according to this report,
Shayla McGuire.
Judge, for your reference, you can keep it simple. Page 59 through 61 of 133. If you would, Captain, look over that report and tell me whether or not you fairly and accurately depicts the interview y'all had with Janelle Davis after Jose told y'all that she could give you information about it. Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And
It's a long report.
what was it that she told y'all after Jose Reyes stated that she could provide a lot of information? What did she tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm going to, where y'all meet out more today, but step back in there for a second anyway, and, y'all can,
All right, quick. I'm gonna go through the little backstory real quick for Rainey. All right, so Jay Lee was declared deceased at the request of his family after he was reported missing, abandoning his home, dog, internship, and family. Nobody. I hate that I got that space right there. No. Oh, actually, nobody. Like his body has not been found. It is alleged that the defendant had a download.
My objection is hearsay because in the report, I believe it says something to the effect of Janelle stated that she didn't, she and Jay Lee weren't really friends. Jay's more friends with Jose, and she doesn't know why Jose would say that. My objection is hearsay because it's not in furtherance of the investigation. If that's what we're talking about, then we look back to the Butler case. The Butler case said that you can't go into detail, which was a problem with when she was trying to say what Khalid said, but you can say like what happened. So the response is we learned that Janelle didn't know Jay Lee. But what they are attempting to do, and what they've been doing this entire time, is trying to testify for the witness and get into hearsay documents, having these things all marked for identification.
back up one more time and tell me what is supposedly said in the statement that in the report had a statement from
Janelle.
Yes. What is that statement that we're referring to?
It's supposed to be that Janelle states that she was not close to Jay Lee. She doesn't really know him. And she knows him because he's Jose's friend. And that Janelle doesn't know why Jose would say that she was close to him. I'm pretty sure that's like the summation of it.
I'm gonna give the defense an opportunity to say, how's that statement used in furtherance of the investigation?
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is, according to the reports she testified to, they went back and interviewed. They went to go. Jose said, talk to Janelle. She knows everything need to know about Jay Lee. After he said, we're not really that close. They go interview Janelle in this report, and she says, I have no idea why he would tell y'all that. I don't know him that well. I don't have any idea why Jose would have told y'all that information. Basically, Jose misrepresenting to the officers his relationship with Jay Lee, first of all. And there's some other things in this statement that I hadn't gotten to yet as to Jose's conduct, what she told him Jose did after they had Janelle talk with Jose.
Your Honor.
Let me once again tell you, ask you how did the law enforcement respond, if any, in furtherance of investigation of that?
Don't ask her.
What?
I'll ask her what they did in response to that after they got that information. They ultimately cleared him as a suspect. That's not the point of the examination, whether or not he's being deceptive. And in the report, they state in another report that I'm going to get to next, they state in the report that Jose's being deceptive in his responses about his relationship and other things he may know about Jimmy Lee. The young man was ultimately cleared as a suspect. That's not the point of the cross-examination, Your Honor. It's whether or not he's being deceptive, he's providing information that's misleading to law enforcement officers.
Your Honor, it seems, from my understanding, that first we went into that Jose said he wasn't that close to Jay Lee or didn't talk to him that much, which was some moderate impeachment value, but in furtherance of the investigation. And then Jose said, talk to Janelle, which he could have been asked, but Jose wasn't asked on the stand. Now we're attempting to impeach the statement that Jose gave to an officer in a report that he didn't say on the stand. We're trying to impeach a police report with another police report.
I'm not going to allow you, for impeachment purposes, to impeach Jose on something you didn't ask Jose.
This is not offered for impeachment purposes. I didn't ask Jose that because it's in her report, Your Honor. They got information from Janelle. Janelle said he gave Janelle's name. Then they go talk to Janelle. I didn't have to ask him that question. Under 8036, all I've got to do is say, in furtherance of your investigation, did Jose Reyes provide y'all deceptive information during the course of your investigation? Yes. What was that deceptive information? First, he told us one thing. We checked it out through Janelle. She said that was wrong. We went back and furthered the investigation he was a suspect. He was clear, but it still doesn't get past the fact he was providing misleading and false information on the early stages of this investigation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they had just asked the question,
Have to
but
ask
that
the
maybe
question.
he.
Hang on a second.
I don't have to ask the question.
Baby, they some good attorneys. I love
It has
them.
nothing to do.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. If this person, if this witness is the person that is in charge from the University Police Department investigation, I'm gonna let you ask them, did Jose Reyes, was all the information Jose Reyes provided you accurate?
Truthful, not deceptive.
And
What was that based on?
and ask you what you're based on. I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask that. But we're gonna let's don't go around the world to get there.
Your Honor, it has to be a situation where the jury understands basically that there's statements from certain people.
But that's exactly it, Your Honor. He's trying to, you could just say deceptive information. He just said it right there. He's trying to get in substantively statements from other people that he could call. They're not here.
Judge, we're back to Butler now. It's the same argument.
I don't think it's necessarily this is in furtherance of the investigation. I'm not going to prohibit you from calling any witness you want to. I will ask you, let you ask the general question of, did y'all interview Jose Reyes? Was all the information he provided you true and correct? Did your investigation show that all the information was true and correct? No, it wasn't. But as to prove specific instances of incorrect information, I'm gonna let you call witnesses to put them on if you want to.
Your Honor, again, if you look under 8036, I don't have to do the confrontation clause, all those things that are required but the state would have to do that. I don't have to do that, as the defendant does not have to do that under the rule. Public report, contents of it, ask about whether or not it's accurate, things that you do in furtherance of this investigation, are they reflected in this report? I will summarize my questions if that's what the court's telling me to do. It's going to be misleading to this jury if they say, well, they didn't.
All right, y'all step back. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to allow you to ask this witness. Did you get statements from Jose Reyes? Did you follow up on any of the information he got? What did you follow up on? We talked to that person. What did Jose Reyes tell you? Who you could talk to? He said talk to the female. he said they were close. Did she agree or disagree with they were close?
So
And if there's other instances along those lines wherein that something Mr. Reyes said that you think were deceptive, I'm gonna let you ask him anyway.
I want to be perfectly clear with the court, counsel officer. I'm not trying to advance the theory that Mr. Reyes is a suspect in this case. No way, shape, or form. That's not the purpose of the examination. The examination is early on, deception, he misrepresented facts, and could possibly have impeded the investigation, gave misleading information.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you some latitude in that regard. And I'll, state can object when they think so, and I may farm if they don't anyway. I'm gonna say when we've gone far enough, okay?
Again, they talk about all this download stuff, and everybody's secretive, and everybody's keeping things, that's their whole theory, what they talked about. I'm just trying to establish that it's basically throughout several witnesses that they talked to, they were.
I'm gonna give you some latitude.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To
I'll be quick about it.
to ask this witness, did you talk to Mr. Ruiz? Did he give you any names, somebody that might be close to
I think I can ask a question. Did you provide conflicting information from witnesses that were referred to you by Jose Reyes as the content of their statement? I think our say it's
I'm
going to
gonna give you some latitude with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring Jerry back in. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Captain, as far as you were present during the conversations, several interviews, the conversation that you had with Janelle Davis, you were present during that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Janelle Davis was given to you by Jose Reyes, correct?
Say that again.
Jose Reyes told you to go see Janelle Davis, correct?
So, yeah, Jose said that, told officers that Jaylee and Janelle were close.
Basically, if anyone knew about the details of anybody having a relationship with Jay Lee, it would be Janelle, correct? That's what he told you.
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on that information? Did you provide it?
Yes.
Did you receive inconsistent information or contradictory information from Janelle Davis when you interviewed her?
We learned from Janelle that she does not specifically hang out with Jaylee and does not talk to him on a regular basis. What was your other question? What was your other question?
My question was, when you interviewed Janelle, did you find that her responses to the relationship that Jose told you about between Jaylee and Janelle, she denied that relationship, correct?
I think he alluded to a very close friends.
And she said they were not at all.
She said Jose has close friends.
Okay. I want you to go down to the middle of the page down there. I'll show you the line. I want you to read it first, then I'm going to ask you a question. See where it says Janelle said?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She has answered what Janelle said. Pursuant to Your Honor's direction, when we have the conference outside of the presence of the jury.
Well, let me ask you this. I took it that she was reading from something there. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's still parts of the conversation she had.
If there's additional part to it anyway, I'll give you an opportunity to.
Thank you.
That's all right.
If you read from where it says Janelle said, just to refresh your recollection if you need to.
I'll give you an opportunity to.
Before accordingly, read that, just read that for me. Not out loud, just read it and I'll ask you some questions. Okay? Tell me when you have an opportunity to read it.
Okay. Okay.
And that's still continuing part of the interview with Janelle, correct? That part of that statement that I asked you to read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And summarizing, basically, Janelle informed y'all that not only had Jose misrepresented their relationship, he actually came out to her house and informed Janelle as to what the law enforcement officers were doing, correct?
She said she did tell us that he had came to her house after his interview.
And said what?
It's basically explained to her what kind of questions we were asking him. Sorry. Basically explained to her what kind of questions about Jay Lee, his relationships.
In
Sexual.
fact, what it says is,
Objection, Your Honor, to what it says, it's testifying for the witness. This is a collateral issue. I think the point has been made, which quite honestly,
I don't know what it says, so I can't,
I'll basically sum it up. Janelle told y'all that Jose had come to her house after his interview and told her that they were asking about Jay Lee's relationship, sex partners, routines, friends, whereabouts, and contacts, correct? That's what Janelle told you, right? After his interview.
Yes, after his interview, he did go to her house and explain to her what we were asking him.
All right, thank you. Did you find yourself involved in this same report? I believe you also investigated a lot of people early on. I mean, you had a lot of leads and things like that, right? I mean, people were calling
Yes, there were people calling. We were running multiple directions all at the same
all
time.
the time. You had an opportunity, did you not, to interview an individual by the name of Timberland Max, right? Next page. You remember him?
It appears that OPD and Metro narcotics agents were interviewing Mathis.
Okay, it's got you down here as reporting officer. Were you present during that interview?
I'm not Shaylee McGuire.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're the proven officer.
I approve her reports because she reported directly to me. Whoever's
I'm sorry.
supervisor approves their report, so it follows a chain. So a
Understand.
lieutenant's report, I approve.
That's correct. I'm sorry. But you approved the report wherein Mr. Mathis was interviewed as well, correct?
I approved Lieutenant McGuire's report based on the information she was privy to, yes.
And did she provide that information to you individually, or is that something you just approved the report, typed it in, done with?
This I'll have to actually read and recall. I know at one point I did know about Timberland Mathis. I was not there actually watching the interview. It appears that Lieutenant McGuire documented her viewing of the interview.
Okay, you were not present during the Mathis interview.
I'm not gonna say I wasn't present. I was not in the room when they were interviewing him,
Okay.
and I'm not sure if I was watching it on the screen when they were interviewing.
You remember? I mean, you were sitting outside
I
watching.
No, I don't remember. I remember the name TJ Mathis because later we had to do other follow-up.
If you would, look at
Interviews
that
with
report. It sounds like you were involved in that part of the investigation, what you're telling us, you were watching on the screen. And look down about the middle of the page where it says Mathis seen, and read there from the remaining of the page. Tell me if you remember anything about the activity of Mr. Mathis after you've had the opportunity to read that.
I per se don't remember. Lieutenant McGuire would most likely be the best person. I mean, I did approve this report.
But I guess I want to clear this up. The conduct that's identified on this report
Yes, sir.
as her observations, not yours.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Now, do you remember, you testified earlier that you decided to reach out to the previous roommates of Mr. Lee, correct?
We did reach out to Austin and Jamie,
Okay,
who were identified as Jay Lee's roommates.
all right.
Moved out in May.
Who are those two roommates that he had, they moved out in May, I believe, right? Sometime in May. All right. Did you interview both of those?
No, I talked to Austin on the phone, and I think Lieutenant McGuire actually spoke to Jamie.
As far as, there was an individual by the name of Adams that I believe that you interviewed. Is that correct? One of the roommates?
I think that's Austin's last name. I'll have to confirm here.
Austin Adams, is that his name?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember what he told you about JD's routine and habit? He had hookups come over, we talked about hookups earlier. And he had hookups come over to his apartment. You remember independently, before you look at your report, what he told you?
Say that again.
Do you remember what Adams told you about what JD's routine and habit was, the things that he said about didn't occur when hookups, he brought hookups back to his place?
I mean, right off the top of my head, I remember
Okay.
without looking at the exact report.
I'll try to find it for you. Look on page 74 of your report, please, ma'am.
Okay, I think when I printed mine out, they printed out different figures.
Maybe 60, oh, I'm sorry, 63.
What specific date?
That, I've got 7/14/2022 is the identifying date and 800 hours at the top. It's a report of Shayla McGuire, but it references the fact that he made contact with Austin Adams by phone.
I did contact Austin by phone, and I do recall in her report, she put that I put it on speakerphone. So she could hear, I'm just gonna find it. Okay, I do recall that I contacted Adams, I called him back on, put him on speakerphone. I did not. I apologize.
It's D10.
Your Honor, likewise, I will clean a copy of it.
If it's ultimate for ID only, you want to clean it up.
Micro John.
Okay.
Captain, if you look at this, it just appears to be fair and accurate. Other than that yellow marking on there, fair and accurate report of on that particular date, that particular page of the 133 cumulative report. That appear to be it.
Yes, I just need to skim through it.
Report of who?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
I'm sorry. It's page 63 of 133, Judge. In the middle of that page, read that word where that fairly and accurate is the phone interview that you had with ex-roommate Mr. Lee on the phone.
Yes, there's also a report by me somewhere. There's also a report.
Well, I saw that said description, see, more description down there, but I don't have that report. You have that
I'm
report?
trying to,
But you can,
I-
before we get to that, you
okay,
tell, give the court the benefit of what Mr. Austin told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit, the way he conducted himself when hookups would come to the, he'd bring them over to the apartment.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Because again, at least the other witnesses, well, maybe first,
Come on up.
It does. So anybody who's watching, Jose actually testified on yesterday. We did watch his testimony, and he was super defensive. I feel like he talked about his relationship with Jay Lee, talked about how close they were. He got into tears. He talked about how they met, had the same major. They're both in social work. Jose is also the person who Jay Lee's family called to initially go check on him before they made it into town. So Jose is a pretty key person in this whole investigation. So I think he was pretty significant. I'm gonna try to speed it up so we can get back to the audio, so we don't miss anything, because sometimes it's a little hard to tell when they start back talking here.
What do you think? All right, so as I get in there, but before we start making arguments, I want somebody to read into the record portion of this document that's in controversy, so that the record is clear about what we are about.
Basically, it would start like this, Your Honor. Explained that he'd seen a black male and a Hispanic male frequent the apartment of Jay Lee. Also said the Hispanic female, feminine, and from his description, we believe that to be Jose Reyes. No question about that. According to Austin, the black male was masculine and tall. He said that during the time this black male frequented Jay Lee, had talked to Austin, said that he was in a relationship with someone that was very aggressive. Austin also said that he and Jay Lee shared a wall in their apartment, because their bedrooms were on either side of the wall. And Jay Lee told Austin many times that if he knocked on the wall 2 times, it meant he needed help.
And that's what you're asking to ask this witness to read.
Austin said that a black male that frequented the apartment could be an aggressive person. Jay Lee described that the person Jay Lee described, because Austin said it was about the same time.
And my objection, Your Honor, is twofold. One, I agree that Butler can be done in furtherance of the investigation, but even as Your Honor limited it to, not what someone said, because it says in the Butler case, you can't go into detail. It'd be one thing if she was asked, did you learn of suspects? We learned of another black male, but you want her to read the entirety of Austin Adams' statement.
I'm gonna let the defense ask. I'm not gonna let the witness read this entire paragraph here. I'll ask you, I'll say that at Austin, did he report to you that there had been he was in a relationship with an aggressive black man?
Told him not on the wall.
I'll let you ask that, but I'm not gonna let you read the whole thing.
Thank you.
I think that
Thank you, Your Honor.
in developing prospects, in the course of your investigation, in developing prospects or suspects, did you consider this? The proper application of Butler, that in considering suspects in the course of your investigation, did you receive this information from Austin? Let's go to your reaction. Mr. Thompson. When?
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I think she's slightly better than Love. Like sis come with her case law on hand. She's articulating her arguments well. We just got to remember that the prosecution always has a job to do, and you can do it good or you can do it bad. And I think she's doing a pretty good job. But I think we could definitely tell the organization. We could see the organization issues, and you know, it even looked like they probably have a cool little relationship.
Approach on. Captain, before we had the break, we were making reference to that particular report. And at the bottom of the paragraph, it made reference to the fact that it's something that you had more information on the report, correct?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire.
I'm gonna hand you D11 and tell me if that's the report. I believe it is, that you were referencing.
Yes, I found mine.
So, yeah, you found yours, okay.
Yes.
So what we're talking about, better reflected in D11 than D10, right? Because that's a summary of somebody else.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yes, this is my report.
So my understanding is that you interviewed a roommate, and the roommate told you that there was an aggressive black male that would come over and come in with Jay Lee. Is that correct?
He said that somebody had come over and got aggressive with him, and that if any time in the future, if he heard him knock on the wall, that meant he needed help.
Right. Knock on the wall twice, that means he needed help, right? That's what he told you.
Yes.
Okay. The bottom of the report, he also indicated that, anyway, that's all I have with that particular. Okay, Captain. Exhibits 1, I believe. Were you present during the interview with Philip Beers testified on the record? The first interview was, I believe, the 11th, I believe.
The first interview where Lieutenant Carradine and I called him,
Right.
I was present. Well, yes, we put him on the speakerphone.
Right. And did you ever interview him in person?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire and I went to his house, his apartment one day.
Okay. And I want to hand you what's been hard for me today. It's D2. Your Honor, this is D2 already, but it is page 57 to 133. Keeping up with the pages, Your Honor. It's D2, but the pages numbers on the report are 57 and 58 to 133. Would you look at D2 for me, please, ma'am? And answer whether or not that appears to be the report indicating the interview between you and you engaged in with Mr. Fears.
Yes.
Does it be fair and accurate? Does it appear to be fair and accurate as to what transpired in the interview in its entirety? Had you had opportunity to read the entire thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing.
Please do if you don't mind, put it forward.
Okay.
I understand that everything that's going on here today, witness testimony is being live streamed. Make sure your witnesses aren't viewing the live stream. That would be a violation of the rule anyway. So everybody make sure that just because somebody's not sitting in the courtroom, that they're not watching this proceedings, Your Honor.
I've instructed our witnesses not to do
I
that.
just want to make sure, I want to make sure both of you done that anyway. And reinforce it with them from time to time, okay?
She's got it. Oh, okay, she's got it. I didn't see it listed on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, you may have noticed we've been playing musical chairs in the court reporter because I think the fingers are getting tired. We're doing a lot of talking every day. We got to rest the fingers from time to time anyway.
September is Melly. I'm looking for the Thugger Daily update on
Go ahead, I would encourage you to do so. And while y'all are looking, I'll be right back.
All right, so in this break, breaking news in this break. So the state just dropped the RICO charge for one of the defendants waiting for trial. More to come. What they're asking, is there more to come? Damon Blaylock, aka Bally, will no longer be charged with RICO. He is the defendant whose appeal is currently being decided by the Supreme Court and was argued by Brian Steele. You know, Damon Blaylock was the one who was with Lil Rod, who were both charged for that M. So it sounds like they're wanting to drop that charge. I'm actually curious if this is occurring because of some of the feedback that the jury gave them, because the jury was like, they didn't understand why Lil Rod was sitting in there. And I don't know, I didn't really hear about any other evidence about Damon Blaylock other than that him being attached to that particular unaliving. So I'm interested. I'm wondering if the jurors' feedback about not understanding why Lil Rod was in their room is playing a role in their decision to drop his charge. In addition to the fact that his appeal may be granted. Okay, he may get another trial, and we know how the investigation went. We know how Detective Hogan was. Okay, and it could very well be that they get acquitted this next time around because the lies and the lies of the lies. The RICO was a stretch, and the jurors coming out saying that the RICO was the easiest thing not to prove too. Come on now. I think that this could very well be. I think that that verdict was the turning point in this trial for them other boys. I will not be surprised if many of these other individuals who were charged with RICO get, especially the ones that are taking
All right. Did everybody get a chance to read what they were wanting to read? Mr. Creekmore, y'all good? Gwen, you good?
Oh, on the exhibit, yes, sir.
Y'all get a chance to read? Everybody ready then? Okay.
Everybody call the change report, get the haircut.
Yes.
They said it controlled from down here to the building.
And actually, I got that code on TV when we talk about it anyway, but it is sort of warm. Mr. Clerk? All right, so you done all you can do. We'll go flip a breaker if we have to. We'll override.
Hello.
Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts in this report. There's a lot of moving parts in this report. Yes,
All right. That's your report, is that correct?
it's Lieutenant McGuire's.
You were present during the interview of Caleb Pierce.
Khalid, yes.
Yeah, Khalid, I'm sorry.
That's what I call it.
And the content of this report, accurate, fair and accurate, everything, I mean, it's true? Is it accurate?
I don't think it's inaccurate. No, I'd accept it for the
Did you
truth.
recall the conversation that y'all had with Mr. Spears and the information that he provided to you?
Yes.
All right, when, he told you that, that Khalid explained that Jack was that he and JB used to hook up, meaning for sexual acts of things with other males currently in the area. He told y'all that?
Yes, I took it to understand is they both use the app to get hookups for each of them themselves.
And Khalid explained to us that JB uses apps such as Jack, BOK, and Grindr. Now, in your report, you got Jack in quotations, BOK in quotation, and Grindr in quotations. Or in this report, it's your report.
Is Lieutenant McGuire's report?
I mean,
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I was present. Yes.
You remember him making those representations to y'all, to you and Lieutenant McGuire?
About the apps they use? Yes.
All right. Statement to the contrary would not be true, would it, by Mr. Pierce? If he said he didn't tell you that, that would not be true, would it?
I mean, that's what he told us. It's documented.
Did he provide you any other information about, or he did provide you other information about Jay's routine and habit as to his hookups, who he liked to hang out with, things of that nature, right?
Like, you're talking about the sexual contacts with heterosexual men that don't expose that they have those relationships? Yes.
He told you that, right?
Yes.
Now I want to get you to Molly Bar, and during the course of your investigation, you ended up going to Molly Bar, did you not, Captain?
I did.
Tell them,
Oxford Police Department was having a briefing out there.
the first time you made it out to Molly Bar, if you recall what date that was, and you would tell us who you remember being there.
I remember going out to Molly Bar with a briefing with Oxford Police Department, so there are a lot of officers there. I'm unsure if that's the very first date. I have to confirm it.
Would it have been on the same date that y'all located the vehicle that Bandit?
I don't know. I know at Molly Bar Apartments, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver.
And could you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all did some searching out there, and according to one of the reports, y'all broke up into groups of 3 or 4 and looked around for evidence, correct, in that area?
If you're referring to, we broke up like to knock on the doors to kind of canvass the area for any witnesses or anybody that may have seen Jay Lee or other evidentiary items. Yes, we did that.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all put metal detectors out there, things of that nature?
I was not present
Not
during
present.
that day.
Was you there when they had detectors?
I was not present when the metal detectors. I knew Lieutenant Carradine, and I know Lieutenant Carradine was involved. I'm unsure Lieutenant McGuire may have been involved that day. I don't know. I was not there that day or something. I was not with them.
Okay, that would have been a different case. But the time you went out there, how many people searched, and was your first statement that y'all knocked on some doors, asked some people some questions, and you came across an individual by the name of Kevin Kozar?
Kevin Kozar. I don't think, for me, I don't think that was the first time I was out there. I think it was the second time Lieutenant McGuire and I went back one evening, and it may have been the same day. I'd have to confirm.
Well, a big report,
It's a
big
long
file.
time ago, yes.
But tell us about the contact with Kevin Kozar and what transpired out there. You talked to Mr. Kozar. How did it come to be that you talked to Mr. Kozar?
Okay, so I recall now, we went back out there to just like take more pictures of vehicles that were in the area to see if anything, I guess, was different. And we saw a couple of individuals that we knew from working on campus. We talked to them, and Lieutenant McGuire spoke to somebody as they were driving by, and I talked to the tow truck driver at that point. And the two individuals we knew from like working on campus, they told us Kevin Cozart lived out there, and we're familiar with Kevin Cozart because he works on campus. So we went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him, could he explain basically the lifestyle that if you identify as a male and you present as a female, to explain and help us understand that lifestyle. So
That was your understanding, was it not? Clear up a little confusion here that you were asking Mr. Cozart, explain the lifestyle, basically, the man dressing up as a woman, right?
well, that
lifestyle, well, that's what Jay Lee was.
a totality of the circumstances. We wanted to know also too, had he ever seen Jay Lee at those apartments? And he talked about, Kevin talked about, I think I wrote specifically in my report, his snarky mouth.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
What's up, Jason? Nice to see you in the chat today. Ooh. All right, Kim, we'll see you in a minute. We'll see you in a bit. All right, I'm gonna try to hurry up and get us through today so we can get caught up on today. Get us through this so we can get caught up on today.
I can't hear you. I can hear these other folks anyway. And you're doing your best. It's just not.
I'm trying not to.
Oh, sorry. All right, my bad, y'all.
Ladies, I gotta run out the door. But quickly, I gotta
I
tell you.
messed it up. Okay, hold on,
you
y'all.
ruined it.
I really did. This where we are though.
No,
It's not your fault. I can't hear you. I can hear these other folks anyway, and you're doing your best. It's just not.
I'm trying not to have the jury hear.
I understand. You're not putting the jury back in.
I
wanna-
want to get started.
What now?
Started. This young lady's doing a fine job. She's doing what she can do, what she's trying her case. She looked to the jury and apologized to the jury. I don't think we need any of that type of conduct. Told the jury she was so sorry. We don't need any type of that type of stuff.
I didn't see that. But listen,
Well,
the opportunity jury ain't there from this point forward anyway.
Your Honor, I accidentally hit him with my pen when we were at the bench, and I said sorry to him. But I never did that. Never did that.
We,
Where was I sitting?
I'm just going, it's going up. We just won't talk to the jury anyway. All right, go ahead and tell me, I don't know what the contents of this report is. That's one thing about being a judge. I find out when the jury finds out, or sometimes before. But what is the controversy at this point?
Your Honor, the controversy is, my original objection, actually, when I came to the bench, was I thought they were trying to get into character of the victim. But then when he stated what he was trying to get into, it was just to establish that people at Molly Bar knew Jay Lee, which he already said that Kevin Cozart, that people were familiar with Jay Lee. That's already been testified to. Now you're trying to get into what they said. But if you actually get into what they said, Kevin Cozart and the other two people who work at the school that they interviewed there, other one person, they said they didn't know that Jay Lee knew anybody at Molly Bar. And they also said that they only knew Jay in a professional capacity. So they don't actually say that. So now my objection has changed into that he is trying to mislead the jury, to imply, because he said he was up there, to make it seem like, oh, Jay had no reason to be there.
Let me hear the source of any information that I'm really, I assume that, I understand from the defense, they're trying to elicit information to the jury that it would not be unusual for Jay Lee's car or Jay Lee to be at Molly Bar apartment. Would that be correct?
Yes, but I'm not saying it'd be unusual or not unusual. We're saying that during the course of their investigation, this officer, she was answering the question. I didn't elicit it from her, that she came across Kevin Cosart. She knew Kevin Cosart. He lived out there. Kevin Cosart knew Jay Lee. They were in a group together called Code Pink that I hadn't gotten to yet, and that's how they knew each other. Cosart knew Jay Lee. Jay Lee knew Cosart, and they were in a group together called Code Pink, and they had a relationship. He knew him and knew him well. Status whether or not Kevin Cosart says he never came through the apartment or not, that's beside the point.
Let me. I don't know what the relevance, unless Cosart is going to say that it's not unusual for Jay Lee to be at these apartments or Jay Lee to Carr to be at this apartment complex. I don't know the relevance of who he might have known at those apartments.
Your Honor, he didn't know. Those witnesses say they've never seen him there, and he has no reason. They don't know he knows anyone there, so there is no relevance.
What witnesses
I will say this.
I haven't put any witnesses on to say that. What witnesses is she referencing to saying that they don't know him? Kevin, Carter,
I mean,
I will.
Cosart.
Uh,
He's trying to establish his car was found at Molly Bar. He knew somebody out there and had a relationship with that person. Your Honor, that's relevant.
I'm going to let you. I can see that be relevant that the Jay Lee, whether he had a friend at that apartment complex, would be relevant. I don't see we need to go around the world to get there. But I'm going to let you ask this officer.
That's all I was trying to establish. Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to let you establish that that this at least one person there at the apartment complex was an associate of Jay Lee. You know, if somebody came to my, if somebody's car was found across the road from my house anyway, well, you know the guy lives there. You know, that's
saying this is one of the individuals they interviewed who said that knew Jay Lee. He lived at the apartment complex.
Yeah, but let's
I don't have an objection to
let's
that.
get back to very, very simple facts of that anyway. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that he knew someone at the apartment complex. I have an objection to the misleading way in which he's saying it, because when we go to the bench, he changes when he comes back here.
Judge, I asked the lady the question how.
Let me
I've never asked her another question.
Let me speak a little while. Let me speak a little while. I'm going to let you ask the question is, did you interview Mr. Cosart? Did Mr. Cosart and Mr. Cosart indicated that he knew and had associations with Mr. Jay Lee? He was somebody that he knew in that apartment complex. And then we'll move on. All right? I think that's relevant information. Go ahead. Yeah. Bear with us. Those that be delayed, blame them on me. Contrary to what most people think, most everything you've heard here for the last 2 days, I'm hearing it at the same time you are for the first time. And it's hard for me to make rulings on objections till I know what's going to be said. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. I've got to figure out what they're arguing about before I can make a decision. And that's just the way it is. Some cases we had knockdown, drag out fights beforehand about specific evidentiary issues. This one, I'm hearing it for the first time like you are anyway. So you may proceed along with court instructions.
Thank you. Captain, you were talking about in your report that you identified Mr. Cosart, you knew him and all that kind of stuff. Were you able to establish that Mr. Cosart and Jay Lee knew each other?
He was familiar with other LGBTQI students on campus, yes.
And they were actually in a group together called Code Pink.
I'm not sure about being in a group together called Code Pink. He did say, he gave us the name of some other individuals. One was an individual who was the organizer of Code Pink, and to my understanding, Code Pink is a.
He was familiar with the fact that Jay Lee was in Code Pink.
Yes.
That's how he knew. He was
Yes,
in apartment
because-
23 at Molly Bar, correct?
This says apartment 22.
22.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that y'all knocked on some doors. Do you remember how many, were there apartments there that y'all knocked on that you didn't get a response to on the first time that you went?
The first time, I think that may be in one of Lieutenant Carradine Jones or McGuire's reports.
And did
I
you-
was there. I was not actively walking around with each individual officer. I was on team.
I understand. But when they got back together, there were some apartments that people weren't at home. And I think there's a report indicating that they were like talked to 4 people or 5 people in the apartment, but the remainder of the people in the apartments either at work or were not at home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would think it'd be fair to say there were people not at home during that time.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any search warrants or any consent to searches were ever effected on any apartment at Hollis Park?
I'm not sure. Again, Sergeant Douglas are either Oxford Police Department officers.
Go ahead, Doug. Wood, I missed one. Eli Davis. Did you talk to Eli Davis out there?
I did.
You did? Look at page 39 in the report. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is my report on July 11th. We stopped and spoke with
I'm just trying to establish again.
Eli and Isabel.
Excuse me.
We stopped and spoke with Eli and Isabel. Our
Okay.
partner.
Isabel Teller, right?
Yes,
At Molly Bar Trails.
yes.
Were you able to establish whether or not Eli and Isabel Teller had a relationship or knew Jay Lee?
Eli said he was friends with Jay Lee on like social media apps. And he said he'd never seen him in that area. I spoke, okay.
You were able to determine that basically that he knew enough about him, he had a report due that week or something like that. They were at least friends on Facebook, correct?
Yeah, they were friends on social media and he believed Dr. Buford. Yes, he had a project due.
So it was not based on your investigation, based on what you, after your interviews with certain people involving Jay Lee's habits, his conduct, things of that nature. It was not unusual for Jay Lee to have hookups with strangers. Fair enough?
I don't know how long of a time frame you want to call a stranger. I'm not, I don't get, you know what I'm saying?
People that he didn't know very well.
Judge's declaration.
I sustain the objection.
I withdraw the question.
All right. I'm giving you lots of little bit breaks. Y'all want another break? All right, I see a lot of head shaking nose. I'm taking your word for you anyway. I appreciate that. Y'all run the bathroom. I'll give y'all.
Can I?
I'm gonna get a witness break too. She's been here for 2 hours. I am gonna take a job. Y'all want to stay right there? Appreciate your patience with us, and we did do some things while we were on the break. I think in the long run, we'll shorten the process down a little bit for marking exhibits and such. I believe you had another question or two.
Just clean something
Go
up.
ahead.
Captain, you've been on the stand a long time, I know, and I want to ask you something real quick. I don't want to leave the impression something left kind of great. We talked about Eli Davis and Isabel Teller. They live in, according to the report, correct me if I'm wrong, they live in apartment 22.
Isabel and Eli, yes, both live in apartment 22.
Yeah,
That's what I
and
have.
Cosart, did he live with them? They live in 23.
Wait, this is a different building. Well,
So can I just read this quickly? My
Yeah.
understanding is that Isabel and Eli were engaged and they lived in apartment 22. That's what they represented. Fair enough?
yes,
And I thought that you testified that Kevin Cosart lived in 22. Did he live in 22 or 23?
we went to another area to speak to him.
Okay,
I
different
can't,
apartment.
honestly. Yes,
Yeah. 'cause
we
I
knocked
thought
on
you
his door.
testified he lived in
I
22.
apologize.
They lived in 22, but they lived in separate apartments. Fair to say?
Separate, and maybe even separate buildings. I just know where I was at. I went to a different location.
And also Eli told you that Jennifer Buford was the professor that was overseeing the projects about the homework for Jay Lee that he referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what Eli told you, right?
Eli told me.
Thank you. That's all I had. And one more thing. They knew each other. They were associated through the LGBTQIA plus community. That's how they knew each other. They were allies. Eli and Isabel were allies for that community. And that's how they were associated with you. Fair
I
to
think
say?
that maybe knew how they knew of Jay Lee and obviously they were friends on social media with
Yeah.
him by their statements.
Thank you.
You may, leave it at-
And we'll actually just start with Eli Davis, Eli and Isabel Teller.
Yes,
So that they were, or I believe defense counsel said that they were engaged and living together.
yes,
Okay. And Eli and Isabel told you they didn't hang out with Jay Lee in person, didn't they?
right. They actually said they'd never seen him in that area before. And that they were friends on Facebook. That's what Eli said. And Isabel said she had actually lived at those apartments for approximately 2 years, and she had never seen Jay Lee in that area before, and it was out of the ordinary for like Jay Lee not to be on social media.
And so they both confirmed to you that it would be unusual for Jay Lee to be in that area. Would that be correct?
Yes, they both said they'd never seen him in that area.
Something was brought up about Code Pink. What is Code Pink?
To my understanding, is like a show, like a drag queen show where you have people perform.
So it was like a performance of drag queens.
Yes, that's my understanding.
So it wasn't, I believe Kevin Cosart, did he tell you that he was a part of Code Pink?
Not specifically. He told me like that Jay Lee participated in that lifestyle. So so obviously he identified as male and presented as a female. So Kevin went into explaining to us that baby queens who are not.
Okay, so you said that lifestyle, but Code Pink is a performance organization, right?
Yeah, it's like a show.
Okay,
That's how I
so
understand it.
you saying that Jay Lee participated in
Shows.
like performances dressed as a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially like on stage, like a drag queen.
Yes. I mean, I think even reviewing some of his social media back at that time, they were pictures of him
Okay,
on stage.
so I just want to be clear, Jay was participating in an organization that put on shows for like drag shows, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And even Taylor, his sister, had mentioned that to me when I went to the hotel to speak with the parents, and they called her and put her on speakerphone.
so she,
mentioned Code Pink.
yes, that is, okay. And are you at all familiar with like drag shows or anything like that, like personally?
Not enough to be well versed in it or to be able to explain it other than a performance.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to kind of outline, see if you had any personal experience and knowledge to that kind of performance. It's okay if you don't, but you're saying you don't. Okay. It was testified that some testimony was given about Jose. I'm going to show you a part of Composite Exhibit 6, that's previously been admitted into evidence. And while I'm looking for that, do you remember what date that y'all searched Jaylee's apartment?
I want to say it was the 10th. Let me see. Search warrant at Jaylee's room. Yes, on July 10th.
Okay. There was a pic, earlier we were testifying, I found, or you identified some items from Jaylee's apartment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to look for a particular one. Do you remember seeing a card
There was a card in there
from
Jose.
Jose? May I have special witness? And do you know when Ole Miss typically holds their graduation? Like what month?
May.
Okay. Could you please read that what's in exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 6?
My beautiful sister, you've done it, and I couldn't be prouder. You honestly are the epitome of dedication. You had your mind set on something and you accomplished it. I know firsthand how difficult it can be. I recall the phone calls and the text convoys. I knew it wasn't easy. It looks like baby maybe. But even through all the hardships, you powered through and earned that degree. I wish to have at least half of the determination and resilience that you have. And it says on the other side, maybe certainly, that part is cut off. The next line, manifest it, can't read the last of that, and finessed it. I am forever proud of you, Jimmy, my sister always, and now you should be. The card actually says, it's
And
not
who signed
handwritten.
that?
Jose.
Jose Reyes?
Yes, that's only Jose I know of.
May I have special witness?
So what date did you say that was? I'm sorry.
The search warrant? Oh, I'm sorry.
Brief indulgence. I turn to the witness, John.
Would be fine with you?
Yes, Your Honor, by state.
You're free to go. Welcome to Federal. I know what I was doing. They're not giving me that option. All right, who would say, everybody get on here? Who would say calls next week?
Mark Hodges. Hodges.
Somebody give me a call.
In your honor, I wanted to take up a matter.
What now?
I want to take up a matter that may speed the process up outside the presence of the jury. It's based on the certificates,
Based on what?
self-authenticating certificates.
I'm gonna buy y'all some tennis shoes and some roller skates or something. We may buy, as you're on crutches, we may just get here some earbuds instead, so you can't hear that, this way, it'll be easier on you.
Kind of those that are marked, I believe that's exhibit 11, S11,
S12.
S12. The one on the very top,
Let me ask you this, is that composite? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
positive exhibits, so they need to stay in order. But the very first one goes with contents of exhibit 13. That's going to be a receipt, photographs from bandit towing. We've had testimony that the car was towed, from the UPD officer provided testimony that the car was towed by bandit towing approximately 1:50 in the afternoon on July the 8th. And those are the business records of what they do. And that was, there's accompanying certificate on the very top of Exhibit 12.
Exhibit what?
12.
I got one here from Bandit Towing, signed by Michael E. Kent Jr.
Then the second page of Exhibit 12 is going to be in reference to the video from Rainbow Corners that's S14
It's a thumb drive of video.
thumb drive of the video.
Okay. All right.
All right. We propose also the very next one.
Is this one that there was some dispute about when the y'all filed an objection to self-authentication? Is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Judge,
I'll let you finish up here, but I just want to get in my head what we arguing about anyway. Go ahead, go ahead and make him up. Let him make his the other exhibit so I can do them all at the same time. But I want y'all to be getting y'all ducks in a row while he was talking anyway.
got 5 certificates.
I'm up to Molly Express anyway.
Third certificate is in regard to S16 for identification, which is a video from, it's called Molly Express. It's what we've been referring to as rockets.
Okay.
Which one is that one?
The
Rockets.
You put it. Hang on one second here. You got a sticker on 13. Did you pre-mark 14 and 15?
I left it out. That's going to be.
The stickers may be on the
Right.
drive itself, not the envelope. Okay, all right.
15 is a still shot from a UPD surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson. I don't have a certificate on it. It is a university camera. And Ben Douglas is going to testify after Mark Hodges. He can authenticate it if Mark can't authenticate it. But it does not have a certificate from UPD since it was
What we've got right now is this information from Bandit Towing, Rebel Mangrove Cleaners, Molly Express, AKA Rocket. What else you got?
CD Web. It's going to be still shot from a video surveillance camera from it's a apartment complex on the other side of Rockets gas station. It's government owned, and it has the timestamp that you can compare to the Rockets video, the timing of it when it was taken. And I believe that should be all.
You got CB Web. You got a Bluff West Marley Bar Trail certificate here.
All right. That's going to be the video from Molly Bar Trails from where you see the J. Lee car enter Molly Bar Trail parking lot. You see an individual that can identify him.
Somebody leaving there anyway.
Right. So that matches up with the timing of the video already evidence of Keziah Carter picking Tim Harrington up.
All right, let me, if you want me to put all this together here anyway. All right. I'm gonna give it all back to you anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Now, there's,
Tell me what's been done as far as,
and just for the court's information, the last exhibit, Marker ID, is a map that shows the videos when they were taken in route and in a sequential order.
all right. That's S19.
And I would point out that Keziah Carter has already provided testimony that after he picked Tim Harrington up at Rockets gas station, that he took him to Lafette Place.
All right. You tell me what previously the state has filed as far as notice or motion for self-authentication.
We did file that notice. This case was sealed by the court. We did not receive notification that there was any objection to anything by the defense to our notices. until we showed up for hearing in,
Basically, a week ago, Monday was a week ago.
and so even though there was a certificate of service on the back of that, the objections, we were not aware of that. Had we been aware of it, that it had been filed on the date it was filed, we could have been put on notice to have all these people here locally to come in and testify about the surveillance videos. Rather than do that, to streamline the process, that's why we wanted to provide this notice to them and have that heard prior to being here in trial, and do it in a more.
Now, let me ask you this. This states exhibit 19, there's time reflected on there, start with 7:18, 7:21, 7:23, 7:23, and 7:34, 7:25, and 7:34. Are those time stamps on the videos that you're providing?
With the exception of the Molly Bar Trails video. That video, Mark Hodges can explain how he came up with the time. The time difference was wrong.
I want to make sure that it's clear. Mark Hodges actually went to Molly Bar Trails apartments and downloaded that video himself and like from the system and corrected the time that law enforcement officers do. So that's why the timestamp of Molly Bar Trails video will be different, but it's because Mark, he actually can authenticate that himself.
The time.
We may deal with that one separately, but
Understood.
all right. Anything else the state wishes to talk about on the authentications of these? I believe all of them are. There was, the first one was something from the code company. Is that a video as well? Or was it?
It's a receipt and photos.
All right.
I can't hear what you said.
He said that was a receipt and photos before they took the car, not a video, but some receipt for the car, towed the car, made pictures of the car. Yeah, the bandit, yeah. All right. Anything else the state wishes to offer before I turn to the defense and listen to them anyway? All right, I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I think that the first and most important thing to consider here is the procedure for certifying records of the regular conducted activity as the self-authenticating documents and the procedures in which that's done. Once the state files their notice of their intent, which they did on November 5th, they filed their notice of intent to have these specific list of documents be admitted as authenticated through that particular notice. Defense then, and Judge, for the record, that was filed under seal. I've got a copy with the filed stamp without an MEC heading. That was filed under seal, like the majority of the documents in this case filed by the state. We have not received copies of the majority of the subpoenas, other items. We've had to go and get those copies from ourselves from the clerk's office. Once we notice a gap in MEC filings that, hey, I see a document 70 and a document 80, where are the 10 in between? We've had to go and get those. Once that notice is filed, we've got 15 days in which to object. Otherwise, they're.
Let me just say, if I work under the assumption that you filed an objection within the time period, tell me what the ramifications of that are.
Well, Judge, the requirement then is.
For a minute, let's forget about whether there's any dispute about when he filed it, when y'all answered it, who got notice. Let's just assume.
Well, I'll just represent, we did file within the proper time period.
All right, so let's just move on to, they filed a notice, you filed an objection there too. What's the score after that?
So then, Judge, after that, the requirement, it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement under Rule 902D that the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine admissibility on the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so, the record is not self-authenticating under this paragraph 11. Judge, this could have been, we could have had this hearing and addressed this issue up until the start of this trial, but because that did not happen, clear language of that rule is that these documents cannot be admitted as self-authenticating.
We talked about this issue sometime prior. I don't know if the court made a ruling at that time or what we did, but I know we have addressed this issue before. Somebody will have to refresh my memory on what.
Judge, I apologize. When the state indicated to us that they had not gotten notice of it on the 25th, we immediately provided them a physical copy at that time. We had some informal discussions in chambers at that time, but the requirement's clear. They must schedule a hearing. There's been no hearing noticed, and aside from informal discussion, then bring it for the first time today on the second day of live testimony. This has not been addressed. Had this been at least addressed and scheduled, we could have had a hearing on this prior to impaneling the jury, and we could have had this issue, and they would have had whatever arguments they wanted to make. But it's clear under the rule that because they did not schedule a hearing, these documents cannot be self-authenticated.
This to the state response.
Your Honor, I wasn't at that prior hearing, so
Or not.
I thought it was on the 26th. Somebody told me the wrong day.
If you weren't there, I'm gonna have Mr. Creekmore to address this issue anyway.
We did switch the, if you remember, we had that hearing set on Tuesday when she was scheduled to be there. We moved it to Monday based on the agreed order on the issue that we had on the expert witness on the documents.
There was a question about the admissibility of the search dog set for Monday of last week, and the issue of search warrant suppressions were set for Tuesday of last week. The Monday, the search dog issue was resolved, and we brought motions before the court on Monday of last week.
For the benefit of Judge Aikman.
I don't know if the motion for, I don't know if there was a notice of hearing on the issue of, on these exhibits, the self-authentications or not. I'll let somebody address that in a second. I don't know if it was noticed for hearing at that time, but I know it was discussed at that time. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record. We discussed the issue of the self-authentication documents. Would have been Monday of last week. I don't get me lying whether it's on the record or in chambers, but we did discuss those issues Monday of last week.
Now, if the court would permit, Gwen has a procedural argument. Procedural.
Okay, procedural, I'll let her talk. I'll let you talk about procedure. I'm gonna let these folks from there talk about the facts anyway.
I'm going to talk about facts. It's just my understanding of what Mr. Daniel said.
But I think I have my memory pretty good on the timeline of what happened anyway. Okay.
Your Honor, my understanding from reading Rule 902.11 is not that it says that the records shall per se be excluded. My understanding from reading it says that you have to file the notice, state specifically in writing if you have an objection, serve it within 15 days or later time, if the parties agree, and then it says the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine the admissibility. It says if the court cannot do so, like if the court cannot determine the admissibility, the record is not necessarily self-authenticating. That doesn't mean that, that's just if the court cannot determine the admissibility. You can still determine the admissibility now.
I'll give you the last five here. Go ahead.
I think perhaps the argument was misunderstood. I'm not saying that the items cannot be admitted. I'm saying they cannot be admitted as self-authenticating. The rule clearly says, and I'd like to read a little bit of the footnote from section 11. Subparagraph D provides that if objections are not decided before the trial, the proponent must plan to call the witness. It's not an issue about admissibility.
What was the objection?
The objection was to the custodial, the person they were saying was to be the custodian of these records for the purpose of their admissibility. The objection was not based on admissibility. It was based on the custodial nature of it.
In particular, when you filed your objection, what did your objection say?
Judge, it was a lengthy list of objections, and I'll just give you a copy. But it still boils down to the fact that when self-authenticating records are offered against the defendant in criminal cases, the rights of the defendant under the confrontation clause of both federal and state constitutions must be considered. And the rule is clear, Judge. I'm not saying that they can't have these records be admitted. I'm saying they must call the proper witness to do so.
I understand that.
And Judge, the only discussion that we had in chambers, which I'm going to represent to you, was off the record, was about potential records that may not need the custody may not be an issue. We only discussed those as related to Ryan Baker and Mike Burks. But regardless, by virtue of the filings in the procedure and the lack of a scheduled hearing, they must now call these witnesses.
I'm not, we were in Ripley last Monday. I said, I've been reminded here that the discussion about this was in chambers. I said I would address this matter when the time came. I also offered to be available Wednesday for any hearings anybody might want, or Friday for anybody might want. I'm not addressing all of the items that are asked to be self-authenticated. I'm dealing with these that have been presented to the court today, and the timelines that I've already heard testimony on, the timelines on the videos that are in the subject of those videos. The court's going to find that they're sufficient indicative of reliability, that I'm going to allow those, if there's otherwise supporting evidence and a proper foundation is laid, I am going to allow those to be introduced as self-authenticating. I noticed on the list that there are other videos from other jurisdictions that we don't have a time frame to reference to. You know, we don't have the testimony. I picked somebody up when I got off work at this time, and my car went down this road, and this how far it was. I'm not ruling on those. These particular items, I'm going to, when we have a point of reference of when something happened and when something else happened, I'm going to allow those to be introduced, if they're otherwise admissible, without the necessity of someone to authenticate those records. I'm not saying the same thing about, I noticed weighed equipment somewhere, some other location in some other towns where we don't have a point of reference on time. But and I will give you a hearing, a separate hearing, when sometime the jury's not there waiting to decide if those will be. But as to these particular items that the state has proposed to be self-authenticating, I think there's sufficient indicative of timing and reliability to permit those into without a further hearing. But this rule just extends to these that's been presented to the court.
All those exhibits.
These videos of that say at 7:18 this car passed, I assume that's what they're going to be. And at 7:25 and 7:32, a short time window. I'm not just the ones that we've talked about so far.
Like, you know, the UPD, Your Honor, it's clear. UPD records, they don't need an authentic certificate to get those in.
But when we've
As
had,
far as the rainbow cleaners, we've had no testimony about that.
but I'm working under the assumption, and from the map they showed, this appears to be videos along the route that Mr. Fears, I believe, got the guy that picked up the Carter. These appear to be a tracking of that vehicle.
Wrong.
Okay, if that's not the case,
It's the tracking of Jay Lee's vehicle.
the Jay Lee's vehicle.
The judge, we issued, we haven't had testimony to establish they've even gotten to the apartment yet, because I believe, I haven't seen that map, it'll be the alleged vehicle leaving Timmy Harrigan's apartment to Molly Bar Trails. We haven't gotten that far in this trial, Your Honor, and that's the point.
What it does is they do it backwards. We've got testimony in, Your Honor, of bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. That's where they begin. And Mark Hodges goes out and he can authenticate that video that he collects and authenticate the timing of it. And then he begins to backtrack it, that vehicle, to the Rockets Express gas station, probably within 10 minutes of the Keziah Carter video.
That's if you can authenticate the first one, the video of it there at the department, come back, and these TAMs seem to be matching up, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on that proof first. And if the proof is satisfactory about where the starting point is, I'll let you have that short range. If there's a testimony of a vehicle 3 hours later in Grenada, Mississippi, I'm not stretching that far anyway.
I want to be clear for the record that we're going.
I'm gonna hear what this witness has to say, but if the witness can give us a good starting point, then I'll go from there. If the witness can't give us a good starting point, then we won't anyway.
Okay.
If the witness can give us a good starting point, this whole time frame is just a few minutes in length there anyway. If we can get a good starting point, and those are consistent time frames, I'll let them. All right, go ahead. All right, we're gonna have a little break here anyway. Dana needs, probably wouldn't hurt for us all to get more.
I've got them in order. I've got them in order. I'll let you look at them in just a second.
They're gonna be long.
Don't touch them.
We'll get back on the record. I'll say, I know they got notice. And we need to quit at 5 today. We got something we got to take care of with the jury, so we need to quit at 5 today. Is that right, Ricky? Yes. We quit. So even if you're in mid-sentence, we're still gonna quit at 5, okay? All right, everybody back? Who'd you call his next witness?
So called Mark Hodges.
Well, Mr. Hodges. Seat there. All right, you may proceed.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
Mark Hodges, I'm the Lieutenant of Investigations for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator with OPD?
With OPD, 6 years roughly.
Okay. Prior to that,
Prior to that, 2 extra additional years,
whereabouts?
Greenville, Mississippi.
All right. So in July of 2022, were you an investigator with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, sir.
We've had testimony about the whereabouts of Jay Lee beginning on July the 8th of 2022. Were you aware of that?
I became aware, I believe, around the 11th.
Were you made known any information about Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was that information that was relayed to you?
That Bandit Towing had towed it from Malabar Trails Apartments.
Okay. Did you receive information from Bandit Towing about them towing a car from Malabar Trails around 1:50 p.m. on July the 8th?
Detective Scott Hollowell did, yes, sir.
Well, you would have been made aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you find out what the car looked like based on that information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of car it was?
It was a Ford Fusion.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as bright eagle. That's exhibit S13. If you can look at that exhibit. Yeah. I'm sorry. same guy.
It was a S13.
S13. We'll just review that exhibit, look at all photos, see if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the vehicle, were you able to identify who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, sir. That was Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right. And even on the tag, it had Jay Lee on the back of it.
Yes, sir.
Was the car distinctive?
Yes, sir.
Why was it distinctive?
It has a gold, I guess what you'd call a racing stripe down the front, the hood.
All right. Now, are you familiar with those types of documents that would have been collected or gathered by OPD from bandit towing?
The
Type of document?
tow receipt.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And the photos also attached to that towing receipt. Is that, in your experience, common for the towing company to do that?
Yes, sir.
Just in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be received into evidence.
I will note objections to the state, but have continued objection. I'll note those and I will admit it into evidence. All right, 13 will be admitted.
All right. If you could hand it to the reporter. Are you familiar with the layout and parking area of Molly Bar Trail's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's a one-way in, one-way out apartment complex. When you go in, it makes a circle.
So the entrance is the exit?
Yes, sir.
No other entry, no other exit?
No, sir.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the surrounding area for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's Molly Bar Road. If you were to take a right out of the apartment, leaving the apartment complex, you would run to a three-way stop right there. It's Molly Bar and McElroy. Right there at that corner is the convenience store that they've called Rockets.
Okay. And behind that, are there any trails or walking areas? What's behind Molly Bar Trail apartment complex?
The woods and the airport.
Okay. Do you know, if you do, let the jury know, is that airport fenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it significant to you that Jay Lee's car was found there? And what did you do when you learned that information?
When we learned that Bandit Towing towed the vehicle from that location, they gave us a starting point to start working backwards to try to figure out where the car had been.
Okay.
So I went to Molly Bar Trails and spoke with the management, asked them if it was possible for me to review the camera footage, download it. They agreed, showed me where the server room was. I went in there and downloaded the footage.
Did you find the footage of Jay Lee's car entering into the complex?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, let me back up just a little bit. Do you know what area of the parking lot Jay Lee's car was found in by Bandit Towing?
By Bandit Towing? Yes, sir, pretty much. I believe it's got a number on the ground.
Okay. Do you know what that number is? Is it listed on that exhibit?
It's 43.
All right. So you went to the management at Molly Bar Trails and looked through video surveillance. Were you able to secure that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you.
Your Honor, I think the court understands our objection on grounds of relevance to this time. It's probably conditional, but this time procedure, I think we need to object on grounds of relevance.
I'm going to note your record and overrule your objection.
Thank you. Exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Look, if you don't mind, look at the contents of that envelope and see if there's a jump drive.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's got an exhibit sticker on it.
Yes, sir.
What's that exhibit sticker?
S18?
That's 18 for identification. Have you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
Because I watched it.
All right. And what'd you do after you reviewed?
Put it in the envelope.
And did you Put your initials and date.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you review the contents.
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the footage that you obtained from Molly Bar Trails Apartments
Yes, sir.
with Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
I would say, would ask that exhibit 18 be received.
I'll note the objection of the defense, but I will admit it anyway. The objection has been duly noted.
All right, and then from the time that you identified Jay Lee's car on that video, what did you do next as far as trying to find any other footage of that movements of that vehicle?
We started working backwards, securing video.
Okay. Did you find any other videos?
Yes, sir. We found videos and photos.
All right. What was the next video closest to Molly Bar Trails that you found?
It's okay for me to check my notes.
Sure. Is that okay, Your Honor? All right.
Next thing would be a photo from CB Webb.
What is CB Webb?
It's a housing complex. It is right across from Rockets.
All right. Is that on Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find anything from CB Webb surveillance camera?
Yes, sir. We were able to obtain a photo of Jay Lee's car coming by.
Angie, what's been marked as exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the image depicted in that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is a photo of Jay Lee's car.
All right. If you don't mind, set that exhibit aside for right now. That image is depicted in that image is also Rocket's business.
Yes, sir.
Convenience store, gas station, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you able to get or secure footage of Jay Lee's car from Rockets?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you mark for ID as exhibit 16. If you don't mind looking in that envelope, can you identify the contents?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and how can you identify it?
That is a thumb drive containing the video from Rockets. Inside the thumb drive is labeled S16.
All right.
On the envelope, it has my initials and the date.
And have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it accurately depict what you observed when that footage was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, Your Honor, I would ask that exhibit 16 be received into evidence.
16 is the Rocket.
Yes, sir.
With having noted, any other objection other than that that's been previously. All right, and that can be noted, and I'm going to admit it.
All right. Now
They
then,
will be admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Did you compare the timestamp on exhibit 16 to the timestamp on what's been marked for ID in exhibit 17, the CD Web? And did you make any observations about the time?
Pretty much correct.
What do you mean by that? How were you able to determine that they were correct?
They're time stamped.
So the timestamp in exhibit 16 and 17, what did that tell you?
Not understanding.
Permission to publish exhibit 16.
You may do so.
When Jerry started doing that real quick.
Gotcha.
I know it. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
July 8th, 2022, 7:23 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was that timestamp consistent or similar to the timestamp from the CD web exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was that timestamp on? Well, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that exhibit 17 be received into evidence.
Holding the defense continued, the action will be immediate.
All right. Now then,
Letter stamping. Go ahead.
so you've got that timestamp of Jay Lee's car from CD Web and Rockets. Where did you go after that?
All right, beautiful people. Yes, another gas station interview. Another gas station interview. I will not mess that up. I'm actually gonna duplicate this. And Dennis is getting ready to interview Matt. So I know that people want to see it. I know that people want to see it. So we are going to get on over to Dennis's.
You in action for such a long period of time, even though I'm sure you have so many stories to tell that what you were going through throughout this trial that people don't see behind the scenes. When I met you, I think your son was just born around the time. How's your son now?
Son is 9 years old. So that's about right. That's about right.
Yeah. So I feel old now. I'm telling myself, but
man, time flies, man. Time flies.
Time flies, man. And you know, you are in the top echelons of the profession, sir. You literally, no one knows when that they have that it moment, but you are at the top echelon of your profession. And I must say, you know, you went against some of the top prosecutors in the state of Georgia. Well, you know, I mean, let's leave it at that. I'm not throwing no shade. And you also had to deal with, and we're going to talk about this. And some things I saw that I didn't like in the very beginning of the trial. It almost, this is my opinion, it was almost appeared that you were being picked on in particular. It felt like that in certain instances. And I don't know if you felt that or people text you and told you this, but is that, am I a little bit accurate with that? You felt like you may have been picked on more strongly than others in that courtroom for a minute? We'll get to Brian in a second.
Can I say something else first?
Yes.
Because just in case anyone saw the intro, you know, people a lot of times say, Max, why? You know, Max, he might have good thoughts, but he's not articulate as he could be. When I'm stumbling on my words in that closing argument right there, when I was just getting started, I'm trying to hold in so many. That took me back to that moment. So many butterflies, so much anxiety. I just got anxious looking at my beginning of that closing, just going back to that day. It was just so much going on. So that was crazy just to see. That was the first time I've seen it. I haven't watched the closing, but just seeing my face and just take myself back to that mental space that I was in, I guess on, when was that? A couple weeks ago, I guess it is now, or a week and a half ago. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
And what I didn't show.
Go ahead.
What I didn't show people was the pacing from, you know, before the jurors actually came to the courtroom. I said, look, Max is like a bull ready to open up, ready to charge.
Well, the late great Judge Marvin Arrington, who I used to be in his courtroom as a public defender. That was before we met. He used to yell at me. He called me schoolboy, and as a term of endearment. Everyone was taken aback by that. Why are you calling this attorney schoolboy? But that's just what he called me. And he said, I'm going to need to nail you to the ground or you're going to wear out the carpet in this courtroom. Because every time I'd be arguing, I'd be running around in a circle. And so that was what Judge Arrington always told me, but I can't help it. I have a lot of nervous energy. That's just me.
I think his son is a commissioner now, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's Junior.
Junior, yes, yes. So 10 years, 9 years, I'll say 10, because, even
It is about 10 because my son's about to turn 10.
Yeah. So, wow. So going back, before we talk about the trial, talk about what you had to do to prepare for this trial, knowing that you were going to be a part of, and I don't know if you knew at the time that the indictment came down that you would be a part of the longest trial in Georgia history. What did you have to do to prepare for this?
So I think some people might have an idea about this now. My office is in the same hallway. It's 15 feet away from Brian Steele. So I got the call about Shannon, about the March 2022 murder case. And that's when I met Shannon. That was before this RICO indictment. But then the RICO indictment came down and it just became so much more than one murder case. But, I know everyone gives Brian his flowers. But, the one thing about Brian and being 15 feet from Brian he's not going to let you rest. And he doesn't pressure you to go above and beyond, but you always, we have a mutual respect, and I'm not going to let him carry my weight, and he's not going to let me carry his weight, and we're going to carry it together. So it's easier to put in that work when you see someone else put in that work too. And so that was very helpful. And of course, he had certain connections to people that allowed me to get better prepared for the case as well. So that's really how it started, is Brian and myself. And then Brian had interns in Trish Renard and other people working with him. And then Keith got on eventually, but it just started out myself and Brian and people within the office, and we were just hitting it hard every day, hitting it hard. And that's why, and then we started getting into discovery, and it was like, it's crazy, but it was like you wake up early on Christmas and you're looking under the tree. We got the discovery. Let's see it. And we're just devouring it, just going through it so quick. And then there's a wiretap. Oh, we got to listen to every call on the wiretap. So we were just hitting it hard. And that's how we got to the point that, no one was going to know the case better than us. And I feel that's the truth.
And to your point, there was talks about terabytes of discovery.
Right.
I can't even imagine having to go through that much information and to retain it and to be able to. And I noticed your style. You were so spot on with pointing out things throughout the trial, and you corrected information. It was like you were like a walking computer, but you did have a sort of like a walking computer beside you as well. And we're going to talk about him.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I did early on is this was so, like, I've heard some of the jurors talking about this, like, you don't understand the entire blueprint of the whole case and the confusion with that. One thing I did, and, I kind of framed it as, I'm doing it for everyone, but I really half did it for myself as well, is I went through every count and every overact, and I charted where the evidence, because the discovery was kind of all over the place, and I put it together and I made like 120 page document that would link each overact, where it is, what it says, who the witnesses are, and then I emailed it to all. It was actually too big to email. We had to get flash drives, and I gave it to all the other attorneys. But through that process of going through that exercise of doing it myself and watching everything, that's just the way my mind works. If I see it visually, I'm going to retain it. So that's what really helped me understand kind of how everything was allegedly going to fit together and how it really didn't fit together.
To your point, the prosecution had a team. They had a team of investigators. They had a team of prosecutors. They had, arguably unlimited resources to fight for the state. Let's talk about your team and how you assembled your team, because we met Mr. Kokomo, but I know that you need investigators on your side as well. Can you explain how did you put the team together?
So I really didn't put the team together, and I'm going to try to name everyone. And if I fail to name someone, I apologize. We'll get to Mr. Kokomo. I've known Shaq since he was 16 or 17, and our relationship is special. And I brought in Shaq. But when I started working on this case, there's Bram Mansback, an undergrad, going to go to law school. We got Haley Halterwanger. These are all people that sat next to Brian at some point, and people were like, "Oh, that must be Brian's daughter. That must be Brian's son," and they weren't. But she's in law school. We got Trisha Renard, who was the jury consultant, and she knew everything about the discovery, and she helped us pick a great jury. You got Griffin Lale, who's now in law school, and all these, and there's others, Jack Pines, and all these young people are reviewing discovery, and they're doing the boring stuff. One thing that came out of like 2019, 2020 is these body cameras that all police officers are wearing. And of course, that's a good thing, but it is a pain in the neck as a defense attorney, because in this case, you get hundreds of hours of body camera footage. And it could just be officers sitting there talking about their daughter's softball game that weekend. But you got to look at all of it to make sure you're not missing something. And that's the stuff that the people behind the scenes did. And listen to all those wiretap calls. That's what they did. And they were so spot on and gave us such great information that, it really made our lives easier. And those are all young people that work with Brian that did a lot of that work. And then I brought in Shaq, and Shaq started working with myself and Brian. And of course, we know what Shaq did. So
talk about, and you touched on something just now, as you were speaking about the mounting of evidence you had to go through. Do you think there was stuff that was sent to the defense team that the prosecution knew they weren't going to use, but just to kind of bog you guys down, to kind of have you guys not really be prepared?
No. Honestly, no. I don't think that. I think probably they were going to, because, if something is important, or if we think it's important, we're going to start hooting and hollering about it. So get it. All of it was not probably completely relevant, but at the same time, I'd rather they err on the side of inclusion than to leave stuff out. So, and there were times when we felt that stuff was left out of discovery, and we had arguments about that. But I don't think that it was just a big case. With a lot of stuff going on, I don't think that they put in irrelevant stuff just to bog us down. Now, if I'm being honest, the way it was organized wasn't the best. And so that took some work to try to put everything in an order that made sense to me, but I don't think that they added stuff. I'm certain that didn't happen.
Okay, so organization is an important statement here. Word. Judge Whitaker essentially brought that to the forefront when she dressed down the prosecution team. Not being prepared. So do you think the reason why this trial lasted so long is because it wasn't organized properly because you've been in tons of trials. Were you surprised at the level of unpreparedness the prosecution had in this case?
Well, I didn't say they weren't prepared. Let me
Well,
just, that was your words. Yeah.
That's my word.
So let me just say this. It was a huge case to try on both ends.
Okay.
I think so. Take my closing argument, for example. I spoke for 3 hours, right? Or close to 3 hours. When I was done, after Simone's closing argument, she made an allusion that there was drips coming down the side of the window, and that was indicating that the car was clean. I knew that wasn't it. That was drips from window tint treatment that they spray on for. And I never said that in closing. And I say, why didn't I say that in closing? And then there was other things I didn't say in closing, and I was like, but you always have to kind of balance. There's always going to be things you leave out, but at the same time, you can't talk for 5 days straight to cover everything. So you have to pick and choose what you think will resonate. So I think, getting back to your question, the state initially didn't want to leave anything out. So we spent 2 weeks on Adrian Bean and the car flying in from 2013, and he didn't remember 2013 as a year in general, and about the car flying into the laundromat. And we spent days on Durante Beebe selling drugs, $10 sales of drugs. And ultimately, I think the state realized at some point that they were spending too much time on stuff that no one really was going to sink their teeth into. And then they moved on to kind of culling it down a little bit and focusing on the more quote unquote important stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined in with attorney Aikisha L. Shabazz. She's a former prosecutor in New York and a criminal defense attorney. And Max, welcome. I want to introduce
Hello, counselor.
Counselor, hello, counselor. How are you? Congratulations. God damn it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Where in New York are you?
I'm in the city. My office is in Long Island, but I practice all over the city. I'm a former Manhattan prosecutor. I teach at St. John's Law School. I teach evidence.
Oh, awesome.
So it was good. I've used some of the clips from the trial in my class. 403. 403. Right. So I heard some of the interview earlier. So are you still trying the case? Right. So for those of you who don't know, typically when you try a case, you try that case before the trial, you try it during the trial, and then I heard you say after the trial, you're still trying it, right? Are you still?
No, I was more stressed like in the waiting time.
Right, okay.
At this point, I've got to. There's a couple matters I've got to clear up and take care of for Mr. Stillwell before my work is completely done.
Okay.
But I've had discussions with the prosecutors, and I'm optimistic that that's going to work itself out. It should work itself out, hopefully next week. But yeah, I honestly, I've put the trial it's in my rear view mirror at this point.
Okay.
I'm not worried about the trial anymore.
Okay, that's awesome, because I know even the trials I win, I'm still going. That's summation. I'm still summing up the next day. If
it came out differently, I'd still be thinking about it. But
yeah.
Okay. So he revealed just a minute ago that he didn't have the chance. You didn't watch the whole closing yet. You didn't watch.
I didn't watch any of it. That was the what you just showed me was the first I watched, and it just took me back to extreme anxiety.
Right. Do you think you will watch it, or is that just going to zhuzh up again and put you back in that space? It's difficult.
Maybe I'll watch it in a few years if it's still on YouTube or whatever. But
right.
Maybe I'll watch it with my son,
right,
to show
right.
him.
Yeah.
But he has a limited understanding of what I do, and I try to hide and shield him from some of it.
Right.
But But you know, he would ask. He asked about Mr. Shannon. How is Mr. Shannon? He asked about Mr. Jeffrey.
Wow. Wow.
And then I, you know, tell him some of the other people, and you know, he asks questions, but he doesn't have a full understanding. But one day we'll probably watch it together.
Right, right. So can you tell us about your relationship with Shannon and how it either changed or developed over the course of time? When you spend that much time with someone in such close proximity. Right. I saw that hug at the end. That hug, it was palpable.
Well, thank you. It was, and it was genuine, but Dennis probably knows this. I'm a little. I've always focused my practice. When I was with the public defender's office, I represented what we call SB 440s, which are juveniles charged as adult, murder, rape, armed robbery. So most of my clients throughout my career have been 13 to 17-year-old, 13 to 16-year-olds.
Wow.
Okay, or at least in the recent years, charged with facing life in prison, basically.
Right. Right.
So a big part, I think that what may make me a little different than some attorneys is, you know, I really talk about life a lot.
Yeah.
Talk about that sort of thing. Because a lot of times when you're representing young people, I'm able to get them through the legal process, but then where they're going to be at when they're, you know, they get their probation, or if I get the case dismissed or whatever.
Right. Right.
In this case, it's funny because Shannon's been just, you know, he's had a tough life and he had tough circumstances, and we talked about it a little bit at trial. And you know, I've been meaning to have, and we got all these young guys, relatively young guys, with all these older attorneys, you know, beautiful people. The Matthews father-son duo.
Right.
Mr. Huey gets to hang out with the Matthews every day for a year, 2 years.
Right.
You know, Brian, Keith, you know, all these attorneys. You saw how much Bruce Harvey cared for Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
And so, you know, we would have talks about life, but it was always my discussions with Shannon were always with that cloud hanging over our heads of, is there going to be life?
Yeah.
At the end of this. Now we're to a point, and I visited him yesterday, and our relationship completely changed. You know, there are legal things we need to get through, but our relationship completely changed the day of the verdict because that cloud was lifted, and now we get to talk about life.
Right. Right.
And we're working on a plan for life because we didn't accomplish anything if, you know, Shannon feels the need to carry a firearm to protect himself because people are trying to kill him in Atlanta, and then he gets locked up again. We didn't accomplish anything. So
right.
So we're having those discussions now about how to move forward and be productive and be a great father and a great husband and great grandson and all that stuff. So it's different now, but it's what I enjoy as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking, like, at that moment, and you bring up a good point. At that moment, and I'm sure this was something you guys probably discussed, you know, with the understanding or the hope that this case was going to be in his favor. Did he talk about, for example, like you have Mr. Kokomo, who's your mentee? Did he talk about wanting to get into law or something else? You know, what are some of his aspirations now? You know, because obviously, you know, what got him to that point, he has to have a different game plan.
I don't know if you can answer that.
Well, I think he wants. I think he wants, and I find this admirable. He wants people to learn from the situation that he was in. You know, sitting, you know, getting woken up at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. You know, he's got all sorts of injuries from that car accident that took Tiara Jones's life. So, you know, then you're sitting on concrete in the holding cell for hours waiting us to start. It's just a grind. And people used to always be giving me a hard time. Max, wake up Shannon. And I would elbow him, and he'd make the meanest face at me, like, "What you doing?"
No, I caught a few of those.
Yeah, and they were talking about, you know, some other stuff, but it's like, yeah, he's tired. I get it. But you know, we're just excited to move forward now. But he wants people to learn from this experience, and he wants to page as well. He still wants to do it, but I also, you know, we've had discussions about that too. Like, you know, what I told him is, man, you've been through an experience that really no one's been through.
Right.
You and Yak, you know, took on the state in the longest trial in Georgia history.
That's right.
And y'all came through it. So instead of making up stories about ops and guns and all that, tell your truth.
Yeah.
That's what we sell.
Yeah,
So,
that would sell.
So we've talked about that. He still wants to do music, but I'm hoping that we turn the page on, you know, it's his life, but you know, he's got other stuff to rap about.
Right.
That I think people are interested in, and he's got a story, and I hope he's able to share that story. But so he wants to continue his rap career, but he also knows he needs to get a 9 to 5 and be a productive member of society, and he's got kids to provide for. So I'm hoping that we go in that direction, and I'm optimistic we will.
I'm curious, and I'm sure a lot of people are. I know the answer, but what is it like when in those moments when everyone else is taking pleas and your client is contemplating taking a plea, and there's a very real chance that he could be convicted if he doesn't take this plea? What is that like? Because at the end of the day, Max, we know we're going home, right?
They made it. I don't know what your perspective on this is. The toughest thing of this job for me, the toughest part of this job for me, especially when we're talking about serious cases, is advising your client whether to take a plea or not. Because, you know, I'm somewhat risk averse. So I like a bird in hand.
Right.
The state honestly did us a favor in this case. They didn't make, we were really the only party that was not given an offer that could even be considered.
Okay.
Right.
Like they didn't give us any options. I'm not going to lie, they made an offer, but it wasn't an offer.
We heard the offer.
I don't remember what the offer was. I don't.
30 years, I believe, right?
Oh,
Max?
okay, yeah. No. That's not an offer. That's
not
even off. That's a
I'm
recommendation
not
on the
going to
plea
say what it
charge.
was.
I'm
not going to say what it was, but you're selling it short.
What?
Oh, wow. See, look at that, Dennis.
So
wow.
So we didn't have an option. Okay. So, you know, I said, ethically, I got to give you this offer. But, you know, I just was like, we fighting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. You made it easy for us.
Okay.
You didn't give us anything that we need to think about. We fight.
Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
When Shannon knew Doug was going to take a plea, how do you feel about that? If you can talk about
I can't answer that for Shannon, you know, but I'll say this. The feeling in the room, and then not just for Jeffrey, for everyone. It was people were happy that people were going home or getting a resolution that they felt they wanted. People were happy for Mr. Huey getting the plea deal that he got. People were happy for Mr. Nichols. Mr. Nichols is like, you want to talk about someone that was universally loved by everyone. Mr. Nichols was universally loved by everyone. So Mr. Nichols, we were happy for him. When Jeffrey, you know, that was a little tense because it was non-negotiated with Jeffrey, but people were happy when Jeffrey's plea went through. You know, so everyone was happy. What I didn't realize at the time, and I should have, is those pleas, they weren't just getting rid of clients and quote unquote defendants, but they were getting rid of defense attorneys as well.
Right.
So who am I who am I in here with? And I look and I see Doug and I say, I guess it's us, buddy.
Well, hold on, Max. Max. Not only that, they moved you to the front of the room, not in the back anymore.
No, I liked being in the front though, because we were closer to the jurors.
Okay. And you can see what was going on.
Right.
And I want to share something, Max. I tweeted this out, Max. During the trial, I brought something to your attention regarding prosecution. One of the prosecutors doing nonverbal communication. I said, "Did you see that?" Earlier, I don't know if you recall that early on in the trial.
I do.
Right, and when you told the judge, and the judge had to let the prosecutor know.
I told the judge. No, it wasn't me that told the judge.
No, someone else did. Someone else
Mr.
did.
Adams, I think did.
Right.
Because my thing, honestly, on that is, and I appreciate you bringing to my attention. If someone wants to do silly stuff, I let them do it. I say, okay, that's not going to play well with the jury anyway. So I'm not.
Right.
I don't usually worry myself with the silliness. But I think Keith brought it to the judge's attention. But I heard the jurors talking about that in their interview. I watched their interview or parts of their interview.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
So I had a quick question about the jury selection. I heard you say you used the jury consultant. Had you done that in the past? Because I know this is a super big case. Is that something? Was that something you've done in the past? Used a consultant? Was the first time? Was this the first time?
No, I've never used one.
How was that?
I was involved in my through my relationship with Brian. There was a lot of things that were kind of first for me in this case.
Okay.
It was great because it kept everything organized. Now we divided labor, and so the attorneys played an active role. So it wasn't just Ms. Renard doing the work, but she kept it all together. And so, you know, you say, and we were bombarding her. Like she must have been frustrated because we were like, Trisha, what about 283? And then someone else is saying, what about 412? And she's like, yo. So, but she was the one that kept it all together. And we did have disagreements about jurors. But we had to make a group decision. We did not want extra strikes because, you know, we didn't want the state to have extra strikes.
Right.
I kind of felt like I was on an island a little bit from some of the other attorneys because I was okay with Trump supporters, which people don't typically, conservative.
Right.
We don't want them on a criminal case. And I'm not trying to lump people together. That's just the way attorneys think.
Yep.
But I said, listen, we got another case in this courtroom that we kind of have a common enemy right now.
Right.
And so, you know, we need to keep our, you know, mind open to that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, so that was interesting. How that played in, and you know, so yeah, that was a discussion, and you know, there's always, you know, some disagreement, but we got a great jury at the end. So.
Yeah.
You had a great team of a dream team of sorts. For all these different minds working on the defense and how you guys came together and you huddled and you had the Harvey ruling effect and maybe the Max Schardt ruling effect that people didn't know about. But there was a lot of togetherness with this defense team, and something, you know, I've been in covered trials where some of the defense team didn't get along. You know, and
there's a lot of accomplished attorneys in that room. But everyone got along, and it was always fun for me because I was sitting next to Nichols' team, and of course Bruce is there, and then I'm sitting behind Jeffrey and Brian's there, and I felt, and you know, I was kind of like, I'm younger than them, but I was kind of more experienced in maybe some of the younger attorneys that were on the case than me. So I was kind of like in the middle. And I would always, every day it would be like, Brian's on my left shoulder, Mr. Optimism. Oh, everything's great. We're doing great. And then on my right shoulder was Bruce, the sky is falling.
Oh, doomsday.
Right. And it was just like two different people that I love dearly, but just such different feelings about what was going on. And
Right,
it always,
right.
and it was great because it gave me both perspectives throughout this whole trial. And I I took in everything that other people said. Mr. Harvey gave me so much advice. Miss Westmoreland was so supportive. And even then when they got off the case, people were calling me, checking on me. The Matthews, all of them. I don't even like to name names. Mark Gardner cheering me on, showing up to court at the end. So, it was just great support and a great
So
team.
I want to know, because it seems to be different in Georgia. And since we spoke to the alternates, and we're very glad they were not on the deliberating jury, how are alternates decided? And how is it so that, we need to know how that happened.
We knew they don't tell the jurors because
okay,
if you're an alternate, you might not pay
attention. Right.
Wow, I'm just here for no reason. And then all of a sudden people leave and now you're on it and you haven't been paying attention. So we don't tell the jurors, but it's really, you go down to numbers. That it's as simple as that. So
is it the last people selected?
Right. The alternates would have the highest juror number. So I think we went through 2,000 jurors for hardship, but I think we only got to like 500 when we picked the jury. So we did all these other jurors for really no reason, but I think the alternates would be the 5 with the highest numbers. And then I think, what did we lose? 2 jurors. So 2 alternates became jurors. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we were also very cognizant. I'm not going to go into specific people, but we were very cognizant of
who was with you,
and who was next in line to become a quote unquote real juror. And so we were cognizant of that.
Okay. Did you during the course of the trial, did you feel like, because sometimes you get a feeling that you have a juror, they're with you, maybe they nod or they make a facial expression did you ever, or were they stone-faced poker players?
So I joked with the four person
56
about this in the back, 56. He just had a radiance about him that anytime I got in front of the jury, I always try to make eye contact with everyone. And even in my clothes, if you look, I didn't say anything for like a minute. And I just looked at everyone in the face to make sure I made eye contact to say I'm here. But when I was, whether it was cross-examination or arguing in front of the jury, every time I looked, I'd always fixate on 56 for some reason. And I didn't know he was going to be the 4. I had a feeling he would be, but I didn't know that for a fact. But it was just something, he was always smiling. So it was a little bit awkward. So he was kind of like my barometer about how things were going off. And I just remember when they played the drinks, the Shamal drinks homicide, they played the video without me giving my rendition of the video. And it just shows 3 cars pulled up and then no more movement. And, all these people that had been on my side, I felt that had been giving me positive indicators, all of a sudden were looking like, what? Like, explain this, Max, what? And then I knew I had to get up there with an aggressive cross-examination right at that moment. I need to get those people back because I felt I lost them. And there was a couple moments like that. Investigator Viverito, when she brought in, they threw everything at Shannon at the end. And I said, okay, I got to come strong to bring them back. So, yeah.
Now, go ahead, Ike. I kind of mute you because I hit background noise.
I'm in the office. We have a deposition going on. It's still law work going on around the world. I know the YSL is over.
Can I say one thing before we move on? Because I think it needs to be said. I just referred to something as the drinks homicide, and you know, I don't like to do that. It's an easy way to identify it. I will say this. The Drinks family showed up to court every day towards the end when they were dealing with that case. And, you know, I would see them in the hallway and I would make eye contact with them and give them a nod. And they were, you know, I've been in cases where people have displayed real animosity towards the defense attorney. I can't imagine what they're going through. I can't imagine what any of the victims' families are going through. And I know how difficult that is. But, you know, I know it probably doesn't mean anything, but that family was unbelievably gracious when they were in court. And, you know, I think that needs to be said. And none of this minimizes the loss of life and really the senseless loss of life.
And I saw that as well. And I know it was difficult for the, you know, for the families just to sit there. Let me ask you a question. When I hate to use this term, but the guy with the half a head, when he came in to testify,
yes,
excuse me?
Mr. Montgomery, Dexter Montgomery.
Dexter Montgomery. When he came in to testify, were you guys concerned that would really affect the jury? You know, especially for your client.
I mean, it was horrible. I mean, it's horrible what happened, and I know that I laid out an argument for the jury. I didn't say it, but I laid out an argument that perhaps the people in Mr. Montgomery's car were following Mr. Who was it? Mr. Bentley, OG Bentley, and Rodney Allison, because, you know, they thought they had money. And I don't know, you know, that's the way it looked to me. I'm not saying Mr. Montgomery had anything to do with that, but that's the way it looked to me. But ultimately, my client had nothing to do with that. And so that was the actions, the senseless actions of two people that weren't on trial with us.
Exactly.
And so that's kind of the way, I mean, you're never going to make that right, what happened. So we were just trying to give an explanation of why it happened and make it clear that the reason why it happened had nothing to do with anyone on trial. And it was a split-second decision, a horrible decision, a selfish decision, a crazy decision by people that were high and thought that someone was trying to rob them.
Right.
And to me, that's not RICO activity. And I think the jury agreed.
And the jurors, as I listened to some of the jurors, especially one, we'll talk about the one on our part 2 of this interview, because Max has another interview to do. So I'm kind of going to break this up, but the jurors, and I just had to lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Ike. There's something I wanted to say about the jurors. You're muted.
You're muted.
Unmute yourself.
Sorry, I'm trying to save you from the background. My question has to do with Woody. I believe at one point there may have been an argument that Brian Still was making that perhaps it was Woody who was responsible for one of the murders. Did you find that problematic, given what you knew would be the instructions to the jury that they could determine that Woody was an unindicted co-conspirator and a member of YSL? And if they believed that they could in fact find the other defendants guilty as a result of that?
Well, Brian and myself had different concerns going into this trial because he was focused on the RICO. Honestly, if I'm being honest, I knew generally what I wanted to say about the RICO to try to shield it, but I viewed the argument of it's individuals doing individual stuff as my contribution to the team when I was doing those crosses. But really, I wasn't focused on the RICO because I had 2 murders to worry about.
Right.
And if I don't win those 2 murders, if we don't win those 2 murders, then what the RICO doesn't matter.
Right.
So, you know, that was more Brian's focus, but ultimately I wasn't too worried about that because yes, you could argue that Woody was around us. Sure. But know what else happened at trial? The state made a deal with Woody. The investigators made a deal with Woody. So as far as I was concerned, that was their friend, not ours.
Right.
And you know, and when I say that also, I don't want to create the impression that I'm here bashing Mr. Copeland either, because, you know, really, you know, the same way I hope Shannon goes on. Mr. Copeland's got daughters. He testified to them. I could tell when he was on the stand how genuine, you know, aside all the other stuff, which was a show at times, one thing that I don't think anyone can doubt is how genuine his love for his daughters is. And, you know, I hope he goes on to do great things. I mean, I'm not caught up on blaming Woody for anything at this point.
You know, and to your point, I saw an interview that Doug did on TikTok, and Woody was on the interview as well. Doug had a certain strategy going into to cross-examine him, but once he started listening to what Woody had to say, he said he fell back. He said it was just, at this point he could just put it in cruise control. Did you feel that way when you cross-examined him? Like,
you know, you remember my cross-examination of Woody? I didn't take it easy on him at all.
No,
I went at him.
What he said, they got beef.
Rightfully so.
Right, and I went at him, and I probably went harder at him than maybe any witness I've ever gone after. But I have it on good authority that Woody understands the job that I was doing.
He did. He said
that. And so, you know, I just hope the best for him. And, you know, and the other thing that Woody, I think, really did a favor, you know, Woody had a front row seat to the way that this case was built, because it was built through him. And I, you know, Woody, now he was a strange vessel to carry this message. It was a unique situation, but he really brought home the point that we were trying to make, which is, you know, I think I called it a sick game, when you get people that are willing to lie, and then you press them for information and give them every reason to lie, and start talking about they ain't gonna get out till they're 49 years old and they're never gonna see their daughters. And then, yeah, you're gonna get people saying stuff. Right. But that doesn't mean it's the truth. And Woody, to his credit, was very open about what was said to him and the way he took it and the way he played it.
Yeah.
I was a little confused as to why the DOJ report didn't kind of come in at some point towards the end of the trial, because as you remember, the report came out probably maybe a week and a half before the conclusion.
That wasn't going to be admissible, though. Okay. I mean, you remember, Dennis. You remember when I tried to walk out there with the blue jumpsuit, and the judge said, "No, Max, you're not doing that." And I was going to put it on.
I didn't see that.
and I had it in the back of the courtroom the whole time, just waiting to do. But I think the point was made by Woody and by Lil D from Cleveland, Mr. Zachary,
right,
and by others like Wright Street,
and the young lady that came.
Motivation to lie.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I got to be respectful of Mr. Schardt's time. We're going to do a part 2, but he kind of made some room for me today. You know, I cut the line, so to speak. So,
so can we just, before you go, can you just say something to the people? Because I know there might be another trial, and my thing has always been to encourage people to serve jury duty. And if this trial didn't emphasize the importance of serving jury duty, how important is it, Max? How important? Because we saw that those alternates said they would have voted to convict.
Right. You can't say the system's broken and then take yourself out of the system.
Right. Say that again.
Right.
Yes.
And so, and then also if you get up there and start, the other way people take themselves out the system is, getting up there during jury selection and giving a big speech how, oh, I've been through this and based on my experience, I would never convict anyone, yada, yada, yada. And then you're taking yourself out the system that way too. And I'm not saying that if that's really the truth, then, you got to be honest. But if that's not the truth and you just want to get on your stump, well, congratulations, you gave a speech. You're never going to serve on a jury. So, you just got to go in there with an open mind. And these jurors, think about it. They all heard how long was it, Judge Glanville reading the indictment? 4 hours?
Yes.
4 hours of gun after gun after gun after gun after crime after crime. I mean, imagine leaving that. You got to be strong to have an open mind, but these jurors obviously had an open mind. And, I just give, them so many props for doing their job.
Well, we give you the props because we know that you got them there, because jurors don't get to where they need to be unless they have the proper motivation and guidance. So give yourself that credit as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we put a clap? Let's put some green hearts in there. What the heck?
Right.
Green hearts in the chat.
Clap it up for Max.
Clap it up for Max. I want everybody green hearts. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I wish, boy, listen, I got salad and hearts in the chat, and we're gonna do a part 2 of this because I have about.
I'll be here for a part 2. Dennis, you just let me know. I'll do it part 2.
Yes, thank you.
Pleasure meeting.
We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Max. I know you have another interview.
Stay warm. Stay warm in New York.
Absolutely.
And out of the line of fire that they shooting out here.
That's right.
Thank you, Max.
Y'all take care.
I'll see you in a minute. I'll see you back in a minute. That was a great.
Hi, beautiful. So we are actually going to switch over to the next interview with Max Schardt. I got my camera off. We're actually gonna switch over to the next interview with Max Schardt. He's actually about to interview with, I want to say Kathy is one of the, I'm sorry, not Kathy, but Megan. Megan is one of the people from, she's a journalist as well. Legal affairs and trials with Megan. Is it Cunniffe? I don't know how to pronounce the last name. My phonics is so bad. But she's going to be interviewing with Max next. And she has Mr. Kokomo. So we are going to actually switch over to that interview. And we're going to wait for that. We're going to wait for that. So Max is busy today. He's going from one thing to another, and I love it because he looks like me the night of the verdict. Actually, I was sick as a dog the day we got the verdict, y'all. Sick. I had to fight my way through the day, ending with having to do 2 interviews. So I'm loving your stream every day. But especially today, Taylor. Oh, thank you. We got stuff to do. We are also still watching the Ole Miss trial. So whenever this goes off, we got to get back to it. Now, cousins, the trial is getting good. Cousins. So y'all might have to do some homework. And we might have to, watch the other part on our own and then catch up. And catch up with each other tomorrow. But like I said, we're about to wait. Yes, I had to catch up yesterday. And we on day 2. But it's so good. Like the trial is so good. They have good arguments. They are great attorneys in the room, like doing it the way that it should be done. So I am excited the trial is good. Okay, Kia, it is good. So if you're not watching the Ole Miss trial, like you missing something. You missing something. It's it's a very interesting trial. Especially given the fact that there is no body. There is no body. There is no body. New. All right. Motions have been filed. Fulton County prosecutors have filed motions to seek the dismissal charges against 6 individuals. I forgot to mention that. I think I just threw it as a note here. So these individuals, Khalif Adams, Damon Blaylock, Javaris Bradford, Justin Cobb, Javon Fleetwood, and Jaden Myrick have all have motions to have charges dismissed. What I can tell you off the top of my mind is that Damon Blaylock only had RICO. And I want to say Justin Cobb was charged with the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, and he also has RICO. Javaris Bradford has the same charges as Justin Cobb. I want to say, I believe they got the same charges. I believe Khalif was already serving a life sentence. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get my facts straight, and we're gonna go through this. I'm gonna tell y'all what area everybody got, what they don't got. And we're going to talk about it. Yes. So nothing from Miles thus far. Nothing from Miles. And he's the one who really needs something because Miles was charged with the unaliving of Shamel Drinks and he got RICO. So, yes. Okay. Yes. Khalif is serving a life sentence. I thought so. Yes, I believe that too. They were thinking they were going to use Damon Blaylock like they used Lil Rod, but like I said, it backfired. I talked about it a little bit earlier today. It backfired, and the jury was like, "Why is this person even in here?" We trying to figure out why this person even in here. So yeah. But what I want to know and what I want to ask an attorney is if Lil Rod's murder, because if it goes up for an appeal, right, and he gets an appeal and they decide not to prosecute or he's found not guilty, does that mean he have to serve the 10 years that he pled guilty to for the RICO, given that it was supposed to run concurrent with his life sentence that he was already sentenced? I need an attorney to help me out on that one because I want to know, does he then only have to serve the time for that, or does he? Or he gets the time served. Okay, come on, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, Brittany. No, she said he gets time served. So meaning all the time that he spent in jail, Leroy would have time served and will get to go home. That's what I'm talking about. Get them boys out of there. Get them boys out their jam. All right, we are waiting for Megan. I know Max probably needed a minute. That's what I'm talking about, cousin. See, that's
YSL trial wrap up. It's hard to believe that it is now over after what, almost over a year and like a week or so. Welcome, everybody. Hit the like button. Let everybody know that we're here. We're going to be talking to Max Schardt and the world famous Mr. Kokomo. And there's a U in there. It's not all O's. The spelling of his last name. And then we also have a special guest who I'm sure you all will recognize from the live, but we'll take some questions in the chat. But I've got some questions to get going here. So hi, Denise. Hi, everyone. Thanks for saying hi. Let's get going here. We'll bring in the all-star team here who just came off a pretty great win for their client here. Let's see. Max and David Botts, thank you for joining us. Here we are.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2 p.m. in Atlanta, and we're what? So that's a good 48 hours plus a few hours removed from the verdict, right? So many of us watched this from around the country and even around the world. We weren't there at the courthouse. Can you tell us what it was like at the courthouse? I mean, do you remember? Did you black out?
It was so my recollection is probably going to be a little different than Mr. Botts. So we were in there. There was a status conference on the remaining clients, defendants, that weren't in the first trial. So,
All right.
so I was just, I was excited to see some of the young men that were initially with us. That, Mr. Mender, Mr. Garlington, who I've known, and so. And others. And so I was just kind of being nosy. Mr. Bosch was with me. And then the light went on from the jury room. And I never knew this because I usually don't sit in the courtroom waiting on a verdict. I'm usually doing something else.
Yeah.
And apparently there's different colors. So
Okay.
the light was blue. And one of the DAs who I'm friendly with says, "Oh, don't worry. Blue just means a jury question." I said, "Okay, well, we don't have a verdict. It's just a jury question." So the judge kind of ended the status conference for those other gentlemen. And, then all of a sudden we took center stage and she said, "We have a verdict. We have 2 verdicts." And I was just like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like, I just wasn't expecting that because I was expecting them to ask us to play some video or something again. So I was like, okay. So then I looked at Shannon and I was like, I guess we have a verdict, Shannon. And then she read it so quickly for Mr. Kendrick.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And then the date thing, I figured that out pretty quickly. I was like, wait a second, they found Mr. Kendrick not guilty yesterday, and I've noticed them kind of focusing on Shannon, but I was thinking there's no way they could have different verdicts for the 2015 case.
Yeah.
So I felt good about that. And then the judge said, "We have a guilty verdict on count 64. And I said, okay. And I was like 90% sure. My mind just left for a minute about what count 64 was. Of course, I knew it, but it just wasn't computing at that moment. So then if you look, I went over to Doug and I said, you can't hear it, but I said, "Doug, count 64 is the gun charge, right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he was happy and he said, "I think so." And I was like, okay. So, but it worked out, and it was kind of a blackout moment. What do you remember, Mr. Botts?
Oh, I got
What I
it.
remember was the judge said, "We have a guilty on the gun charge, count 64, and not guilty on all the other charges." That's exactly what she said. And so that was, to me, a major win.
Did you know at that moment? Because my mind just kind of left. Wasn't 100%. And you knew. Okay.
And I said, whoa, because I was expecting, once you hear guilty, you say, oh God, what's the next thing going to be? What's the other charge? But she just immediately followed that with a not guilty on all other charges, which was how the jury wrote the verdict. And so immediately I began to think, oh God, he's going to get the maximum on the gun charge. State was asking to treat him as a recidivist. And the judge said, well, I have to give him the maximum as a recidivist. However, I can probate some of it.
Yes.
And so instead, she said, I'll give you the 10 years, which is the maximum, to serve 2 years, credit for time served, which he'd already served. And Max, before that verdict was reached, he asked to approach the judge, approached and said, if you're going to give him time, it's going to be a death sentence. You've got to give him, you got to do something. But then he said he noticed on the podium a sentencing manual that she had in front of her. And so he felt pretty good, and she kind of smiled and sent us back down for the sentencing. So it was actually a surprise all the way around for all of us. But probably the prosecution was more surprised than we were.
Well, I'll say this, just to put it in perspective. I had a feeling after, when I went back, I had a feeling things were going to work out. But I want the public to understand, and I said this to the press the day of the verdict and sentencing. You, as judges, typically when you go to trial, they're just instinct is to give the maximum. Like you dare challenge the state. You know, some people call it a trial tax, and everyone says there's no trial tax, but you know, in my experience, there is one.
Yeah.
So Judge Whitaker was so thoughtful in not just saying, okay, maximum 10 years, you take your 10 years. And I just thank her for that. And I give her so much credit for, you know, understanding the totality of this case and understanding that the jury completely rebuked all those other charges. And we're just dealing with one gun charge, and that was the appropriate sentence. Because, you know, other judges may have said, well, he was charged with all these other things, so I'm giving him the maximum. And that's not what she did. And we are so thankful for that. And that was not the easy thing to do.
And it sounded like sorry, for the people at home, there was a discussion up at the bench that we didn't see on camera, but that made you feel a little bit better going into the sentencing that she wasn't going to do that, right? Wasn't going to get the max. Can we be clear on that? This was like a bench conference.
I'm not going to go into the specifics about what was said. I mean, it's going to be on a transcript, I'd imagine, because it was on the record. But I left that discussion. Let's just put it this way. I went back. I elbowed Shannon in the left ribs, as I'm prone to do. And I said, Shannon, it's going to be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And when you said you told the judge that any kind of sentence could be a death sentence for him, is that just because of the safety and the conditions of the jail or the prison? Or is it also because he had been acquitted of these charges and that could kind of put a mark on him in prison? Can you explain that?
At trial, we heard about 2 different attempts on his life. We also know that he was stabbed in the jail. We were never seriously considering a plea. But the understanding always, if there was going to be a plea, there was going to be facilitation from different agencies to make sure special accommodations were made for Shannon. So my concern was, if we're going to do the sentencing today, and it's going to be a sentence that's going to lead to incarceration, we can't do it today because we have to get everything in place to facilitate that and keep him safe. But after that discussion, I felt like I was worrying about something I didn't need to worry about. Yeah. And I just need to sit down and let the sentence happen.
Because it seems pretty common in at least southern states that you have this kind of sentencing right after the verdict. Is that true? Is that pretty standard in Georgia State Court that you see that? Or is there usually prep time because you have issues that you want to argue about, like you were saying?
No, it's very common to do it right after. I'm trying to think. There may have been a couple cases where it hasn't happened immediately, but that I can think of, but it's definitely 99.9. It's right afterwards.
Yeah. So one of my questions was going to be about what was it like getting from point A to point B when you heard that there was a question or there was a verdict. But as you said, you were already in the courtroom when that happened. When you weren't in the courtroom, when you were waiting for the jury, where were you? Was there an attorney room where you all were? Or can you kind of talk about the tension of that or what you did?
Well, there was an attorney room, if you want to call it, and it was kind of like a cubby hole. But
Mr. Botts didn't seem too stressed.
No, I felt pretty good about the case. I really did. And and that's what I said to Shaq before that day began, was I said, they'll come back with a verdict today.
Can I tell them where everyone sat in the side room? Mr. Botts had a couch. I'm just going to put it like that. We'll just leave it at that. Mr. Botts had a couch. And Doug, it was funny because Doug is the social media guy. So he's sitting there. Mr. Botts is
resting,
taking a rest throughout the whole process in the side room on the couch. And Doug is just jabbering on with people from across the nation talking about who knows what on something live. And luckily I can work with snoring and talking going on in the background. So I was just working on other cases for those
Yeah.
days. And so it's the three of us, and then Shaq and Youssef, who is an intern that works for Mr. Harvey. He came, he wanted to be part of the team and stick with us. So that was awesome. And so it was the three of us and then Youssef and Shaq. I think that was right. That was
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it.
Somebody says, Dee Dee says, domino effect happening. 6 defendant charges dismissed today. You and Doug didn't just help your clients. So many others are winning because of y'all too. How does that feel to read that comment? And can you take
I
responsibility?
don't even know what whose charges was on this case?
I did see Damone Blaylock's RICO charge was dismissed. I haven't seen the others, but I have not been keeping up in the last couple of hours. But I did see Thugger Daily report had the paperwork for Damone Blaylock's RICO charge being dismissed. So it sounds like there could be others. Was that expected? Was there any talk about that?
I mean, there was no talk about the other gentlemen. I mean, we were in our own universe. We knew that they were at the jail, except for Mr. Farley. But there was no discussion about anything like that. I mean, the one thing I'll say is people have a lot of problems with RICO, and I get it. We know when RICO kind of came to prominence, it was definitely not this situation that we dealt with in this case. A lot of people have problems with the way it was used. Ultimately, people vote and make decisions and choose, who's going to use. But as attorneys, all we can do is just make it as difficult as possible. If you're gonna bring a RICO, we just gonna fight for every inch, and just make it as because while it gives in some ways gives the state great advantage, we can also, fight tooth and nail, and I think we did that, not just us, but all the attorneys, to make it a lot less palatable that they're going to try these other gentlemen, in a similar way.
Yeah, because one issue I've seen, and at least in this case, is, I mean, the Georgia Criminal Defense Bar and the number of attorneys who could take this case on, especially when you've got 28 defendants, was limited. So, I mean, it's almost like you got your domino effect is kind of helping the fact that maybe there weren't enough attorneys to go around. It's like if you can just eliminate some cases by the lawyering of attorneys in one case, there you go. But do you think you've inspired some a kind of change in the Georgia Defense Bar, or maybe kind of a rekindling of people who want to be defense attorneys in Atlanta?
I don't know. Most of the attorneys that I ran into were just like, it was just expressions of sorrow throughout this process. Like, Max, I'm sorry that you're still in this case. And, I always said, no, it's not bad. I kind of liked it in many ways. But yeah, I don't think that necessarily we've inspired a bunch of attorneys that are going to be signing on to do 2+ year cases. I don't think that's going to happen. But
oh, I see. State filed motions to nolle prosequel. All of the, I'm probably mispronounced that. All the charges for Cleef Adams. Oh, okay. Damone. Okay, dismissed. Damone Blaylock, Javaris Bradford, Justin Cobb, Javon Fleetwood, and Jaden Myrick. Some of them were charged with murder, weren't they?
Mr. Bradford was.
Yeah.
Cleef Adams.
No, Cleef Adams was.
Well, he was.
Javaris Bradford was. And I never really understood what that murder charge was based on. So that's awesome. Mr. Cobb, I don't think he's even. I don't even know where he is or if he's been arrested, but apparently that solves that problem. And then, the other thing that we have these 28 names on this indictment, and the idea that this is a RICO enterprise, and I understand that under the laws of RICO, everyone doesn't need to know everyone. But in reality, you know, if we're going to hold people accountable for the acts of others, you would think that people would know each other. And just look at the, you know, you just look at the ages and the age range of this. It's like 2 different generations of young men that grew up on Cleveland Avenue. Really, it's almost like 3 different if you get into Antonio Sledge and some of the older guys, Demise McMullen. So it's, you know, a lot of these guys really didn't really have anything to do with Shannon Stillwell or Jeffrey Williams or anything. Like Jaden Myrick, you know, was just a disturbed young man that was in the jail that apparently wanted to make some money, but you know, no one knew who he was.
Yeah. You mentioned Antonio Sledge. Somebody questioned because it did seem like the prosecutors had really tried to figure something out in the last few months. I mean, their case was just way too big from the beginning, but we all saw the increased number of prosecutors, the presence of a body, the 19 witnesses in one day thing. But more significantly, we saw Antonio Sledge's probation revoked for not testifying in accordance to his plea deal. And we also saw Simone take a pretty pointed stance on during Antonio Sumlin's testimony and really use his plea deal to get him to say that YSL, she definitely used it to get him to say that YSL members sold drugs out of the web. Did that kind of aggressive stance by prosecutors with Mongtung influence any kind of plea deal negotiations? I mean, did it scare people basically?
I don't think so, because I think I could be wrong, you know, but what did we have? 5 or 6 plea deals kind of come in succession. None of those, I think if it did anything, it made the attorneys take a hard line that we are not signing up to testify and we are not agreeing to factual acknowledgments, because none of those gentlemen signed any sort of acknowledgments to my knowledge and understanding. And so you know, it's just, and I know Mr. Sledge's attorney. He's a great guy. He's a great attorney. And where this really went wrong and how Mr. Sledge ended up in this situation is just everyone, you know, state got up and said, these guys are all dangerous when it was time to go for a bond hearing, you know, which was unbelievable to me, because no one's read the discovery like me, except for maybe Brian. And I still don't understand what Ghana did. And so you're saying all these people are so dangerous they can't get bond. And then so you just have them in there, and the only way out, other than 2.5-year trial, is entering a plea, and then the state writes the factual acknowledgments and puts it in front of them. And then, you know, Mr. Sledge did sign it, but you know, we use these terms, oh, it was freely and voluntarily given, it wasn't coercion, but you know, you're sitting in jail without bond and you're being told if you sign a document, you go home. Like, if that's not coercion, I don't know what is. So that's just and imagine being an attorney representing Mr. Sledge, where you know, he wants to get home to his sick mother, he wants to get home to his kids, and you got these factual acknowledgments, and then you're trying to thread that needle to make it happen, but also chip away at these, and the state's being difficult, and then you just come to the conclusion, well, let's do this and you can explain it later, which is what was said. And you know, I can see that happen. But to me, it's not on attorney Wright, you know, and I understand why the judge did what she did with Mr. Sledge, and I'm not going to second guess Judge Whitaker, but the problem was these guys were all locked up without bond, and so they didn't really have options. And then think about the other people. You know, we talked about this last time, Megan, about people that weren't able to even get attorneys for so long. Like, It's just broken.
Yeah. And I don't, obviously you don't know firsthand the other people's situation, but I noticed Demikion Garlington was one of the ones mentioned as having his charges dropped. And just based on everything we've heard in trial, that makes sense. But when I was looking at why he wasn't on trial in this case, I saw something about how it was because he didn't have a lawyer. That's why he was severed early on. Do you know, has that situation changed at all?
My understanding is, I think he has 2 lawyers now. One I know well, and he's a great lawyer. So, you know, hopefully things work out. But it looks like they're, you know, I have no inside information about any negotiations or anything going on.
Yeah. Do you think the attention that the trial got might have contributed to some lawyers taking attention to this case? Because before the circle was so small, it was criminal defense lawyers in the Atlanta area, but you've probably been contacted by, I mean, have you been contacted by attorneys around the country? Is there more interest in this from people trying to help or offer advice? Maybe unwanted advice.
Offer advice. Attorneys, no, I've received several dozens of emails from different attorneys, even from prosecutors, like from different states, saying, you know, keep fighting, keep pushing, and you know, and congratulatory emails when this came through. Now, advice, if I had hair, I would have pulled it out, because Megan, I appreciate everyone.
Yeah.
But gosh darn it, the people, the internet sleuths that acted like I didn't know what was on that drinks video, and acting like I wasn't going to bring it up, and I needed to be told, and I needed to be tagged in every post, and I needed to be called, and voicemail after voicemail after voicemail from every state in the union. And our friend Thugger Daly actually did me a solid.
That. Yeah.
And he's like, I think Max knows what's on the video. Y'all can stop tagging him.
Yeah, let Max cook, I think he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was so appreciative of that. I understand the interest, but it was kind of like, wait a second, I'm asking these questions in a way that are leading you to the conclusion, but you don't think I know what the conclusion is. Like, that's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you know, I was kind of thinking I'm holding something in my pocket that maybe the other side might not be 100% on right now. So I'm like, y'all are telling my secret right now on the internet.
Right, because they made it pretty clear that they were paying attention to the social media hype. You know, I think that's one thing that could be studied in law schools, and there could be a big ABA journal article about what it was like for the attorneys and just the court staff and everyone to have so much publicity on this case, and how that changed things in the courtroom. I mean, or if it did. I mean, how it definitely changed things for you guys just in how you dealt with your everyday lives and kind of trying to deal with this. But did it?
This is the premium Garmin Duffel 45 liter by Half Day. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long.
Max and some of the others were on constant look at the computer to see what comments were made during the trial. And some of the comments would be helpful, and some of them were just totally by people that were unaware of what was going on. But yeah, it has some influence. It's just the way things are nowadays, is that people do pay attention to social media. And a lot of the trial was all about social media.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
That the defendants had taken part. It was a huge part.
Well, we actually, that was one of my disagreements with Shannon, was the different feeds. I liked Law and Crime when things were bad. I like getting the perspective of non-jurors. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of YSL fans, and, you know, that they were always going to say, but there were some people that were more objective. And I like seeing negative comments because I know what's out there and what I need to worry about. but Shannon, he didn't like seeing negative comments. So he'd always want to get out of more. And I said, Shannon, seeing the negative comments helps us because we know what we need to do. But that was kind of a funny thing. But yeah.
Yeah. How did the clients and Shannon and keep up with all the coverage? Was there, because I mean, we saw you guys at the defense table, and like you said, there is a legitimate legal strategy to reading these comments. It's not like you're just screwing around on the internet when you're doing that. So did you have set times that you would kind of do updates, or was it just periodic that you would look at things?
We would just look at things periodically.
Yeah. Gosh.
When you're not actually talking or cross-examining or presenting evidence or anything like that, and you got time, and there was a lot of kind of off time when we knew what the witnesses were going to say and what cross-examination would be, that we had to watch the trial and see the comments. And so, yeah, it was helpful. And Shannon was especially, it's kind of boring sometimes to him. And so he would be active in the part of, and telling us things that they're saying, or what do you say about this? But we let him do that. Because that's what he's used to.
Yeah.
And plus, they were receiving nothing while in the jail, no newspapers, no updates, no news. So it was kind of refreshing for him to be able to watch something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody, Ali asked, what led you to become a defense attorney, Max, and mentor young men and work with the Next Level Boys Academy? And if you can talk about what that is. They're in Atlanta, right?
Right. So the first part, what led me to become a defense attorney, I was one of those people that went to law school and I didn't know any lawyers, and I didn't have it figured out. And I just couldn't see myself sitting in an office all day. That's just not me. I think people have seen my nervous energy and kind of the energy I walk around with, and I have trouble sitting still. So that wasn't really going to work. And then, I think I told you this last time. In college, I just, the sweetest kid, the most humble kid, got charged with a federal crime. And, all of a sudden we're playing basketball in the gym, and he's got a ankle monitor on. And like, what? He got charged with and this is just a computer geek. And, he got charged federally for some U.S. currency stuff that he was kind of dragged into by other people. He was just the guy who knew how to use a computer. And so I just thought that was very unfair. And that's kind of made me start thinking about criminal defense. And so I began as a public defender in Columbia, South Carolina, where I went to college. And, I took the job very seriously. Next Level Boys Academy, I've been working with them for probably about five years now. And I'm a strong believer in, be the change, don't talk about it, take action. And Mr. Gary Davis, who heads that program, he's just someone that's taken upon himself to not talk about it, but get young people together that have some challenges, a lot of them with the legal system, and just talk through things and build a sense of camaraderie and love and positivity. And so I love being part of that, and just trying to make the world a better place.
One gross generalization I've heard about juries is that after a verdict, when they're coming out to deliver the verdict, you can tell if they've acquitted a client or a defendant because they're willing to look over at the defendants. And did you have any of those superstitions or beliefs going in? And did you see any of that play out when the jury walked out? I mean, it was such a fast moment, but what were you thinking there from their body language or their looks? Anything?
Well, I've been around a little longer than Max, and so I can tell you that we always think that, but I watched every one of them come out, and only one really looked over our way and kind of grinned a little bit, but she was always in a happy mood anyway. And so I really couldn't tell. It was kind of like when they came out for questions. It was almost like they purposefully didn't look at us.
Right. Yeah. No, my experience was the same. I think I had slight eye contact with one of the jurors, but it wasn't anything that gave anything away. But I did notice, just in my experience, especially in a case like this, which I thought we had, by the end of the trial, we had a very legitimate chance of winning. I felt in something that, in a case where the jurors had been around my client for over a year, I noticed that they did not seem to be tense, and they seemed to be kind of relieved when they came out, and I took that as a good sign. They didn't make any faces or anything, but they didn't have the look of a group of people that were sending someone that they had been around for a year to prison for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, the way the trial started out was we were surrounded by sheriffs and marshals in the courtroom everywhere.
Yeah, that's another good
There was
point.
about 10 of them in there that we would count. And when we came into the courtroom, we actually had our bags searched the second time. We had to go through the general population barrier, and they would, go through the metal detectors and all that, and we clear it. And that gets you in any other place in the courtroom except for this trial. Anywhere. And so when we go in there, they would pull out everything out of our bag. It had already been searched by the metal detectors and the sheriff's deputies and everything. And then we go into the courtroom and they're just standing all behind you and all of that. And yeah, we worried about what a jury would think about, well, these guys must be pretty bad.
Yeah.
If you got this many people trying to, or either something may happen in here.
Yeah.
And another thing that Mr. Botts, I think, is saying is when the verdict came in, when it's not going your way, you tend to see dozens of deputies all of a sudden in the room waiting for an emotional outburst or to tackle someone, and see all those deputies. So when I think back, that was a sign too, but I didn't really catch it at the time. I was just, everything happened so fast.
And that's because a few of the sheriffs told us that we think you win in the case. And I remember one especially commented and complimented, really, Max on one of his brilliant cross-examinations of the witness. You got that right.
Wow.
And
you remember who it was?
Now Mr. Botts is telling secrets. Mr. Botts, you don't remember anything.
Remember
He's
who the
telling
witness
secrets.
was?
Stop, Mr. Botts.
Can you say who the
said
witness
he
was?
made a great examination. That was not a secret.
Can you say who the witness was, just for the record, or?
No, it wasn't a witness. It was
No, he's saying,
or who the witness was that he cross-examined that the deputy complimented. We don't need the deputy's name.
Well, there was more than one, but there were several deputies that we got a good feeling from. The ones that were supposed to be guarding us, all of a sudden, I think became accustomed to, these guys are not any problem. They're not going to cause us any trouble. Right. And hopefully the jury picked up on that. Instead of somebody standing over them all the time, they'd actually talk with them and communicate, and they were humanized.
Right. And that was actually, I put some thought into that, and I will say we put some thought into that. And I will say that the deputies that were in there were so professional, but and this but is not saying that they weren't professional, but they were also human. And so anytime there was a friendly interaction between Shannon and law enforcement, even if they're just playing around, because we all knew each other at that point for so long, and there's a level of trust and respect between the deputies and my client and the deputies in Jeffrey. The more interactions that are just normal, and it just looks like these are not hardened guys, but guys that even in this situation are able to interact with law enforcement and smile and joking kid, I thought it was good. And we did have some of that. We did have some of that. And there needed to be some of that because, you know, no one could go a year plus or 2 years and just everything's law and order and strict regiment. That was just unrealistic.
Yeah. Ashley asked if did one of the jurors wear a Boys in the Hood shirt the day the verdict was announced? Did you notice that of all the details in the courtroom?
You know, I did notice it, and it didn't really stink. It was like I was like, oh, okay, but
Investigator Dennis, right? Who testified? Was it Dennis who testified
Right.
that he watched Boys in the Hood, and you know
Yeah.
that was some of he had cited that in testimony, and then it was like, oh, so
Right.
that's what informs your experience here is Boys in the Hood.
right.
But
Yeah.
okay, did
That was
anyone-
one of those clues that I could have probably picked up on, but again, I was on the verge of passing out. So
Yeah, and you know, I mean, all hell breaks loose after a verdict is read. I remember a judge I know in Orange County said that he was once ordered to duck under the bench by the deputies because all the family members in the courtroom were freaking out. What was it like in the moments after the verdict? I mean, this was celebration overall, wasn't it? Except for the victims' families, but I understand Drinks' family left pretty quick.
I don't honestly, I don't remember. I just remember hugging Shannon, and then I remember going to we spoke to the jurors, but it was kind of like I wasn't able to comprehend anything else that was going on around me at that point.
There was, I looked and there was no reaction because the visitors, the family and all that were told by the judge that I'm going to read the verdict and I want absolutely no outbursts or no emotion or anything like that. And they honored that. So you heard nothing come from them.
And I'll say this, I try to always mention this, and you know, I don't know if it will. I'm saying this in good faith and trying to help. I don't know if it does in any way, but the Drinks family, they showed up every day towards the end because that's when we were dealing with Mr. Drinks's death. And they've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And the Thomas family too. But I would see the Drinks family more because it's a small hallway. I mean, it's a small hallway and everyone's in there. We got girlfriends, we got victims' families, we got attorneys running around. We have everyone in this small hallway. And so I'd walk past them and I would always kind of acknowledge them, shake my head, and they would acknowledge me and they would smile and there was no animosity. And, you know, just a level of, obviously I'm doing my job, but some people don't take it that way. And the level of grace that some people show, it's just kind of blows my mind. And, you know, I wish that family nothing but the best.
Yeah. Wow. That's,
I didn't talk to them, but they seem like very nice people.
that's good to hear. Cause I mean, that had to have been such a stressful situation for everyone involved to have, you know, the victims and the
Right.
defendants all kind of right there in the mix. But it sounds like everybody there was never any major issue. It sounds like that day or any other days.
No, there was not at all. And we need to get to a place at the end of this, and I'm working on it. We need to get a place where the verdict is the verdict and all the back and forth and violence and street justice needs to stop.
Yes.
And we need to get to a point, and I don't know if we're there yet, where the jury's verdict is respected and we are rooting for everyone to move on, to be productive and successful. And that includes Shannon, that includes Kenneth Copeland, that includes Jeffrey, That includes Kelvin Watts. That includes the Drinks family, the Thomas family. And that's where I want, there's needs to be some healing, and I hope we get there.
And what is Shannon's current situation right now? Because he's not out, but he has some pending cases, but it looks like they're getting resolved. Can you update us on that?
I've encouraged everyone to, and I hope my tone is reflecting that, to be humble and move with humility, and because Shannon does still have some matters. They are nothing like this. Yeah. I've had preliminary discussions. The prosecutors I've talked to have been nothing but professional, and I'm hoping that maybe by the end of next week, we'll be able to resolve those. Now, there's also the matter of what happens to Shannon at the end of this, when he is released. And I had a very long conversation. I love having these conversations. We couldn't have conversation. Shannon always wanted to talk about his future throughout this whole trial for 2 years. And I kept cutting him off because A, I wanted to focus on the case, but B, I'm just superstitious, and I didn't want to talk about your future while we're facing 2 life without paroles plus 1 million years. I said, we got to win this. And so now we're at that point. So yesterday we had a long talk about his future. I'm not going to reveal the details, but let's just say it was a discussion about staying off of social media. That's not real life. Yeah. There was a discussion about moving forward, being humble, moving with positivity and love, and being a family man and being there for your children. And he's very much interested in doing that. He's had a tough life, so it's not, everything is not, when people are trying to kill you for 8 years, it's easy for me to say that, but the reality is we are now in a situation where he can be a father for his children. He can be a husband. He can be a great grandson, and we're just working out the logistics. And I hope he seizes this opportunity, and he knows he has us in his corner. So
yeah. And his kids were there in the courtroom for the verdict and sentencing. Were they?
Yes.
3?
4.
4. And some of them were teenagers. Or do you know how old they are? Various ages.
Various ages, but I would say, I think one of them might be a teenager now. Yeah. But they all love him dearly, and it's just a lot of, I don't know, man. It's a lot of good people. Even Miss Alexander testified. I don't know if that was the young lady whose gun. It was right. He was convicted of that one charge. It was registered to her, and we didn't even, in my closing, I didn't even fight that. That was for purposes of maintaining credibility with the jury. I didn't mention that because I didn't want to start arguing about something that was tough to argue. But my point, Miss Alexander, she shows up, and in some ways, she's had people were talking about her online, and she was showing up on those last days. She brought me a beautiful picture of me and Shannon that she got put on canvas. And she was just, and this is before the verdict came, and she was just so appreciative. And his grandmother was there, and she was so appreciative. And so there's good people in his corner. It's just there's a lot of complications in his life that we need to sort out. And I just want everyone to move forward in peace and love.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever been co-counsel with a client's wife before?
Oh, no.
Marriage, we have
And when I didn't mention Kayla, I didn't mean to leave her out. She's been very supportive too. The one thing that, I'm just trying, obviously she's excited about getting Shannon home. And, I'm just trying to temper her enthusiasm with let's just stay off social media and let's just take it slow and be humble and work this out the way it needs to be worked out, and good things will happen.
Yes. Yeah. And like you were saying, there's still some cases to resolve, but you're hoping by the end of next week to have some
I
good
hope
news.
so.
Some good news, or for him to be out, or either one would be great news, but you're hoping
Right.
for some resolution by end of next week, you said?
Right. Yeah, I'm hoping.
Yeah. Gosh. Well, so somebody was saying Mr. Kokomo must be in Miami, but he
there's some sort of art festival or something. My wife explained it to me.
Yeah.
Because I told Mr. Kokomo he doesn't need to go to Miami, and then my wife said, cut him some. My wife is like his defense attorney. She said, cut him some slack. He's Art. There it is. Art Basil. There it is.
Yeah. The jury interviews, we are all seeing the jurors talk. And did you watch the big 3-hour interview that Melanie did with it was one juror and 2 alternates, and there's been some other discussions, but I'm wondering if anything surprised you from these interviews at all.
I saw parts. You talking about the one that Shaq was on. I saw parts. I'm always worried about putting myself in an echo chamber. So a lot of people were saying online, ain't no way they're convicting, this is nonsense. And, I'm always more pessimistic. I was like, it's not that easy. We're not out the woods, but it was, and I was like, well, these are people that are following me, which means they're rooting for us. So it's self-selecting group that's making these comments. But it was actually surprising to me how similar the views of those jurors were with all the people that were saying things online. I mean, that was really.
Yeah. Oh, I see people saying Kokomo's in the chat. Jack, if you check if you check your Instagram DMs, there should be a link to get into the StreamYard if you can. But we'll wait for you here. But one thing the trial has revealed, especially in the end, was, I mean, the third car and really the fourth car in the drinks video was arguably a defensive smoking gun. And did you guys see it that way going forward? I admittedly have not watched your opening statement since opening statements, but how much did those cars, were they mentioned in the opening statements?
So first of all, Mr. Botts was the first one. He's gonna yell at me if I don't say this. Mr. Botts was the first one. Mr. Botts is really into cars, and he was the first one to really point out what we all eventually saw. But that being said, my recollection is opening statement, I said, you will see on video a client in the BP gas station having fun with his friends without a care in the world, nothing indicating that some homicide's about to take place. And then you will see a video from FedEx, and it's going to be grainy, but when it's all said and done, it will point to my client's innocence. I said something to that effect.
Okay.
But I didn't. I mean, Megan, sometimes, and the public might not completely understand that, and that was potentially part of my frustration, is sometimes you hold things in your pocket until it's time. And so the video and the intricacies of the video and the details in the video were something that I was holding. We never had any discussions about that with the state, trying to get a resolution, like, look at the video. We held that to ourselves.
And that was a strategy because we weren't sure exactly what the expert witnesses and all that were going to say.
Right.
And so we had our defense, but
Right.
he didn't portray it in the opening statement because that would have locked him in.
And also it would have potentially, you know, it would have potentially affected testimony of people later. And but
Yeah,
once
don't give away your
once
strategy.
right, and but once the ME gave her honest testimony and talked about the effects of that gunshot wound and immediately losing any ability to consciously move your body and such as moving your foot up and down. At that point, I was like, okay, we got what we need. It's a full go.
Yeah.
And so, but that's, I was holding on, you know, we were just kind of, you know, holding on to that one in our back pocket, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. I see somebody saying I should email Shaq the link. I don't have his email, but if he drops it in the chat, I'll try to get him the link.
Do people really want Shaq? Is that, I mean, really?
I think he's kind of the, you know, I think there are a lot of people who want to see him, but do you remember, I can't imagine you forgot about that, but I think it might still be my favorite moment in trial when Judge Glanville yelled at you, Attorney Botts, and you just kind of let it roll off your back. You didn't seem to mind.
It did roll off my back. He never bothered me and never has. And he knows that I've respected him as a judge, but that particular time he was really not doing right. He was out of order. I was trying to tell him something, and that had happened in the hall that was relevant to one of the rulings, and that was when he was getting into the rift with Brian also. And he said something like, I don't care for you anymore, or something like that. And I said, well, I don't care.
Yeah, that's
You
fine.
said, you said that's fine.
I
You
said,
that's
yeah,
fine.
I said, that's fine. If you want to feel that way, but I've done what I had to do.
And one of our supporters made T-shirts for all of us. And I think he's got a T-shirt that said, like, that's fine or something.
Well, it says, I don't care for you anymore, or something like that. And I had on the back of it, that's fine. But also I took up for Max in front of him too, at the beginning of the trial when he falsely accused Mac and Shannon.
The one day the cameras weren't there, I almost got locked up, and people don't know about that. But Mr.
Was that mentioned was there a filing about that? I seem to remember reading about this.
It was in my motion. What was it? The motion for mistrial with prejudice, where I laid out all my grievances. But I was accused of yelling at the judge in open court, and I didn't. And then apologies were demanded, and we went through this big thing about you're lying to the court, and I said no, you're asking me to lie to the court. And so we just went through this big thing, and Mr. Botts, without saying exactly what happened, Mr. Botts cleared it up eventually, and I was not locked up.
Yeah.
But I was right, and Max was right, and I had to do something and say something because I really at first was astounded that he was doing that to Max in front of everybody and accuse him of something that I know he didn't do and had nothing to do with. Shannon actually did it.
See that? Why would you say that?
Because I had to tell him that I've got to say this about Max and take up for him. So it may not go well, but I've got to do it. It's what's right.
And Shannon wanted to take responsibility for it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Let me just be clear. And I told Shannon, no, you're not going to take responsibility. And then so I was up there potentially going to get arrested. And finally, while I was up there, Mr. Botts and Shannon discussed it. And Shannon convinced Mr. Botts, or maybe Mr. Botts thought it was the right thing to do. He said what really happened.
Was that the start of a beautiful friendship between you and Judge Glanville? Is that what started it all? Would you say?
I like Judge Glanville. I don't know what happened in this case. I don't want to say anything bad about Judge Glanville. And I don't want to be petty. I felt like at some point I kind of became the dog that everyone kicks. And that's fine. I didn't mind that. In fact, in some ways, I think the jury picked up on that. And that was cool, actually. I was like, that's fine. But
yeah,
it just started to affect things when I couldn't ask questions on cross-examination. That's and everything was vague, no matter how specific I asked something. And so I never really was like, I think Investigator Gaither, I never really got to ask questions. And that was a little bit frustrating.
Now, just as somebody who watched the trial from afar, the change in judges really seemed to bring about a night and day difference in the trial and just how it was run. I mean, did you guys see that firsthand, and how were your lives affected by the new schedule the judge implemented?
Well, I'll tell you, it went from we're going at a leisurely pace and I am always prepared, because two things happened. Judge Whitaker came on and she did a great job, but she was strict, 9 to 5:30, 2 breaks and a lunch break. And the lunch was, an hour. But the other thing that happened shortly thereafter is all my friends, or most of my friends, their clients took plea deals. And so the overlooked part of that was not only that it eliminated quote unquote defendants, clients, but it eliminated defense attorneys. So the division of labor, like myself and Brian, we had a great division of labor going on. And all of a sudden, my buddy was gone, and Mr. Adams was gone, and the Matthews were gone, and Misty Williams was gone, and Gardner, all of them were gone.
Bruce.
And Mr. Harvey. And then I look over and it's just me and Doug and Mr. Botts and Chet. And that changed things, because it was all of a sudden a lot more was going to be on us, and we were the only ones. And so we just kind of looked at each other and said, I guess it's us. Let's do it.
And I think that probably the plea negotiations and all began when Judge Whitaker kind of told the prosecution, y'all have gone too far, and I may grant a mistrial here, which was what everybody was asking for at that time. And she said, I think y'all better have some discussions.
Yes.
And that is the only reason that we were actually brought together and able to communicate somewhat with the prosecution. So some of them were able to work out deals. And I think in the end, if you think back, is that a jury, they're not supposed to know what happened, because they're not allowed to read, see, or do anything. So if you look at it the way it should be looked at, is that they did not know about Thug pleading guilty.
Jeffrey
Williams and everybody pleading, getting deals, pleading guilty to this and that. They may have thought, when they came back in and saw only 2 left, and the judge had to tell them, you're not supposed to concern yourself with just what happened. There are just some of them that are not here anymore, and these are the only 2 left. Some of them may have thought that the cases were dismissed against the other people for lack of evidence or whatever. I don't know. And that would have helped us if they're saying, well, if all the rest of them are gone, what are we left with? Why are they still here?
I never looked at it that way. I thought that the jurors would assume that pleas were rendered, but and that can be a negative, right? Like, okay, these
guys are the worst of the worst if they're still here.
Or these other guys admitted and these guys aren't. But I kind of viewed it as, what, we're the, and I'm not throwing shade at anyone else, so please don't take it that way. I support everyone that came to a plea agreement, and the reality is we never had at all a reasonable offer. So that was the difference with us.
For the masses, the final offer was 60 years to serve 40, right? And it would reduce the murder counts to involuntary manslaughter. But I mean, so what? When you
voluntary, but I don't really want to reveal the numbers, but they were astronomical. Let's just
Yeah.
put it that way.
Yeah.
And so we never had any realistic thoughts of pleading. Of course you have to convey the offer, but we gonna fight. And so the way I looked at it is maybe the jurors, if they have doubts and they're on our side a little bit, maybe they're looking at it not like, oh, everyone else pled guilty because everyone's guilty, but dang, these two guys are standing up strong, and they've straightened their backs and puffed their chests out, and sometimes people like that.
Yeah.
And that's brave to do. And so I viewed it as a potential positive that we were the only two there.
Yeah, me too. And ironically, is that Shannon had said to me all along, I wouldn't even take probation.
Stop. Will you stop?
And he got probation.
Mr. Botts, man.
Getting into the gritty of the notes. I see somebody asked, and we've had a lot of requests for this. What was the street state's reaction for the verdict, other than just were their faces just or somebody run out of the courtroom? How did the prosecutors react when the verdict was read?
Ms. Botts, please don't answer this. If it's gonna be petty.
It wasn't.
No
reaction.
Please do.
I didn't pay any attention. Certain prosecutors came up to me afterwards and congratulated me, and that was very professional of them.
Yeah. Good. Who do you want to play you in the movie? Is there? I mean,
what movie?
It's not crazy to think that there could be some kind of creative venture on this. Have you guys had any contacts from anybody, or not that you would want to say, but is Hollywood called?
I'll say no, but I haven't really. I've got so many messages on my phone, and I'm playing catch up. Messages are coming in faster than I can really clear them. But no, I saw something on the internet where people were saying who's going to play who, and they had the transporter guy, and I was like, the transporter guy really does look like me.
Yeah,
maybe that guy.
Yeah,
someone put Matthew McConaughey. Oh man, my mother-in-law would go crazy if that happened.
I wanted to ask about, did you stay in touch with the other attorneys? Because they had to have been prepared for some of the witnesses that were coming up. So, I mean, were you talking to Brian Steele about other witnesses when they were coming up, and what his preparation was for that?
I talked to Brian Steele 5 times a day. And I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but the message that he always gave, Brian is a very high energy individual, and he's a very positive individual. And he would just say, stay strong. I am so proud of you.
Yeah. That leads me to somebody wants to know what it was like to work alongside him. I mean, it was terrible, right? You hated it. Or what can you talk about what it was like to work alongside him? And do you think he's one of the best trial lawyers in the country?
I think he is the best trial lawyer in the country. And the reason I say that is not because of what happens in court, is what happens out of court.
Yeah.
Being with him throughout this process made me better, because I said, how am I going to let Brian do that? And I'm not there with him. So you think a big thing discrediting investigator Viverito, 24M on an end's head. You think that just like comes out of nowhere? That's from Brian or someone else on the team scrolling through so much stuff to figure out exactly what Jeffrey was talking about at that moment, and then linking it up to something that was on the internet at that moment.
Yeah.
And
that's the little Uzi Vert diamond in the head.
And that's just one example, but there's so much stuff that if that time isn't spent outside of court, checking behind everything, that flies in front of the jury. And all of a sudden, Jeffrey's talking about ordering a hit. But it's all that out of court time, all the people you talk to, the amount of time that you spend with your client going through everything and fully understanding the case. That's what leads to those in-court revelations. And I was able to piggyback, especially dealing with we were able to piggyback, especially dealing with the gang investigators on a lot of those things that had come up earlier through Brian and Keith's efforts. And the team. Trisha Renard was the jury consultant. People were calling her YSL Granny, I think. But
your favorite gift, our lowest price. Join Whoop for only $1.99 for 12 months.
On the next level, but Trisha knew the discovery on the next level.
And Trisha was the woman that we always saw sitting next. Was she the woman sitting next to Young Thug?
Yeah, or next to Keith. Next
to Keith. And she used to be an ALM reporter, right? Wasn't she at the Daily Report? And,
yes.
The legal newspaper. So kind of
Right.
segued into legal work that way. But so, I mean, you all become kind of a dysfunctional court family when this all happened. So it had to have been almost kind of like a weird divorce when the other defendants left. But like you said, you were able to all stay in touch with everyone.
Right. And it was just complete support. Nicole Westmoreland would check on me daily. Lamar Gardner, Lamar, all we did the whole time was bicker, fussing each other the whole trial. And then as soon as he was done, he showed me what our relationship really was because he was checking on me.
Yeah.
So,
well,
and Bruce.
Ali from Tennessee says, watching you during the trial was fascinating. Your passion is one of a kind. I have so much respect, and I cried my eyes out when you and Shannon hugged after the verdict. God bless you. I know we've talked before that you black out in those moments and don't remember it. But I mean, his kids were in the courtroom. His grandmother was in the courtroom. Did you talk to them afterward, or what were those moments like after the hug and before was he taken back to a holding cell still, or how quick
he was and I didn't get to talk to him afterwards because I was just getting pulled in so many directions, but that's why I went out. What was it, yesterday, or I went the day after the verdict and we had a long talk. But his grandmother was there and his kids, and Kayla was there, and other young ladies that are his exes were there supporting him. But it's really not like, it wasn't a show or anything like that. It was, it was Miss Alexander, and there's another young lady, I don't really want to say her name, but she's known Shannon for probably 15 years, and they used to date, and she showed up. You heard her on some of the jail calls, and it was just everyone was getting along, and it was just, and I've tried to stress to Shannon the level of support he had.
Yeah.
Or has, so he fully understands that he's not alone.
Yeah. I see somebody say, and of course they're kidding here, but it does remind me of that when you get thrust into the national spotlight and as an attorney in these cases, I mean, are you getting offers to do out of state cases that really are kind of out of your repertoire, or how is your practice expanding here?
Well, I mean, this has happened. I think, I think that probably potential clients, even if they were impressed, they knew that I was very busy at that exact moment. So now, we'll see how things change. But I'm just so grateful that, the bottom line is in criminal defense, there's cases that you can do a A++++ job and still lose the case. Or, just the strength of the evidence, or, you know, one juror you got wrong. And then there's times where attorneys can do a D- job and win a case.
Yeah.
So it's just, I know the work that we put in on this case. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't satisfying to see the results reflect the work.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody says it was incredible watching how hard you worked, and it truly inspired me to put all my into what I do. And I saw some comments like about that with Brian Steele, that somebody just commented that, oh, when you see Brian in court, you know, he's always working on something. I mean, he would have like light moments with Young Thug here and there, but he always seemed like really studious and on that. And one thing, you know, maybe having televised trials will, you know, inspire the academic side of people more. Have you seen that? Because in the end, both of you guys went to school for a long time, right? I mean, it's a very academic job, what you do, reading and writing. You're in court a lot, but you have to know what to talk about, right?
It is. This case is a little different. Like if I were to say, typically, if someone asked me, what do you want, what trait should I look for in a criminal defense attorney? I would say you want someone that is humble. You want someone that is quick on their feet. But you also want someone who's likable. This case was a little different because it just had so many different legal issues that were very complex, and we got the RICO aspect of it, which, you know, I'd never done a RICO case, so I was trying to figure it out. So there was a lot of legal issues and case law and research that had to be done quickly and on the spot, that isn't necessarily present in a 1 week trial. And I'm a lot of the times when you were seeing Brian working, I'm going to assume that Brian was foreseeing legal issues that some of us didn't even see yet, and he was already trying to figure out the answers. So, you know, that's just how he is. He's always trying to figure out the next thing that's coming.
I see someone say, Kokomo says to check my DMs, but unfortunately, if it's a DM here on StreamYard, I can't access it. But if he checks his Twitter DMs or his Instagram DMs, there should be a link to the StreamYard thing. Unfortunately, I need to get a moderator for this to help me out a little bit more. But hopefully we can get him in here. I know everyone would love to hear from him. But and can you remind us all again how you know Mr. Kokomo and his role in the trial? I mean, everyone saw him as the exhibit guy, but
right. Well, he was, you know, he was a lot more than the exhibit guy, and you know, I give him a hard time when he'd mess up the exhibits in court, but it wasn't just the exhibit guy in court. He was putting in long hours, the days, the nights while we were in court, getting all the stuff together for the next day in court. So it wasn't just in court that he was just press and play. He was, because Mr. Botts, let's just say he's not the most computer literate. I definitely am not. Brian is not. So we needed, Shaq was very important. But I met him when he was probably 16 or 17. I was at the Fulton County Public Defender's office. And it was him and two other young men that had a summer internship, and they were supposed to spend like one day with me and then go with someone else. And they just kind of like hung out with me all summer. Everyone started calling the three of them my children. And then Shaq went to Georgia State for undergrad. So I would see him all the time, and he would stop by my office and we stayed in contact. And then, you know, when I was going private, when I said, okay, I need to go private, I called him. I said, hey, man, do you know how to design a website for me? And then it was, hey, man, can you take some pictures for me for my website? And so then that was more the artistic, creative side that he was in. And I knew he wanted to be in law school, go to law school, and then all of a sudden this indictment came down, and one of the people that worked with Brian, Griffin Lale, was going to law school. So it was like he was going to have to be replaced. And I said, Brian, I know this guy named Shaq. He doesn't have any legal training, but he's one of those guys that's like a jack of all trades. He knows how to do everything. And then all of a sudden he's on the team. It just happened like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's great. I saw him get on the interview with the jurors that Melanie did. But of course, one other interview that we've seen with the jurors is the alternate, who seemed to take a different stance on things and even indicated she might push a hung jury because of wanting to be not guilty. Did you anticipate that when you were over the trial? Because I mean, as you full well know, 12 people, or I guess it was 15 that you had, or 16, aren't going to all have the same opinion. Did you kind of sense who might be for and against you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were not super surprised when you heard that alternate talk?
No.
I was not.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I saw Thugger Daily say that I saw Thugger Daily say that it's the fact that she was an alternate is proof that God might be real. So, and that's all you have to focus on, right? Is that she was not on the jury.
Well, everyone's entitled to her opinion, and she sat for a year, so certainly she's entitled to her opinion. But we were aware of who the alternates were, and there was another alternate that I think would have been probably, if you asked me before the verdict, if I were to say who I want on the jury the most, it was another one of the alternates who I think was on the other show. She was off camera, but I know who she is. And I felt that she was our strongest juror, but she was just an alternate. So I knew that she wasn't going to take part in the deliberations, but so it cut both ways. We had people we liked that were alternates as well.
Yeah. See, somebody says, thank you, Max, for being a blessing to SB. And I know Doug Weinstein got into that in his closing about Diamante Kendrick, that you're up against the state, and of course he had help from a couple attorneys too, but in the end it was always just him up there. I mean, Diamante only had him, and it was the same situation with you two. So kind of the just the spotlight of the trial is able to kind of get you guys the thanks you deserve from around the
well, thank you. And Doug, I met Doug during this trial. I didn't know Doug beforehand. And Doug's openly said this was Doug's first criminal case, which is ridiculous.
Not just first criminal trial. He'd never done a criminal case before.
No, I think it's first criminal trial.
Okay.
But he's had like 100 different jobs, and he just recently became a criminal defense attorney. But when we were planning the closings, we wanted 2 hours, but the judge said she was going to give the state 6 hours. So the way myself and Doug, we talked about it, and I knew Doug wanted to kind of give a more touchy-feely, humanizing closing. So the understanding was I was going to use some of his time, and I was just going to go through everything I had to say about every piece of evidence.
Yeah.
And in the midst of that, of course, I was going to talk about the Donovan Thomas case where our clients were tethered. So what I said, attacking the credibility of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary and the lack of corroboration and the investigation and McDonald's video and all that stuff, was going to apply to Yak as well. So then Doug was able to kind of focus on more of the closing he wanted to give, which was more of the emotional side, which I thought was very effective.
Yeah, that's what I told Doug before the closing that day. that morning, I said, you know, just be yourself. They like you the way you are. Be yourself. Don't listen to what other people have told you about how to do a closing or what to say. You just do what you feel is best. And he thanked me after it was over, and obviously he did a great job. And Max did an unbelievable job.
Well, thank you, but
well, I say this because he knows that I'm retiring.
This is the last rodeo.
Well, I'm ready to go out now, but I was practicing law before Max was born. But I have seen, I have seen what a great lawyer that he is, because we first met on this trial.
Oh, really?
And at first, I was impressed at his amazing memory. When we first met at the jail, he was able to get on the computer and go through and tell Shannon all the witnesses that were in the case, all the co-defendants. I said, how did you know all that? And he had probably only read it one time and knew it. And he's got a photographic memory toward people and events and stuff like that. I'm more of knowing more about people than about the law. But he's just been a great lawyer, did an unbelievable job, and I would not put anybody above him as the best, other than right now, he is the best there is. And so I am more than glad to refer all my future business to Max, as long as it pays.
Well, you know, going back to Doug, I think Doug, and thank you, Mr. Boss, that was sweet.
You will.
But going back to Doug, I think Doug probably would have, you know, I think the jurors said, oh, Max was going to fight for Shannon. And that's true. But Doug was the right person to give the emotional thing, because I think if there was a popularity contest, not who's going to fight, not, you know, who's the smartest, but just who do we like the best? Who's the nicest guy? I think Doug probably would have won that vote to the jurors. So, so I think Doug was the right person to give that part of, and I think I was the right person to give we're going to fight the evidence part.
Yeah. I always say you can't really decide if a closing argument is good or bad until after the jury verdict comes back, right?
Well, that is true. That is true.
It was the best
Although when you're sitting there waiting on a verdict, you know, there's so many things that you're like, oh, I wish I said that. I wish I said that. I wish I said that. Especially after you hear this. You know, George, for the people listening, George is a little different. You know, we did not call any witnesses. So in some states, we would have had the last closing. So we would have had the last word. But Georgia, I think that it used to be that way in Georgia.
It used to be.
But Georgia changed the law, so the state always has the last.
Yeah, always has the last.
Nerve-wracking, right? So it's nerve-wracking when you try to condense, because you know you can't talk for 2 days, so you try to condense it and focus on what's important. But then something that you left on the cutting room floor, like when the state tried to say that Shannon cleaned the car because there was little drops on the. Now I knew that was from the application of the tint when they spray the window, and you know that was one of those things that I didn't talk about because just time constraints. That was one of the things I didn't think was that central that needed to be discussed. But then the state saying, "Oh, he tried to wash the car and look at the marks on the car." And I knew that wasn't the case. I knew what that was. And I was like, man, I should have said that. But, you know, it's always hindsight 2020 with those things.
Yeah. Well, I do see that we have the world famous Mr. Kokomo in the queue. So I'm gonna bring him
All right.
Say thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry for the miscommunication here, but we've got him in the chat, Mr. Kokomo with the U. It's not all O's in there like the Beach Boys wanted to do.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me in here. What's up,
Yeah,
Max?
Introduce yourself. Can you? I think a lot of people were really touched by your immediate reaction to the verdict, because you know we can see your face the whole time as Shannon and Max are hugging, and you're obviously tearing up. I mean, can you take us inside that moment? What was going on?
Honestly, like what it was for me. Like this was probably one of the most emotional trials that I've ever been through, witnessed, and like getting real close with Shannon, getting real close with Max, Bots, and also Doug, and Diamante, where like, wow, all this argument, all this time spent. I mean, like one thing I can say is, like, I think Max brought it up earlier, how he knows the discovery inside and out. All the hard work Max has done and Bots have done, like honestly, like an accumulation of all that and getting him not guilty on the charges. Like some of the charges were I mean, hard.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
tough, though.
That somebody asked us to go back to the summer, and I'm sure the answer is great, right? You guys are all happy when Brian was arrested for contempt. He deserved it, right?
Well, that was like
Obviously,
another
that
blackout. Yeah, that was like another blackout moment for me, because I have like no recollection. All I remember is me taking Brian's possessions and texting Colette, but I don't really. That was just one of those, I guess, stressful moments that your brain doesn't retain it.
Did you think that at that moment in time, I mean, you're not thinking about, oh, in 6 months there's going to be a verdict and this is all just going to seem so silly, but how do you compare that moment in the trial to the acquittals and where you are now?
It was, I mean,
is good.
Nothing compares. I think the Brian being held in contempt, what that did is that drew a lot more attention to this case. It was already a high profile case, but it just got out of control at that point. And it became, we became the side that everyone was rooting for, it seemed, or most people were rooting for. And that is a unique experience, and it can't be quantified what that means. But I just felt, it just gave me a sense that things are going to work out when the public was behind us so strong.
Yeah.
It just felt like it was going to work out.
But also, it was the beginning of the reason the judge was recused. That was the beginning of it. That started the whole matter. That changed the whole trial.
Yeah.
Everything about it. Brian was all of a sudden a hero for standing up for what was right. And a new judge came in and everything changed, as Max has already said. So it was, I didn't like to see it at all. But as it is, he stood up for right, and he's been upheld by everybody as being exactly what he is, just a preeminent lawyer and just somebody that was right and knows the law and did what was right. And the Court of Appeals, threw it right out and said, this is not contempt. And then all of a sudden they wound up essentially getting us a new judge, which just turned everything around.
Yeah.
So I have to correct, if he had not stood up like that for his rights, we might have been still on trial for another year. I don't know.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And what I saw when the increased attention that this got, we had the original trial watchers, a lot of lawyers and just people around the country became interested in just the idea that a lawyer had been jailed for contempt like that. But then we had the true crime online crowd seem to start paying attention to the trial. But then there's also the conservative MAGA crowd that's upset about Trump's prosecution in Fulton County.
Right.
And it seemed like they really started paying attention to this. So we had this kind of, I don't know if the right word is beautiful, but it was such a diverse group of people against this case. It was like, wow, that's remarkable. But I wanted to get to a comment here. Coco's Mo is going to make a great lawyer. He has some of the best teachers. And can you talk about how, I mean, obviously this case has only inspired you further, right, Jack, to pursue being a lawyer. Where are you in that? And have you taken the LSAT yet?
So I've already taken the LSAT. I did great on the LSAT. Right now, honestly, I'm just waiting for my letter of recommendations from Max.
I've been busy, Shaq. I've been busy. I'm good. I'm
waiting on my letter of recommendations. I will be submitting all my applications honestly in the next couple of days once those are kind of done. And how this trial has kind of impacted me. I know a lot of people say it all the time where it's like, you've been on a trial for over a year and you've honestly gotten more trial experience than a lot of people in law school. So learning like how to argue different motions, how trial procedures actually work real life. I mean, I think I can classify this as like trial 101, like a trial 101 class.
Oh yeah, you already have more trial experience than probably some of your law professors. So somebody says, am I missing something? Why did the state just kind of jump over the third car? And maybe that's the kind of question that they're talking about right now in their case review meetings or something. But why did the state jump over the third car that pulled up before the U-turn? I've heard others say this too. Because to be clear, there was the third car that pulled up, and then the fourth car behind it is the one that you did the U-turn. But
it's really the fourth car and the fifth car, right?
Okay.
Because there's three of the right. I don't know, but I mean,
yeah, I mean,
they make their own decisions, but you know, we didn't ignore that. So that's
how surprised were you, or how excited were you when during the direct examination when they weren't really addressing that? And Al Hogan even said, "Oh, that's kind of odd that it did that, but didn't expand." Did you see that as a gift to you, or?
Well, that's why, and I don't want to sound ungrateful because that's not my point, but that's why I was kind of like, man, I wish people would stop sending me this information because I know it. But at the same time, if I respond and say, I know, the one thing I know, the state's following my Twitter, right? So if I say, I know, then they know I know. So I was just holding in the back pocket, and that's all it was. And, you know, I don't know if people didn't realize it. I don't know if you know, they were making a strategic decision. I can't speculate on that, but you know, I thought it was interesting. And Detective Hogan, I don't, first of all, he's a very nice man.
Seems like it.
And I think he's a good detective. But I think, and he's very honest too. If you saw him on the stand, when I asked him questions, he didn't, you know, turn it to something else. He answered my question. And I just think one thing that happened in this case, which was unfortunate, was they didn't have the video, and except a FedEx employee had the video, and it was just described to the detectives what the video showed. And so no one in law enforcement saw the video before arrest warrants were taken out. And I thought that was
wow, yeah,
where everything went sideways, because obviously the FedEx video, I mean, the FedEx employee was just like, yeah, 3 cars pulled up on the light and, you know, 1 car didn't move anymore. So that's where things went wrong on that case, in my opinion. And, you know, I made sure that we tried to bring that out to the jury. But yeah, so I can't answer what they were thinking, but you know, we knew what the video showed in our mind, and it was just a matter of conveying it to the jury.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little reluctant to bring this one up just because of the last part, because Adrienne Love is clearly not stupid. She has a lot of problems with her, but she's not stupid. But do you have a favorite witness? My favorite witness personally, when I think back on it all, was Sammy from McDaniel Street. But is there a witness that you found most entertaining? I mean, it's hard for you to find witnesses entertaining when this is a serious job for you, but is there someone that stands out to you as your favorite?
I think I have one.
Okay. Go ahead, Shaq.
Honestly, I can't remember his name because it was so early in the trial, but I think it was, and Max, you could kind of like jump in, the guy who was incarcerated and then begged Judge Glanville to be sent back to prison and kept begging.
That was D'Angelo White.
Yeah, D'Angelo White, I think.
Oh God, yeah.
You know,
and that we had a little lesser experience watching it online because he wasn't on camera, but it almost kind of added to it because you could hear his chains shaking and stuff as he's like, I mean, that was pretty remarkable. Would you say that one, Max, or
no? You know, and people are gonna think I'm crazy, but I really want things to work out for Mr. Copeland.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's happened in the past. I know that, I've said in my closing that this is a sick game.
Mhm.
And he's someone that was put in a very bad situation. And he came to court and he tried to make the best of the bad situation he was in. But I think I mentioned this earlier, but he clearly loves his daughters, which is I'm always going to respect that. So I just want him to succeed. As odd as that sounds, because
You accused him of murder.
well, and and quite honestly, the lies he told in that interrogation room probably caused about 4 months of work for me. But
And arguably it led to this case. I mean, there were a lot of statements, but so much of this case just seemed built on those statements.
But I've never been in that situation either.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, give him the grace. And because I think what he did say in front of the jury, really, he said it in front of America, which is that way of building this case with just taking people that are at their lowest and just, taking what they say as gospel when they're clearly trying to save themselves. That's just not the way to get to the truth. And so I appreciated that, and I really hope the best for him.
Yeah.
And I have it on good authority, despite the fact that we went like this in court, that we're good, and I wish him the best.
Yeah. Yeah. I see somebody say, and I've heard this saying before, yesterday's price is not today's price. But of course, being a criminal defense attorney and wanting to represent the clients that you want to represent, unless you just want to represent a bunch of, people accused of white collar crime in federal court, you're not looking to jack up your rates a bunch because of this, right? I mean, you have to deal with the clients that you have, right?
There's easier ways to make money than criminal defense. I'll put it like that. So I don't think too many of us are in it, just for the money. So I'm so appreciative of just the recognition that people have given me, especially, and the sad thing is, and I'm going to stick up. I was a public defender for many years, and I dealt with my cases as a public defender exactly the same way I dealt with this case. And Shaq will tell you that, because Shaq worked with me at the public defender's office. Sometimes, unfortunately, I'm not saying all public defenders are great or all are bad. It's a mixed bag, just like private attorneys. But sometimes, unfortunately, I've had big wins as a public defender where no one noticed. No one had any idea of what happened in court. And also sometimes when you don't charge and you're free, it's just assumed you're lesser. So just having this recognition, it just means the world to me that we were able to get a favorable outcome, and the outpouring of support is just unbelievable. So I'm very appreciative of that.
Yeah. I'm going to bring up a question here that reminds me of a comment Judge Whittaker made when she seemed to be referring to some of the online stuff when she talked about people just getting into the details of the trial. But for sure, all the trial watchers know all the details of the case. And somebody Michelle is saying she calls BS on a gun ever even being thrown out of the car. And it says it would have been obvious from the helicopter footage. And of course, this is the gun that Shannon was the only conviction that he had. And can you talk about how you addressed that? And you had so much to deal with the overall murders. What was the defense on this?
I didn't address that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you kind of just acknowledged it.
Well, yeah, I didn't even acknowledge it. I did in my closing argument. I didn't cross-examine any witnesses. I mean, here's the thing. I knew that there was not a mandatory minimum on the gun charge. Even with the recidivist, I knew that Judge Whitaker had the ability to sentence Shannon to time served on it. And Shannon was facing 2 separate murders with life without parole, mandatory on each one. RICO, 20 years, gang charges, another 20 years per gang charge, other gun charges. It was 2 life sentences plus probably 300 years.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blow my credibility on this whole case in front of the jury, arguing that a gun that's registered to Miss Alexander that was found by the police allegedly at Meadowlark Lane, I'm not going to blow my credibility for everything else I said to argue that point. So
Right.
I didn't get up there and say, okay, find my client guilty of count 64, but I didn't mention it at all. And that was very intentional, because that was not a fight I wanted to wage. And that was a fight that we could afford to lose.
Kind of an example of, well, you need to focus on the details, like stuff like this. You also need to focus on the bigger picture. And if you're worried the details are going to cloud the bigger picture, it's kind of best to leave it out. Somebody wants to know where the watch is. I know this was Doug's thing, but
I didn't.
Yeah.
I had so much going on. I didn't have time to worry about the watch. I know that was Doug's thing. I don't know. And I don't like making accusations. My understanding is the watch is missing, but beyond that, I don't know anything about the watch. And quite honestly, probably the one part of the discovery that we don't know about at all is the whole watch saga, because really the search of Mr. Williams' house had absolutely nothing to do with shit. So I just wanted to make it clear that, when that came up, Shannon wasn't there, and none of the guns seized had anything to do with anything Shannon's charged with, and that's it. And so I wasn't worried about the watch.
Yeah. Somebody just wants to say you're all amazing. Thanks for fighting.
Thank you.
The good fight. But I know
And let me can I say one other thing that kind of goes along with the watch, because I feel compelled to say it. A lot of people, there's certain prosecutors that were on this case that are good people. And I know that people are caught up because people direct message me. People are caught up with the drinks, cell phone dump, and think that, because it was on Mr. Abadi's computer. Let me clear this up.
Yeah.
I messed up when I was cross-examining Detective Hogan. I misspoke and said they never collected the phone. They did. Detective Hogan is such a nice guy that he agreed with me. So it wasn't something that was hidden. It wasn't something hidden that everyone caught on Abadi's computer. They handed that over. So that was something that I created just through a mistake. In Detective Hogan, because he's such an agreeable guy, he agreed with me, but that was incorrect. So, and then with the watch thing and certain, there was rumors about certain DAs. None of that has any legs at all. So, there were good people on the other side. I got to know Mr. Atkins is one of the kindest prosecutors you will ever meet.
Yeah.
And he's good. Miss Hilton,
he had a way of crystallizing things.
Right. And I've known Miss Hilton for some time, and I had a strong disagreement with Miss Hilton once about a case, like a real visceral disagreement with her. And so it's not like I've never disagreed with her, but Miss Hilton's a good person, and she's a good prosecutor. So I hate that some of the negativity that's been thrown their way. I think this was a bad case to bring. I didn't agree with it. I'm so happy that we won. I think justice was served, but I just don't want to disparage groups of people. Because a lot of the things that we're assuming it's not 100% accurate.
Well, and it reminds me, as a reporter, you learn this, of course, is no matter how obvious something is, it's just a basic fairness to call the people involved to get comment. But then just because something seems obvious and the proof is there in the documents, there could be another explanation, like you said, for this cell phone dump. It's like, well, the reason the cell phone dump is there is because there actually was a cell phone dump, and there was basically just miscommunication. Right. Or, I mean, Al Hogan perjured himself to
well, no,
he
didn't perjure himself. He basically, I was incorrect, and he's just such a good guy. He assumed that I was correct.
Oh, okay.
And so he went along with it, and you know, then I talked to Simone afterwards, and she was like, you know, you weren't right about that, and I was like, oh dang, I wasn't. Okay. And so I unintentionally created that whole situation.
Well, gosh, man, they're exhausting on there. They're a busy bunch, and they've got a lot to talk about. So I wonder what the posts are going to be like that about now. But yeah, that, like you said, it was one challenge to kind of deal with all that, having all those people adding you all the time and wanting to give you advice. But Mr. Bott, I don't know, I can't remember if we addressed this, but did you have a favorite witness or most memorable witness?
Well, I mean, certainly I'd have to agree with him that Woody was the most entertaining. But other than that, I didn't have a favorite witness because they were all against us.
Well, that's not true.
Well, I know, but I mean, the fact witness is a fact witness, and I appreciate them saying a fact, but that doesn't make them a favorite. But no, you have to put them all in the same category, really. And if they're a favorite, that's because they're telling the truth. But if they're not telling the truth, it's hard for them to be a favorite.
One of my other favorites was when I call her Polka. That's her nickname. That's Taisha Alexander. You know, I kind of soft pedaled it. I was like, and then, you know, these people tried to rob you on March 9th, 2022, and then you shot at them. And she said, no, I shot them. And I was like, okay. And, you know, but she was, I mean, I've seen a video of that incident. She was 100%. It was 100% self-defense. It was ridiculous what led to it. But she was quick to correct me. No, I didn't shoot at him. I shot him. So
she was also the first one to say that, yes, I know Shannon. He's the best thing. I mean, I'm the best thing he ever had.
I'm the one of the prettiest girls he's ever had. Now, I appreciate somebody who had to watch this online. Appreciate the fact that the microphone or the camera hadn't actually cut in when she said that, and Simone repeated it for the record for us at home. She said, "Oh, talk, girl. You said you're the prettiest girl he ever had." It's like, oh, thank you, Simone. We needed that. Light moments like that. But like Mr. Bott said, it's hard to like these people or be too entertained by them when they're overall not good witnesses for you, or supposedly on paper they're not supposed to be good witnesses for you. But this was a funny moment. What about Woody asking Jeffrey a question while on the stand?
At Publicis Sapient, digital is in our DNA. For 30 years.
Oh, that was funny, and it was. You know, these guys were, to keep their spirits up. Like, I could just imagine being in their situation and just being like, just stiff. And I remember when, you know, and the backdrop of this is, oh, Kenneth Copeland's testifying and he's coming to bury us. And like, it's time to fight. And he turns and says, I don't know, Jeffrey, whatever the question was, he says, ask him. And it was just a funny, and I just saw Jeffrey just start laughing.
I think it was the rich homie. Are you still cool with Rich Homie?
Right.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know, ask Jeffrey. Jeffrey, are you cool with Rich Homie? And Jeffrey just busted out laughing. And then that was kind of gave everyone else the ability to laugh too.
Yeah. You know, one thing that struck me early on in the trial, and I think it was during Tick's testimony, was in the end, I mean, all these guys were really good friends. They all grew up together. And with Tick's probation and Young Thug's probation, I mean, they're not supposed to have any contact with each other. And we heard that reiterated during Pee Wee Roscoe's plea hearing yesterday. And that's going to be the same with Shannon. I mean, how is that for them? And because in the end they were friends, right? Is that something that you've talked about with Shannon? Just the fact that he can't talk to him for all these years?
Well, actually, Shannon does not have those conditions on his probation. He doesn't
Oh,
have
because
any of
it's
those
not a
special
gang charge, right? Because it's just a
Right.
gang charge, so it's not a
No, he
gang
doesn't
charge.
have any special conditions. So
Okay.
he does, but Shannon's not trying to try. Shannon's moving on.
Yeah.
But you know, with all these guys, part of preparing with Brian is, you know, you talk to everyone. And a lot of these guys, it's just like this stuff from when they were, you know, they're 30, they got kids, they're trying to get a job with their record. I mean, that wasn't that who it was Mr. Stevens, Tick. That wasn't when he was saying I'm tired, that wasn't like an act. Like he was working all day and all night and then coming to testify and he's
Yeah.
just trying to get a normal life and they were all being dragged into something from when they were 15, 16, 17. And, you know, and that's why I disagreed with Mr. Botts a little bit about all the witnesses were, you know, against us. I think that a lot of these guys were just in a tough situation and they needed to do what was right for them. But I don't think that they came to bury us at all. And it was just, and I felt bad for them. I felt bad for them being in that situation where, you know, they have to say certain things to get out of jail. It just, it never sat right with me. And, you know, Mr. Stevens, I got to know, Mr. Murphy, I got to know, and so many others. And, you know, I just felt bad for the situation they're in now. And if I could do anything to help any of these people, I would. And
Yeah.
we all would.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up another issue here. The constitutional right to a speedy trial shouldn't just be the time to bring a case, but the duration of the trials. The state shouldn't be able to bankrupt 99.9% by prolonging the case. Is that an issue that you had? I mean, clearly you're not in this for the money. No defense attorney could have been doing this case for the money, but in the end, you got to eat and pay your mortgage, and having a huge long trial like this had to have been a drain on everyone's resources. How did you guys deal with that?
I'm not going to let you answer this, Mr. Botts. No, we don't want Mr. Botts. Don't answer this. Don't answer this. Don't answer this. Mr. Botts has like a garage full of 20 cars. Money's not to get you with Mr. Botts. But I mean, it's just a commitment that you make. I'd be lying if I thought it was going to last 2+ years. What really went sideways was the jury selection. We went through 2,000 witnesses.
Crazy.
And then we only got up to 500 to pick the jury. So we wasted 6 months probably going through those other 1,500 jurors. And that's, you know, that's 6 months when you're at work supposed to be making money. So, but it's a commitment. Like you make that commitment and you stick by it, you know, thick or thin. And, you know, I knew that by the time I was getting on the case that it was going to be a RICO. Some of the other attorneys, if you think about it, they might not even realize it. I don't know this to be a fact, but like the Matthews, they represented Mr. Huey beforehand. So they might have just been signing up for an armed robbery. And then all of a sudden it's indicted differently and he's on this massive case.
Yeah.
But they stuck with him, which is beyond admirable because they could have tried to get off, but they stuck with him.
Yeah.
And they weren't the only attorneys. So there was a lot of sacrifice that attorneys made, and definitely I'm not at the top of the list, but there was a lot of sacrifices that other attorneys made for clients that should not go unnoticed.
We did talk about this earlier, just kind of the ripple effects of your defense attorney skills here affecting the other cases, but we're reminded that 6 defendants had their RICO charges dropped today. And I know we talked about this earlier, but I mean, obviously that's a good thing, right? I mean, you're happy to see that.
I am. Unfortunately, you know, several of those people are already doing life sentences. So that might have been part of the calculation. I know Mr. Myrick is already doing a life sentence. Mr. Blaylock, Mr. Blaylock is already doing a life sentence. I'm not sure about Khalif Adams.
Yeah.
But so that's sad. You know, I was sad for Lil Rod. Just seeing him in there, you know, with his GED book, studying for the GED during the trial, and you know, he's got an appeal pending. So I'm hoping for the best for Lil Rod, because I mean, he was so young. But you know, it's sad. There's a lot of lost life, either through death or through incarceration, that just emanates from this trial.
Yeah. Somebody's asking about closings, and what I noticed was, just based on the jury's questions, I mean, Hilton's closing was somewhat effective in that the jury seemed to be focusing on the stuff that she brought their attention to. It just wasn't enough jurors. What did you think about the closing? Well, I guess it was technically the rebuttal that she gave, but what did you think about that?
I thought she made a good closing. However, I think she made it too late in the trial. I think that, well, I don't mean the closing too late, but I think it was too little too late, or too much too late, whatever. I think the jury had pretty much already made up their mind a lot after Max, and during the duration of having to sit there all that time. And they pretty much told us that when we went back in the back. But overall, I think she made a good closing, a lot better than the other prosecutor.
Well, what I thought was important, she gave a very passionate closing. I knew what she was doing. I was hoping that the jurors saw it the way I was hoping they were going to see it, which was, you know, it was essentially, and it was great, but it was kind of like a Hail Mary to try to make up for lost times, as Mr. Box was saying. But with that emotional appeal, I thought it was, I'm probably going to mess up my dates, but my recollection is that was right before the Thanksgiving break. So I was concerned about if that emotional appeal was made and then the jurors were going to like immediately decide, but they had the Thanksgiving break to kind of bring them back to reality and let that emotional appeal kind of dissipate and get back to the evidence. And once I knew that we were into that Thanksgiving break and they were going to be thinking on it, I felt a lot better about the situation.
Yeah. And somebody says the way, this is Queen Valerie, says the way Bots feels about the witnesses is how we feel about the state. They were against the men we were fighting for. I love you, Bots. But the
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, oh, and I think the answer to this is clearly no, but can you help with getting Mongtonk out? I mean, is there any kind of appeal options for him on this probation revocation that landed him in prison for 5 years?
I think that there may be. It's not lost on me that he's serving about as much time as anyone that was on this case at this point. And it's sad because it seems like, as a Judge Whitaker acknowledged, that he was kind of turned the page in his life already and was doing what he was supposed to be doing. So I think that there's probably something that can be done. I don't think it's necessarily, it would be a little bit messy for any of the attorneys involved in the case to be the ones that argue for him. I think that there's probably some conflicts.
Yeah. And somebody asked about how, let me see if I can pull it up. How does it feel being defense attorneys and the public being on your side? Last question, I promise, but we'll do that one as I find the other one.
It's a good way for me to go out and retire. I really appreciate it. I couldn't have asked for anything better. And Max has got many more victories, and I hope that his last case is kind of like Ted Williams hitting a home run in his last at bat. I hope Max can do this.
Oh, Megan gets that baseball reference.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
She's a big baseball fan.
Yeah. And you've done so many trials in Georgia, and it seems like they have really open camera rules. Had you done high-profile cases that were really big deals in Atlanta, or was this just the biggest case that you'd had?
Me?
Yeah, Mr. Botts. Had you had?
Well, I worked on the Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil down in Savannah with Jim Williams.
Oh wow! Well, when was that? What trial was that?
A long time ago.
Yeah, that sounds. And I know you probably can't talk about this too much, just not directly being their attorneys, but how does the verdict impact the others who are at the store? I mean, or the others who are charged in this? I mean, I guess the answer is it could lead to the negotiations that we saw. We just saw some charges dropped, but I mean, if Demekion Garlington goes to trial, the fact that these two were acquitted isn't going to come in, is it?
No, that won't come in. The disadvantage that they have now is kind of I've played the card, so they're going to have to deal with that. But at the same time, at least for Mr. Farley, there's not some of the other potentially difficult pieces of evidence that they have to deal with. Mr. Farley has, to my knowledge, no record at all. He was just someone who made clothing and would show up at the studio and get people to wear the clothing and then sell the clothing. He was just a young entrepreneur. And, I've gotten to know him, and he's just an everyday guy. And somehow he's in the middle of this situation. So I feel for him. I got to say hi to Demekion the other day when we were waiting on a verdict.
Yeah.
Just to give him a little interaction with someone, because he was waiting on his attorneys. And I wish everyone the best. I mean, nothing is going to be gained through wrongfully incarcerating people. And so we just gotta, I'm hoping for the best, and I just hope everyone involved can move forward.
Yeah, please. Somebody has a question for you, Mr. Kokomo. What have you taken away from this trial for the future? I mean, we were talking about earlier, I think you have more trial experience than any law professor that you're sitting in front of now. Maybe not. But yeah, what are your big takeaways?
Specifically from this trial, I think it's trial etiquette, trial procedure, and what to really focus on and how to really argue and what works. I think my favorite part of this trial, all in all, and it had to come at the end, was talking to the jurors to see what disadvantages and advantages we all had as attorneys, from the prosecution side to the defense side, what certain prosecutors did and what certain defense attorneys did that really influenced them and built all in all the case. So trial procedure, I think, is kind of the biggest thing, like how to file motions, what goes on motions, what case law, what you should do. One thing I loved about Brian is how particular he was with case laws and how to find case laws that apply to certain rulings. So
yeah, that's the key. Lawyers are nothing without actual law to cite. So if you can get some ammunition for your arguments, you're even better there. So somebody wants to know how you maintain sanity during the Glanville and Love era, and I'll expand on this by saying, is there something to be said that just the chaoticness of that of that period and all the comfort breaks that Glanville had, which the jurors, as we've seen in their interviews, clearly did not like, did that actually kind of benefit the defense because it just emphasized how chaotic the prosecutor's case was? Or would you have rather have just had Judge Whittaker on the case the entire time?
I think that there were advantages for it happening the way it happened. Yeah. I was actually surprised that the jurors didn't really put together what happened, what was behind the judge change, because we got into the ex parte in front of the jury, briefly. And I thought that they had picked up on it. I could tell by looking at the jurors that, and I already touched upon this, that they did not always appreciate the way that defense attorneys were being treated. I think in particular myself and Brian, and I could see it in their face. So part of me was okay with that because we were the underdogs at that point. Mm-hmm. But I was just surprised that they didn't pick up on it. But, I think it worked out the way it was supposed to work out. Certainly if having Judge Whittaker take over, it added more structure, but it also sped things up.
Yeah.
And that was fine when it was 8 of us, but when it became Mr. Botts, myself, and Doug and Shaq against the whole state, then that speed was a little bit hectic at times.
Yeah. What was the discussion like when you decided not to call any witnesses? Was there much of a discussion that, hey, maybe we have some stuff we should put on, or did you just decide we don't want to keep these people here any longer?
There were some things that we could have brought out. There was some things about the McDonald's video that we had a witness ready to testify about that. There's a great, ironically, I went to high school with this gentleman, Eric Nielsen. I don't know how we both end up in the same place professionally, because we both went to a small public high school in Connecticut where there was like 250 kids in the whole school. And somehow we end up through the universe ending up on cases together constantly, just organically. And we had him. He was going to come in and testify as an expert in the history of music and hip hop. But
crap, I don't know what's happening with the feed. I actually just lost the feed. So let me try and get it back. I apologize. I'm over here having issues. I don't know if it's me or what. So let's see. MEGHAN. All right. I apologize, people.
Fiction. It's too expensive to remodel your bath. Fact. With Bathfitter's tub over tub process, you'll get the bath.
Specify Yak, but sorry, do you know if he can make music with Yak?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
See if we can get Doug on to
I really hope that in the future, because Shannon wants to get into music too, and I just really, and he still has dreams of, and I know that it might not be for everyone, but people like Lizard Walk. I thought it was catchy, but I've just talked to Shannon. I say, man, you got a unique story now. You stood up against the state of Georgia in the longest trial, and there's so much. You have a story to tell, and it's so much more interesting than ops and AKs and shooting people and ha 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 homicide and all the rest. And I was like, you know, tell your story, man. Don't tell the story that everyone wants you to tell or they say is in style, because you know you're 30, man. You got kids. Tell your story. So I'm hopeful that Shannon and Yak continue to be creative and enjoy making music, but I'm hopeful that they grasp their stories and they're faithful to their stories.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that would be great. I can't even imagine the viral insanity that would ensue if he wrote a song about the trial. If there was like a Judge Glanville reference and a Judge Whittaker reference and a Christina Weaver reference, I mean, people would it would be insane.
I'm pretty sure we're going to get some references from one of these artists.
Yeah, yeah. And then another question I think I can answer. That's yes, right? You went to University of South Carolina, the USC of the South.
The real USC.
Yeah.
Also, the most overlooked team by the college football selection committee.
Oh, right. Go Ducks.
I can't believe that we are being left out of the playoffs, it appears. But yes, I'm a proud University of South Carolina Gamecock.
Yeah, I'm Georgia.
Oh, and again, did you hear about some of the actors the public chose? You know, people drop in and drop out. So we addressed this earlier, but you've seen the movie lineups that people have made for the trial, right?
We have.
Approve of, don't approve. Gosh, what else should we cover? I don't want to just keep. I feel like we really could just stay here all day talking about this, but we've already been.
I just want the public to know that we really appreciated all the support. Of course, the press. We appreciated your support, Megan, and Thugger Daily, and so many of the people in the press. But honestly, the feeling, I did not anticipate. You know, the state leading up to this case was really portraying us as the worst of the worst, and we were trying to figure out how to neutralize that so we would get the public to be neutral. I did not anticipate what was to come, where a large segment of the public was behind us 100%. And that really, you can't specifically say how it made a difference, but I'm convinced it made a difference. That's just how the universe works. And so we are so appreciative. And, you know, on behalf of Shannon, we are going to do everything we can to pay back the grace and support that we've been given, and try to make something of this life.
Wow. Good. Well, that's great to hear. I mean, I'm sure everyone here just wants nothing but the best for him. I mean, we're all waiting to see what happens, and, you know, waiting to see how his cases get resolved and everything. So we will keep following that. And, you know,
and I'll let you know as soon as I have some more information on that, but I'm optimistic.
Yeah. Please do. Well, I think we'll sign off. I'll get somebody out here. Somebody says they always had your back in the Fox Live stream. A lot of people are going to be, I mean, myself included, you know, I spent so much time with the trial that we're all going to be having some free days now, but, you know, everybody's still following the case and wanting to know what happens. So we'll still keep following that. And thank you guys so much for taking time out of your day to talk to us.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Thank you.
Hey.
Go ahead and sign off, guys. Thanks.
I'm hella on mute. Okay, hella on mute. Um, So we just watched Mr. Dennis. We just watched Mr. Dennis interview Max, and then we turned around and watched Megan interview Max. But we started with watching the Ole Miss trial. And now, y'all, we finna be 2 days behind because we never finished day. We never finished day. Did we finish day 2 and went to day 3? Yeah, we never finished day 2. So, Taylor Gang, if you watching a trial with me, go ahead and finish day 2 and start watching day 3 because we're gonna pick up tomorrow with either I don't know. It depends on where y'all at. I encourage y'all to watch it, but I want us to get caught up. All right. If we are talking about the trial and the YSL people, I think we kind of already covered the fact that a few of them got their charges dropped, and then there's still 5 of them that are still waiting to be to go to trial. Those 5 are Demise McMullen, Chris Eppinger, Demikion Garlington, Miles Farley, and I'm missing somebody. I am really, really missing someone. Miles Farley. And I know y'all probably throwing it in the chat now. Tinquarius Mender, which is Nard. Tinquarius Mender. So those 5 guys are still right now have charges pending. No motions have been filed for them. Again, the next hearing for those guys, it will be a plea hearing on December the 17th. But naturally, and like we just saw with the other guys, all right, they can also have motions filed for them as well. So we just got to keep our ear to the streets because as those things come out, things could change every single day. Nevertheless, like I said, Taylor Gang, I mean, we only got, because y'all know I have to get off of here at 3:50. I got to go pick up the kids. So we only got a few more minutes here, but I'm honestly just going to finish out the Ole Miss trial that we started watching. So if you watching with us, hey, if not, again, Taylor Gang, y'all gonna have to watch day 3. Y'all gonna have to watch day 3 this evening. Y'all got some homework, Taylor Gang. But it's not that we don't have that much time left. So if you watching and rocking with us, great. If not, we'll see y'all later. Thank y'all for tuning in. We need to go to current. See what I'm saying? We gotta get up to speed because we want to be on point when they get to close the arguments. All right, and we didn't miss the whole day.
Hubble makes contact lenses easy. Get your first order now for just $1. Hubble.
Now then,
let me know if it's going too fast.
so you've got that timestamp of Jay Lee's car from CD Webb and Rockets. Where did you go after that?
After Rockets, we went, we got a photograph from Jackson and Rebel.
All right, and where did that surveillance video come from?
UPD.
All right, we've already had testimony that their UPD and Ole Miss have cameras. Is that from an Ole Miss UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is Rebel and Jackson Avenue? Where's that located?
It's in the city of Oxford.
All right. Where's Jackson Avenue from where we are in the courthouse?
Jackson Avenue. Let me see. We got myself turned around up in here.
That's North Lamar and that's South Lamar. Where's Jackson Avenue?
Jackson Avenue is the road going this way.
Going that way? And if you were going to go on Jackson Avenue to Rebel Drive, where would you go?
Go that way.
And if you were to turn left on Rebel Drive, would you be on campus?
Be on the University of Mississippi campus.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state. Well, into Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
2 pages?
Sir?
2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Does that accurately depict images taken from that surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the 18?
15.
15.
15. Jackson Precinct, made by the defense, we noted, will be admitted into evidence.
All right. Now, from there, were you able to find any other video surveillance depicting Jay Lee's car in the same general time frame?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Rainbow Cleaners.
What is Rainbow Cleaners and where is it?
It's a laundry cleaning service. It's on Jackson Avenue.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 12. You recognize that? So how?
Yes, sir. I recognize it because it's got my initials and the date on it.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents contained on that jump drive?
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict?
What is it? What?
Depict?
It's the Rainbow Cleaners video.
All right. Does it accurately depict Jay Lee's car driving? Okay. Does it also have the timestamp consistent or similar to these other videos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the state's next exhibit. Yes, sir.
What number is marked at?
14.
Come on, like, with additional objection noted, I'm going to admit S14, the Rainbow Cleaner video in depth.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked Friday as exhibit 19. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, were you able to find any other video surveillance in Oxford within that time frame regarding Jay Lee's vehicle?
No, sir.
All right. Now, you started at Molly Bar Trails because that's where the towing company picked up his car on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you work backwards. So the first video sequentially that you see is that Rainbow Cleaners video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish that to the jury.
Let me ask you this. Well, that's been admitted. You may publish it. That's S14.
All right, y'all. Now, this is his car movement the day that he was last seen, right? This is the day that he went missing.
You have the exact time frame queued up when you observe Jay Lee's car.
It should be 7/18/53.
All right. First of all, just kind of orient the jury what roadway this is and where that camera is.
That is Jackson Avenue that you see right there, the roadway. The area with the lines that you see, the arrows, that is actually Rainbow Cleaners, the drive-through.
Now, can you tell the jury where that car, when you're going to see that car from this point in the video?
You will see it first from the right side of the screen.
All right, traveling toward the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
On Jackson Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And will there be any other vehicles before they see the Jay Lee vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe?
I believe it's a white truck with a trailer.
Okay.
Right there. And that's Jay Lee's car.
Now then, from there, the next video camera sequentially is going to be the photo frame from UPD, correct?
Correct.
All right, what was the timestamp from Rainbow Cleaners?
It was 7/18/53.
7/18/53
Yes, sir.
a.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right. permission to publish Exhibit 15.
Good.
All right, looking at Exhibit 15. This is Rebel Jackson video camera from UPD.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Judge.
Well, stay there with us if you like.
Is that from the Rebel Jackson surveillance?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a timestamp on that?
Yes, sir.
You don't mind? You got your glasses with you?
Yes.
All right, where's that timestamp located?
The top left corner.
And what does it say?
That is going to be 7/21, I believe, 56.
Okay. So later in time from the rainbow cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Now then, from there, of course, where, that's on Rebel Jackson. Where's that located in relation to rainbow cleaners?
It is going east.
Are there any stoplights in between there and Rebel, in between rainbow cleaners and Rebel Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. How many?
You have Fraternity Row, Country Club, and then Rebel and Jackson. Stoplights.
Is there a stoplight at Rebel and Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And a turn signal at that Rebel Jackson intersection?
I turn on to Rebel.
All right. Now, the next video sequentially is going to be the Rockets video?
Yes, sir.
CD web. CD web.
CD web photo, yes, sir.
And before we get there, on that second photo, second page of Exhibit 15, were you able to notice any distinctive features in that image?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
The racing stripe on the hood.
What about the rims? Car rims?
The rims on the car as well.
Now, Exhibit 17 is going to be from the CB web video camera, surveillance camera. Did it have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that timestamp?
7/23/50.
All right. And again, were you able to see that that was the same car that was on the Rebel Jackson as well as the Rainbow Cleaners video?
Yes, sir.
Now then, across the street, you have Rockets or they call it Molly Express.
I think so. I still call it Rockets.
Everybody still refers to it as Rockets, correct? All right, and Jeremy, that's going to be 7/23. The car.
Yes, sir.
And when you see that car that was in the other videos, Rainbow Express Cleaners, the Rebel Jackson, CD Web, just tell Jerry what to see. We'll stop.
Right there.
And what, if you can sit down and identify the timestamp. If you don't mind, sit down and identify the timestamp, the date of that video. Can she hear you?
July 8th, 2022.
All right. Exhibit 18. All right, now the video from Malabar Trails. You went down, you talked to the management there and got access to the video surveillance, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now there were, if you can, remind the jury of what was important to you when you went through and looked through all that video footage. What were you looking for?
Jay Lee's car.
So the car had been moving in that direction based on what you backtracked from this video, based on what we've seen just the last few minutes?
Yes, sir.
For the jury's benefit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to establish that the time was consistent with the videos from Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel, Jackson, UPD camera, CB Web, Rockets video, and the Molly Bar Trails apartment complex surveillance system?
Yes, sir.
All right. How were you able to do that?
By watching the other videos and seeing the other vehicles besides Jay Lee's car pass through.
Now, if you can, we're going to, Jeremy, if you'll put that on 2017. Yeah, if you look at the date on here, it says July 7th, 2022. It's got 2017.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many hours it was off?
The video was 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
How were you able to make that adjustment?
Looking in the settings, the system for some reason was set to Greenwich Mean Time. Looking at that, I needed to subtract 5 hours. Then once you subtracted 5 hours and I looked at my watch versus the real time on the live video, it was.
Something that only the business can do, the custodian of the record is not identified as that particular person.
You want me to respond to that?
I want y'all to approach the bench anyway. Don't stress the woman again, don't stress things to you, don't investigate the case. That's probably the condition of guard, let the court know. Y'all go, we'll have a good evening, have a good meal, I'll see y'all back in. 9 o'clock, everybody could start, y'all want to start earlier.
9 o'clock's fine.
Door shut. All right, let's go back on the record. There are bench conference. I said I wanted to hear exactly what this officer did in computing time at the Molly Bar Trails apartment video. After I do that, I'll make some decisions on the ruling, but I didn't want to do that and then try to bring the jury back in. It's just close to 5 o'clock anyway. So go ahead. I'll let you try to, in some detail, let this officer tell me what he did in trying to calculate time at Molly Bar Trails apartment video, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I want to make it clear, you've already testified, you were the officer that actually went and secured this video footage, correct?
Correct.
So you physically went to their site and gathered the video.
Correct.
All right. Now then, how is it common for you as an investigator to look for surveillance evidence for whatever reason?
Yes.
All right. Is it common for you to go look at some business around Oxford, their surveillance system, and the time not be accurate?
Correct. Yes.
That's common.
Yes.
All right. So do you have a standard practice for what you do in order to, hey, this camera system's time is not accurate?
Yes.
And what is that?
We look at our watch and then you look at the actual live view of the camera system and you compare the time. If the time is wrong, you compare it to whatever. If the time on the system is wrong, you compare it to whatever the time is on your watch. If you have to make an adjustment and subtract to get the correct time.
All right. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And you have a pretty big discrepancy because here it's July the 7th.
Yes.
And you're trying to track down July the 8th. Did you observe their system with your own eyes?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
that the system was set to Greenwich Mean Time, and then it was also off an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes,
For a total of how many hours and minutes?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Did you make that adjustment?
Yes,
And with that adjustment, did you go back to Molly Bar Trail's apartment and secure more footage?
yes, sir.
Consistent with the calculations that you made?
Yes, sir.
And when you made that adjustment and secured that footage, what did you find?
The footage that we needed showing Jay Lee's vehicle coming into the complex.
But there's also another part of that too. Do you see anything else in that video surveillance besides Jay Lee's car coming into Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Later on in the day, you see the tow truck.
No, before that, after the car is there, do you see any individual shortly after the car comes in?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
See Mr. Harrington jogging out of the apartment complex.
All right, and I represent to you that minutes later, we've already had evidence come in from Rocket's surveillance system that shows Tim Harrington getting into a vehicle with Keziah Carter.
Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that as the point that he's cleared up the methodology in which he used to calculate that time, I followed and understood it. I do think it's a proper mathematical. I would withdraw objection as to that.
Okay, that sounds good enough anyway. I would like to clarify the record, I understand, until I get this right in my head, and I ain't no jury here. You said you later obtained other video and compared times on that. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I believe he said he later obtained other videos from this thing. And did you say, I didn't hear good. Did you say he compared the times on?
I think I understand. I think when he first went to Montgomery, they didn't know the time was off. So when he got July 8th, it was just, he didn't see Jaylee's car drive by, which is that's the only way he could go. So when he realized the time was off, he went back and got another footage to see, he corrected it, let me check this other area. That's what he was trying to say. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. The first bit of footage that we got was incorrect because the time frame was off. But once I made the adjustments, I was able to get the right footage.
And this was sometimes that same day, bandit towing would appear at that same time. Is that correct?
1:50 p.m.
What?
Bandit towing is 1:50 p.m. 1:50. So that bandit towing comes and gets the car at 1:50 p.m. on July 8th. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was wondering was there a video on that? And was it 12 hours and 52 minutes off as well? Is what I thought he was saying, but I obviously didn't understand. I won't, is that what he was saying or not anyway?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what he's saying. He said, yes, when you see that, it's also 12 hours. 52 minutes off.
All right. I thought that was what he's saying, but I wasn't sure if I heard right or not. That's what I took it to mean, but I want to make sure. All right. The objection has been withdrawn, and we'll start back up here in the morning. Austin, don't discuss your testimony with anyone between now and tomorrow and return to witness stand, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna be here before 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be here by no later than 8:45. I would encourage you. Remind everyone that there's no picture taking from the audience, no videos, no recording that's matter in any way other than that's been authorized. I don't want people flashing cameras and everything. We have an authorized photographer and authorized video maker, but nobody from the public to be walking around taking pictures. Don't engage with these parties, the attorneys. Stay on that rail there for a reason. Public stays on one side of the rail, attorneys and the client stays on this side of the rail. Don't engage and cross the rail unless you're employed by some of these attorneys. No picture taking, no video making. All right. Y'all ready? Okay, quick as everybody gets ready, we'll resume where we were. Oh, yeah, we're just about to. Need a second, we'll get it to you.
Judge.
Yes. Hang on a second.
Yesterday, I think I went to rail, wanted to make sure that I didn't waive any of my objections to witnesses based on discovery violations. Can I make my record with this witness real quick?
You can, just hold the jury for a second, go ahead.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Hodges was provided in discovery on November 21st, 2024. as a witness disclosure by the state, document 84 in the record. In that particular discovery disclosure, it states that any written, recorded, otherwise preserved statement previously disclosed to the defense would be used. Any of the exhibits other than, I don't know if he's going to try to introduce, I believe it states exhibit 17, 19.
Is that the map looking thing?
The map, 19.
If,
I don't have an objection to this one. I don't mind. I do mind not waiving my objection, but I think it would be more appropriate for the witness just to identify by points where they're located as opposed to indicating a path, just where they saw where those, if the judge is going to allow introduction of the other exhibits, it should only indicate the points on the map where these particular locations are.
If it's, I don't know exactly how much Ms. Quinn is intending to you. Mr. Creek, who was Mr. Creekmore was questioning this witness? Who was questioning this witness anyway?
I thought he said we were going to approach, which is why I got it.
Well, we don't have to. Because,
I'm going to see prior to its introduction, I'm going to see how it's handled and give you an opportunity after when it's handled.
As far as a discovery violation, this has not been previously provided in discovery.
Your Honor, my response is there is a PowerPoint, I believe, has been previously provided to them. There's a PowerPoint that was, and this is a slide in that PowerPoint.
Your Honor, that particular the PowerPoint that we were provided, that is not the document. That PowerPoint was not provided on the 21st of November. It was provided somewhere around 26th of November, I believe.
I'm going to, depending on how it's hard to me. It's hard to me to judge the contest to see exactly how it's handled. As the testimony develops, if you have an objection, I'll hear what they have to say and how they plan to do it. But generally, I'm gonna probably consider this as some kind of demonstrative evidence that I'll probably let in. But I'm not making that ruling until I see how it develops. Okay.
Your Honor, I guess procedure. I kind of got off onto my second part of the argument. I need to know whether the court's going to provide a ruling that it is in fact or is not in fact a discovery violation first, so we can go that far.
I am going to, if they were here drawing a map today, went on a piece of chalkboard, saying our testimony is he started here, moved to there, I would not find a discovery violation. If they have a pre-drawn document, I'm in all likelihood going to consider that not to be a discovery violation as well.
And likewise, Your Honor, for the record, I need a ruling from the court on whether or not Mr. Hodges' disclosure on the 21st of November was a discovery violation or not.
I'm not finding a discovery violation at this time.
Thank you.
And I'm not making a ruling on the admissibility of this document at this time. If there's, I'll let you make an objection, and you don't have to. You can stand up and say, the court, Your Honor, no prior objection, and I will rule on you at that time after I see how it's handled. Okay.
And Your Honor, I think what we have previously provided as far as a demonstrative evidence was a rough draft. I think it'll change as the trial progresses, depending on the evidence that comes in.
The demonstrative evidence, I'm not going to say necessarily has to be if it coincides with the witness testimony, I'm going to let you draw exhibits as you go.
I know that you've allowed me, I just want to make sure this record is clear. After the defendant, we're not going to have to hop up and do this discovery.
You've well documented your objection to discovery violations, and at any time you wish to call that to court's attention, say, and I will rule. There may be specific things that I say is a discovery violation, and some that are not anyway. Okay, but I'll note your record, but continue to make contemporaneous objection. You don't have to go in. You can.
If I hadn't objected in a while, I'll just object.
Just go in. There hasn't been a problem with that so far. Anyway. All right, you may show the jury in, please. Good morning. Hope everyone had a good evening and a good meal yesterday. I trust no one had any problems with the court instructions not to investigate the case, discuss the case, or express any opinions. If you ever have any problems with those regard, let the court know. But you are still on the same oath, sir, and we'll continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's going to be. All right. Detective Hodgins, yesterday, we were talking about the time stamp on the Molly Bar Trail surveillance. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you had to do some extrapolating of the time. When you went down there, you noticed that it was not current time. Could you explain that to the jury?
We got the video the first time. We noticed that the video was incorrect that we downloaded, so went back.
And if you don't mind, speak up a little bit.
So went back and upon checking the system settings, it was set in Greenwich Mean, and it said that we needed to subtract 5 hours. After doing that, noticed the time was still off. So using my watch and looking at the time on the live stream, noticed that it was an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes off for a total of 12 hours and 52 minutes.
All right. So the first thing you noticed that affected the timestamp was that the setting was incorrect.
Yes.
Because it was set to Greenwich time,
Greenwich Mean Time, yes.
Greenwich Mean Time. And here is what?
Central Standard Time,
All right, and that difference was
5 hours.
5 hours.
Yes.
So you made that adjustment in the setting. And when you look at the time, there was still a discrepancy, correct?
Yes.
And that's not looking at this videotape. That was looking at their system, comparing it to the actual surveillance system at that time, correct?
Yes, sir. The live feed.
All right, so when you're looking at the live stream, you made the Greenwich time adjustment for 5 hours. It was still off by how many hours in minutes?
After the Greenwich Mean Time, 7 hours and 52 minutes.
All right, so when you put those together, what was the total amount of time that the system was off?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Now, I believe when you made that adjustment, you went and looked at the time around 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning on July the 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that you were able to secure that footage and you see the car, Jay Lee's car, coming in at a particular time to Molly Bar Trails on July 8th, 2022, correct?
July 7th on the
No,
video.
I mean, when you account for the time change, what time on July 8th, 2022 does Jay Lee's car enter into the Molly Bar Trails parking lot?
Around 7:25 that morning.
Now then,
Around 7:25 that morning.
all right. Now, how much footage did you look at from that day from the Molly Bar Trail surveillance system?
Up until the vehicle was towed.
Okay. Now then, and we're going to come back to when the vehicle was towed and how you know that. But when you first began looking at video surveillance from Molly Bar Trails apartment complex, what were you looking for?
Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right. And you saw Jay Lee's vehicle. Did you see anything else?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
Minutes later, you'll see Mr. Harrington run.
Objection, Your Honor, there's been no foundation laid that he knows Mr. Harrington whatsoever.
I'll ask him to, till a proper foundation is laid, that jury will disregard that last answer.
So after Jay Lee's car comes in, you see an individual leaving shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that you saw that individual, were you able to identify?
At that time, no.
Okay. So at that time, you saw that individual leaving the parking lot, Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, did you try to find whether that person could have been seen on surveillance cameras coming in?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anybody walking into Molly Bar Trails that matched that description?
No, sir.
All right. Now, if you could tell the jury about the camera system at Molly Bar Trails.
It's a camera at the entrance. Like I said yesterday, it's one way in, one way out. The only cameras around the complex are right there at the front office.
All right, and behind Molly Bar Trails, are there any walking trails, running trails?
No, sir.
It's just the airport fence and some trees, correct?
The airport fence and woods.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 18.
Let me catch up from yesterday. 18, you say?
And if I can inquire whether that's being, the screen, it should be able to be seen by all the parties in the courtroom.
Everybody got that on your, all right, and on the big screen. All right, 18 has been admitted into evidence. You may just publish it to the jury.
All right. Detective Hodges, we have queued the video up to, it looks like 2025. I'm sorry. All right, and if you could, remind the jury of what road that is where we see traffic going back and forth.
That is Molly Bar Road.
All right, now that, if someone were to turn in, is that a roadway as well? Or is that just the entrance?
That is just the entrance to Molly Bar Trails.
Hold on one second. Foundation.
I'm gonna let him buy that one anyway. Go ahead.
All right.
That is the entrance to Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
All right. I'm gonna back it up to 2024 at the 45-second mark. No, I'm sorry. It's at the 2017 mark. Sorry about that. All right, we're queued up at 2016-55. All right, you see that car entering into Molly Bar Apartments?
Yes, sir. I did.
Got it back? All right, were you able to identify that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Whose vehicle was it?
That's Jay Lay's vehicle.
All right, and then from this same footage, you said you saw an individual leaving shortly thereafter, correct? I'm going to cue it up to just before 2026. All right. They're at 2026-40.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were testifying to, what you observed on the video?
2026, yes, sir.
Okay. 20, 26, and 40 seconds, right?
Yes,
All right. Were you able to observe what that individual was wearing?
Appears to be a hoodie.
All right. Can you see the image being depicted there at the timestamp that's represented on here at the 20, 26, 37 mark?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, taking into account the time adjustment that you made, can you tell the jury what the actual time this was?
That is around 7:34.
7:34 a.m. on what day?
July the 8th.
Now then, going back to, just for the record, can you describe what that individual in that exhibit is wearing?
It appears to be a light colored hoodie, and if you can play it a little bit more, I want to say he was wearing dark colored shorts.
Socks and shoes?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe them?
The shoes are white.
Were you able to observe any other items of clothing? Can you play it again?
Looks like he might have something around his neck.
Okay. All right. I played it back. All right, at the 37 mark, said it appears like there was something around his neck.
Yes, sir.
That was not part of that hoodie.
Objection, Your Honor, to the leading. I sustain the objection.
Was what you observed around the neck part of the hoodie?
Your Honor, objection, that's a video speaks for itself, Your Honor.
Rephrase your question.
If you can, describe what he had around the hoodie.
Appears to be a darker colored piece of clothing or something.
If you don't mind, speak up. Now I'm going to hand you what's already been received in evidence. That's 13. That's going to be the records from Bandit Towing. And I believe you testified that they reported down to Molly Bar Trails apartment complex on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were looking through all of the video, were you able to see the Jay Lee's car being towed from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
You observed that when you were looking through those videos?
Yes, sir.
Did you already know that Bandit Towing, through those records, had towed Jay Lee's car on July the 8th, 2022 at 1:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you compare that time to the time on the video where you observed Bandit Towing Jay Lee's car from Molly Bar Trails Apartments?
Yes, sir.
Was it the exact same time extrapolation difference that you made in relation to the time that you saw Jay Lee's car entering into Molly Bar Trails and the individual walking out?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with the adjustments that you made?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to confirm that your adjustments were accurate and correct based on the time records from Bandit Towing?
Yes, sir.
And the video from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Now then, and you exhibit 19. Can you identify that?
This map?
Yes, sir.
It's a route showing the,
Objection is what, that's, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, you've seen it.
They can identify that, I have objection.
You identify it.
it's a map showing.
Don't, just,
It's
yes or
yes or
no?
no for now.
Yes.
You can't identify it. Is there anything on that exhibit that is inconsistent with what you just testified to?
No, sir.
All right. Now, it's already been identified as just for ID only, but I want you to look at it and I want you to see if there is an indication of the video from Rainbow Cleaners.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could take this pen where that's indicated and mark.
Before we get started, Mark, and let me look at the exhibit, because I know we've had some. I want to sure we're all on the same. Okay, go back to earlier. That was half hour. Go ahead. Okay,
Your Honor, let me
I'll
state my
listen to
objection.
your objection now. Go ahead.
I've objected time and time again about the relevance of any of this until we've established a crime, which we haven't. What this exhibit shows, what the evidence at this point in time is Keziah Carter leaving and traveling back, dropping our client off at his apartment. This car video that they're talking about, the only connection they've shown the car coming back at this point in time is leaving Jay Lee's apartment at 5:58. On this map, it indicates a route going to our client's apartment. That is not in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
This route here going to, let me finish, Your Honor.
Prior to the introduction of this map, and its entirety like it is now, the state will have to lay a foundation as to where these items are, where each of these locations are anyway.
Your Honor, I want to be perfectly clear. The video on Rainbow Cleaners, they testified to, identified in an exhibit. The video at Rebel Drive, they've identified in an exhibit. Out of order, no connection to any crime, no connection to any killing, no connection to any murder, but the court's allowed it to happen. The Rocket Quick Mart video, it's in the exhibit. CD Webb video, Molly Barr, all these exhibits. Absolutely zero evidence has been submitted that Lafayette Place Apartments has anything to do with this car that they're referencing in this. At this point in time, Your Honor, this map is inconsistent with the proof that they laid in evidence this time. If they'll just put Jay Lee's house on here, his apartment, and put it through there on this particular map, I don't have an objection because that's what the proof is. They show Jay Lee's apartment, leaving in his car, and a car going to Molly Bar. That is the evidence right now. And I'm going to object to anything else on top of that. There's nothing whatsoever that Lafayette Place or my client's apartment has anything to do at this point in time. Or a car leaving from Lafayette Place. The Jay Lee's car ever left from Lafayette Place at this point in time. They don't have any video from Lafayette Place to say they left from that location. What we have right now at 5:58, Jay Lee's car leaving. And they're going through these cameras from Rainbow, Rockets to Molly Bar. That is the proof. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything more than that, at this point in time, Your Honor, I'm objecting to, and it'd be improper for it to be admitted. If they want to put that map in right now, that's fine. It's misleading to this jury that there's any video, any evidence whatsoever. And he says that's the route of this car. That is not consistent with anything they can submit this time, or any proof that they're ever going to submit in this court of law.
I'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, it's our case in chief. We do anticipate a interview, 2 interviews, one with the defendant at his apartment, one with the defendant at the sheriff's department.
Well, put it on.
I mean, at the police department. We're going to.
Put the map on that.
We're going to talk. I gave you a chance to talk more. Bit more chance to talk.
He admits that Jay Lee came to Lafayette Place that morning.
Hang on.
All right.
Let me just tell you this. Let me tell you this. I'm going to let you talk about this map at this time. and I'm going to let you talk about what the location of Lafayette Place apartment is at this time, in relation to rainbow cleaners. I'm not going to let you say that is the route that was taken at this time. In fact, you can say, let the officer identify where Lafayette Place apartment was. You can let the officer identify where did Mr. Carter say he carried the defendant back to. But at this point, I'm not going to let you testify that you can start your route at Molly Bar Trails, and as far as a route of the vehicle from Molly Bar Trails to Rainbow Cleaners, but you can't refer to it from Lafayette Place Apartments to Rainbow Cleaner as a route at this time.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to admonish Mr. Horan for sprinkling my exhibits.
No, so we're perfectly clear. That's a route. They're not going to be to testify. This man's not going to be to testify. This exhibit's not going to be admitted into evidence until such time as it becomes relevant, correct?
I'm going to let this witness testify about the points on the map. We're not going to talk, no route. We're not going to say that Mr. J. Lee's car traveled to any points other than Rainbow Cleaners to Molly Bar Trail Apartments this time. I will let him point out where in relation to this, where in relation to those points, where Lafayette Place Apartments were, and let him point out if this witness knows where Mr. Harrington resided at, if he knows.
If you know, but the title of that map.
I'm not introducing the map into evidence at this time.
Thank you.
At some point, I may well, but
nor can he reference it like the top of the map that says route of car because it hasn't been established.
I'm not introducing the evidence this time. I'll let the witness refer to it and tell about those things that I've said at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But if a witness takes a stand and say that they've been to from point A to point B, consistent with that map, I'll reconsider at that time.
Thank you.
I'm going to let him reference that map up to the point where we're at right now.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, guys, so loud. We're trying to stay back.
I told you, as I warned the people before we started, this is going to be a hotly contested case, and I expect it. I'm not holding against anybody.
We're just ready to get to it, Your Honor.
Let's get to it then.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Your Honor, before we
Okay.
move forward, is the court's objectionable part at this time on exhibit 19, the red mark leading to the Lafayette Place? If I remove that red mark.
If you remove that red mark, let's see, demonstrative route taken by Jimmy Lee Forward Fusion. If you remove that red mark from Rainbow Cleaners to Lafayette Place Apartments, I'll let you introduce it this time. You start at Rainbow Cleaners and go to Molly Bar Apartment or vice versa. I'll let you introduce it this time, and then at some point, depending on the evidence, I may let it in with that mark on there. But at this point, and I will let you reference, I'll testify in relation to those points, where is Lafayette Place Apartments? But no map with a red line on it.
No, I would only,
What now?
map. At that point in time, the map would be consistent with what you've allowed into evidence at this time. We'd only have my objection left as to the relevancy. If they do that, from Rainbow Cleaner headed that way,
I
that's
think
no
that's
problem with it.
that's what we're going to do at this point. Books in let Mr. Horan see that. Somebody get a bet. See if you can get a better map with. You take the red line off, put a blue one on.
Put tape over.
While y'all working on that, I'm gonna take this one brief minute.
Then it won't look, if you put something right there, then it won't look like something. That's okay.
What is that exhibit number?
17.
19. Are y'all ready? At such time as at such a time as you get a, for lack of a better word, a new map, I wanted assigned a different number. The current map 19 will be for ID purposes. And if assuming that the map is later introduced and it to be introduced as a new exhibit number. So that if it ever comes up, we'll know what two different maps look like, okay? We're ready. All right, come here in. All right, everybody do it? Not bad seeing you lay your cookies down anyway. You didn't go to the faith eater or nothing last night, did you? Lay hands on you and everything? All right, I'm glad you're doing better. But you may resume your examination.
Thank you. All right, we're going to look at exhibit S13. Is that in focus for you?
We don't have any, we don't no contact on anything, I don't think. Y'all got any? I don't have any.
I think you control it. I may be wrong.
I got all the lights are on up here, like it's been displayed.
It's on HDMI at the podium.
We got the
So I'm
expert-
good
We
here.
got the expert coming anyway.
I may have done it when I. No, it's going to be on the.
We get somewhere now, I think.
All right.
Is it on?
It's on.
Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Did y'all last night? Barbecue.
There we go.
Sure why? Just leave that on.
I can see, can y'all see? We're back in business. Apparently big screen can see now too.
As far as I can tell, we didn't do anything. It just showed up.
I walk by and I have a way to just, my mere presence to screw up technology anyway.
Again, Detective Hodges, we're looking at S13. And that's a receipt from Bandit Towing, right?
Correct.
Who is Bandit Towing and what do they do? And do you work with them on a regular basis?
They're a tow company within the city, I guess the county, and they tow vehicles.
All right. Can you tell the jury a little bit about parking as an issue in Oxford and parking as an issue at apartment complexes in Oxford?
We've got more vehicles here than we do parking. Apartment complexes, they only have so many parking spaces and they're mostly for their tenants. They do have some of them do have areas for visitors. Some people that visit don't park in a visiting spot. They park in the area for the tenant spot, so the tenants call and complain. The apartment complexes, they have started hiring private tow companies to come in and keep a check. If you don't have a parking pass and you're parking in a resident spot, they will hook up and tow you.
In this receipt, do you see a time indication as to when they reported, Bandit Towing reported to Malibu Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right, what time is that?
1:50 PM.
All right. Now then, can you compare that time to the time you saw Jay Lee's car entering into Molly Ball Trails?
That is after.
How long?
7 o'clock to not quite 7 hours.
Okay. I believe that you testified that the Jay Lee's vehicle enters into Molly Ball Trails at 7:25.
Yes, sir.
So from 7:25 to 1:50 is how long it took for somebody to report a car that was parked in Molly Ball Trails apartment to contact a towing company to come in and remove it.
Actually, Bandit Towing, they periodically ride through complexes, and when they see a vehicle parked without a sticker, they'll hook up to it.
We've gone through this previously, can't possibly testify as to what practices are banded towing. That's irrelevant to.
If he knows, he can. If you don't, you don't.
I've been asked and answered by another witness.
Let's move on. I think it has been covered anyway.
All right. I'm going to display another page of Exhibit 13. Now, this image, prior to you ever seeing Jay Lee's car, did you have an idea of what Jay Lee's car looked like?
Prior to this image, no, sir, I don't believe so.
So you found out from looking at these photos from Bandit Towing what the car looked like?
Yes, sir.
All right. And whether it had any distinctive markings?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what were those?
That racing stripe on the hood.
And then after you had this information is when you went and looked for cars that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
That looked like Jay Lee's car.
Yes, sir.
Now then, looking at another page of that exhibit, orienting the jury to the layout of Molly Bartrell's apartment, can you tell where this vehicle was as far as what you were describing as the back of Molly Bartrell's, behind Molly Bartrell's, behind the parking lot?
That is the backside of Molly Bar Trails, and that behind the vehicles, that is the wooded area.
And then behind the wooded area is what?
The airport.
Is it possible for anybody to walk onto that airport property from Molly Bartrell's parking lot?
No, sir.
Why?
There's a fence there.
All right, and looking at another page of that exhibit, this is Jay Lee's car from a different angle, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's from the rear?
Yes, sir.
If you zoom in on it, you can see the vantage point.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other distinctive markings on the vehicle?
Yes, sir. That sticker.
What does that sticker say?
I believe it says, "I love my Pomeranian."
All right, did you know Jay Lee to have a Pomeranian?
He had a dog. Yes, sir.
All right, in looking through all of the videos, if you can, just from Molly Bartrell's apartment, all the surveillance videos, you focused on July 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we've already introduced exhibits where you identified Jay Lee's car entering into Molly Bar Trails and the route that car took to get there, correct?
Correct.
All right. From that time, how many hours before did you look at? And how many hours after that time did you look through video surveillance from Molly Bar Trails?
Several.
All right. And what were you looking for?
Was this after we identified the person running?
So let me ask you this, beforehand, did you ever see Jay Lee's vehicle enter into Molly Bar Trails other than that time in all of the video surveillance you saw from Molly Bar Trails apartment?
No, sir, just that one time.
All right. And can you approximately tell the jury how many hours of footage you looked at from Molly Bar Trails apartments? How long did it take you to go through that footage?
That was several hours of footage and a couple of days worth going through, looking through it.
I can't hear you.
Several hours of video footage, and it took a couple of days to go through it.
All right. So now then, from the time that the 7:20 on July the 8th, 2022 at Molly Bar Trails, when you see Jay Lee's car come in, did you ever see any footage of Jay Lee's car leaving prior to bandit towing coming in at 1:50 p.m.?
No, sir.
Court's indulgence. Court's indulgence.
Okay. You may. Don't trip. Look what you got there. No, I want to assign this a different number. You just want, well, since we don't have a 20 yet, let's just make it 20. Over the trial. Okay. All right. I'm going to hand you exhibit 20 for ID. You recognize that? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, and I believe I handed you a pen as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we started out, is there an indication on that exhibit for the rainbow cleaners surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
And a time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the rainbow cleaners video was introduced as exhibit 14, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you don't mind, take my pen, and where the rainbow cleaners is, just put exhibit 14. All right, is there an indication of the CD web photo indicated on that exhibit?
Yes, sir. It says city web video.
Video, but it's actually the way you testify.
That
You took a
is-
screenshot
That
from
right,
that CD web video, correct?
that right there is Jackson and Rebel that you have in your hands.
Well, let's do Jackson and Rebel first. Is there an indication on Jackson and Rebel?
It says Rebel Drive.
Is that from the UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was exhibit 15,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
You
sir.
could indicate that in that location. And then you've got the Rockets video. Is that indicated on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's got a time on it consistent with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was introduced as exhibit 16?
Yes, sir.
You indicate exhibit 16. Is there an indication on that exhibit for the CD web screenshot?
Yes, sir.
Does it say video on it?
It says video, yes,
So
sir.
you testified about that and we have a screenshot of that,
Yes, sir.
and that's exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
If you could indicate that on that exhibit. Then the exhibit that we were looking at, the Molly Bar Trails apartment video, there were 2 times. Are those indicated on that exhibit, consistent with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was referencing exhibit S18, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you could indicate that on that exhibit. If you could put just a little S by each one of those. This time the state asked that S20 be received.
Other than the objection previously noted, any objection? It'll be admitted.
All right, permission to publish.
Okay.
All right. So looking at exhibit 20, do you see Molly Bar Trails and Lafayette Place Apartments on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jury what the distance is from one location to the other?
We've got objections briefly. I mean, it's just.
Cutting and pasting a copy of how I survived before the age of all this computer stuff anyway.
State asked for this to be received as S21.
Is that one that-
It's replacing S20.
Everybody look like a shaker. Okay. All right. That'll be S20. Well, I've already admitted S20.
We're going to replace S20.
Well, let's just leave it let's just throw that one S20 away and make this S20. If that's everybody's all right with that, because I've already shown S20 is admitted, so. I will note just for the record that apparently we removed some notation on the original S20 and replaced it with a new S20. All right, go ahead.
All right. So Look at S14 on exhibit S20. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that near Lafayette Place Apartments?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, looking at Lafayette Place Apartments and following roadway that you would naturally take to get to Molly Bar Trails, how long is it from that point to Molly Bar Trails?
According to that map, it's 2.6 miles.
2.6 miles?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the exhibits reference the surveillance cameras that you got the evidence from, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave Lafayette Place Apartments and go to Molly Bar Trails, would that be the natural route to take?
That'd be the route I took.
All right. And from S14 to S18, those are, in ascending order, but also are they sequentially connected to each other?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to look at the time listed on this exhibit. Molly Bar Trails Apartment, okay? That was in S18, referring back to that video surveillance, okay?
Okay.
The first time listed up there at Molly Bar Trails is what?
7:25 a.m.
And what does that refer to?
That is the time that Jay Lee's vehicle enters into Molly Bar Trails.
And then below that is a time listed 7:34. What does that refer to?
That is the time that we see an individual running out of Molly Bar Trails.
Know what they were dressed in, know what they were wearing, know what they looked like, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that 7:34 refers to that moment in time on the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, the way it stands, if you were to play that exhibit, it's going to have what the surveillance system timestamp had on it, correct?
Correct.
And that's in that was 7/7/2022, correct?
Correct.
But you testified that you corrected that time when you went and gathered that video surveillance yourself, adjusted for that time, and that's how you arrived at 7:25 and 7:34, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to also compare that to the timestamps on every other surveillance camera, correct?
Correct.
And were they consistent with each other as to the time that you adjusted on the exhibit for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I'm going to toggle back and forth. All right, so looking at Exhibit 20, you got S14 Rainbow Cleaners at 7:18 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Just a friendly reminder, if you have conversations with co-counsel at the podium, you're more than likely being heard. All right. I'm going to try to toggle back.
Yeah. Everybody good on the jury? How do I get back to the HCMI? Ah. All right. I hope so. Is that being displayed for you?
It is. Yep. I think it's everywhere.
All right. Now, that's going to be, I'm projecting the rainbow cleaners. That's going to be exhibit 14, correct?
Correct.
And the time on that right now is what?
7:18.
Okay. And I believe you testified that we're looking for a white truck with a trailer.
Yes, sir.
Then behind that truck is who?
Jay Lee's vehicle.
White truck, trailer, Jay Lee's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, if I toggle back, can you see exhibit S20 being displayed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that video that we just saw, is that referencing S14 that you indicated on exhibit
Yes, sir.
at 7:18, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is connected to Rainbow Cleaners video, police cars eastbound on Jackson.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then on S15, I'm going to let it play until it's off the screen first. Okay, we back to exhibit 14. You see that on your display? All right, and that's at 7:18:52.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that eastbound on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Is that headed to the UPD Rebel and Jackson surveillance camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we're going to look back at exhibit S20. We went from S14, right?
Yes, sir.
Eastbound on Jackson,
Yes, sir.
headed to the Rebel Drive UPD camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to project S15. Looking at S15, are you able to identify that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Whose vehicle is it?
That's Jay Lee's vehicle.
Is that the same vehicle that was in S14 on the Rainbow Cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Is it traveling the same direction eastbound on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a timestamp? You may not be able to see it. Can you see the date?
7/8/2022.
And are you able to tell the time?
Time on that is going to be 7/21/56.
Is that consistent with the timestamp on exhibit S20?
Yes.
All right. So that's from S14 to S15 eastbound on Jackson.
Yes.
All right. Now then, the next exhibit is going to be S16, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was video promotions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the Rockets exhibit is S16. Do you see that being displayed on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And that's going to be, according to your testimony, at 7/23/21, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're at 7/23/09. Do you still see that image?
Yes, sir.
All right, what car just passed in front of Rockets?
That is Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right, at 7/23/25.
Yes, sir.
You see it stopping at that stop sign right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so if we look back at exhibit 20, does it appear that the timing from S15 and S16 is consistent with traveling that distance from 15 to 16?
Yes, sir.
Right, you see the car completely leave the surveillance camera. The next indication on this map is going to be S17, right?
Correct.
S17, sort of right at the same time there in front of Rocket Studio. They were sort of getting two different angles, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though they're different establishments. Now, was there a time listed on that surveillance?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
7/23/50.
Now, going back to exhibit 20, we're getting to the Molly Bar Trail surveillance, right?
Correct.
And that's listed on here, Molly Bar Trails, 7/25, S18.
Correct.
Is that being projected on your screen?
Yes, sir.
See Jay Lee's car come in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
Whatever you did, don't do it no more.
Is that being projected on your screen?
Yes, sir.
According to this down here on this exhibit, Jay Lee's car pulls in, according to their timestamp, at 2017. You see the car coming in?
Yes, sir.
No. All right, 2017.
Yes, sir.
Would you look at exhibit 18 on is exhibit 20 being displayed?
Yes, sir.
The time is there, 7:25.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that based on you're adjusting for the appropriate time, based on Greenwich time zone setting, and based on confirming through bandit towing the time difference, making those adjustments from this 2017 number to what you arrived at on this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And is that time consistent with the path that Jay Lee's car took from Rainbow Cleaners through Rockets gas station? Consistent with the time that you arrived at, based on your calculations? If somebody was headed from Rainbow Cleaners to Bodyguard Trails?
Yes, sir.
What's the vote?
Real quick update. Mr. Steele filed a motion on behalf of Jeffrey Williams, aka Thug, to amend one of his conditions about him using the outskirts of Atlanta or being in Atlanta as a term of one of his one of his positions in the intern. He filed a motion to amend sentence asking the judge to allow him to use his home on the outskirts of Metro Atlanta. His PO has no objection, so we'll see what comes of that.
I'm just making sure it's the right exhibit. All right. Do you see an image on your screen?
Yes, sir.
From Exhibit 18? All right, we're queued up to almost 2034 on this exhibit. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is the spot on the video that matches up to the 7:34 timestamp that you listed on Exhibit S20? Do you know?
No, sir.
You don't know?
2026.
Here's your exhibit. It's 2026?
Yes, sir.
All right, so 2026 matches up to the 7:34?
Yes, sir.
And we're queued up to 2025 and 59 seconds. All right, that matches up to the Malabar Trails, the second timestamp on your exhibit in S20.
Yes, sir.
You can see what that individual was wearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
right? You can see the individual go in a certain direction too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what road is that again?
Molly Bar Road,
In what direction did that individual go on Molly Bar Road?
he turned right, turned right, leaving the complex.
And is that toward
Toward Rockets.
Toward Rockets. All right. Now, prior to your testimony, video from Rockets was introduced through Keziah Carter. Do you know who Keziah Carter is?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed that video from Rockets?
Yes, sir.
Involving Keziah Carter?
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigation, do you know what Keziah Carter did on July the 8th, 2022 at 7:38?
See what he did?
Part of your investigation.
Yes, sir.
What did he do?
I'm gonna let the officer testify as what his investigation is.
There it is. All right, I'm projecting Exhibit 4. It's queued up July 8th, 2022 at 7:37 and 55 seconds. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, sir. That's Rockets.
You recognize this video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to direct your attention. We're at 7:38:07. And again, the traffic outside the parking lot at the top of the screen, what road is that?
That is Molly Bar Road.
And Molly Bar Trails, if I was to leave this parking lot, how would I get to Molly Bar Trails?
Take a left.
I'm going to back it up a few seconds. It's 7:38 mark, okay? All right. Now, if you are to look at the top left of the image being projected, do you see the white van?
Yes, sir.
And if you look above that and to the left, do you see that area?
Yes, sir.
And that area is what, Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to play. If you would look at that area and tell me when you see an individual running, okay?
There he is.
That's at the 7:38 mark in 5 seconds.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, comparing that timestamp with the time that you adjusted for the person leaving Molly Bar Trails apartment, what's the difference between those two times?
Around 4 minutes.
Does the person that you see there at the 7:38 and 24 second mark appear to be wearing the same type of clothing as the person leaving Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Yes, sir.
Does it look like they're wearing the exact same clothing?
Yes, sir.
I can't remember whether I think you testified yesterday, or it may have been another witness, but you're familiar with this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where is the police department in relation to Rockets?
To the right.
And if you don't mind speaking up.
To the right.
And do you travel this area quite often?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with people that run at certain times of day and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
You recognize them on a regular basis?
Some of them.
Had you ever seen someone like this running in that area?
No, sir.
You looked at all the video surveillance. Did you see any other runners that morning in any other surveillance that you saw that looked and matched that description?
I believe so. No, not that match that description. No, sir.
Into the witness.
We've been out here a little while, but not too many interruptions. Any breaks, anyway, so I'm gonna give you a little break this time. Remember, don't discuss the case, don't discuss the case with you, don't discuss the case.
Yes, Brittany. So they just basically showed the videos from when Jay Lee's car ended up in the parking lot. And they also showed the complex, like entry to the complex. And they showed the dude parking the car, getting out the car, and running from the car. Okay. He looking real sus right now. We gonna skip through they little break. But we still on direct. We haven't gotten to cross yet.
Good morning, Sergeant Hodges. How you doing? I'm good. How about you, sir? Doing just fine.
Right.
Sergeant, a few things I just want to go over with you and make sure that I'm understanding exactly what your testimony was. You started off initially discussing the records that were received from Bandit Towing when they towed the car from Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 13, that was previously admitted into evidence, contained multiple photos of that car. And I just want to go back over a couple of those for just a second. Which one is that? You described Mr. Lee's vehicle as being distinctive. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this photo, what are you describing as being distinctive about that vehicle?
I call it a racing stripe on the hood of the vehicle.
That gold stripe is running down the center line of the hood of that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We also looked at earlier back of this vehicle. I believe that you were looking at the tag. Well, thank you, Judge. We'll get it going. What is distinctive about the backside of this vehicle that you described?
There's a vanity plate that says J. Lee, and then there's a sticker on the back that appears to say, "I love my Pomeranian."
That sticker is a white sticker in the shape of a dog bone?
Yes, sir.
Were there any other distinctive features of the outside of Jay Lee's car that you were aware of?
If you look from the side, it might need to be a different side photo. That photo might not.
I'll show another photo. But is this what you're referring to about you want to look from the side?
Not that side. Or that photo doesn't show it.
This is the other side of the vehicle. It's the passenger side. What do you find distinctive on the passenger side?
The trim around the windows. The design of it.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Judge, may I approach? Please tell me what you're referring to.
See the design.
The insulation on the trim? Okay. Are those the only items that you find to be distinctive on the outside of the vehicle?
The rims.
Got a photograph I'd like to have marked next. Sergeant, I'd like to take a look at this photograph. And do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's Jay Lee's vehicle.
Is there a distinctive marking in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd ask D21 to be admitted.
That'll be D21.
Judge, our request to publish. Sergeant Hodges, what is that on the side, on the driver's side door of this vehicle?
It appears to be a sticker.
And what does that sticker say?
J.
Gold color sticker that says J.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So as far as distinctive aspects of the car, we have gold stripe on the hood, a dog bone sticker, a vanity plate, and gold lettering of J on the side of the door. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think he said more than that. I know he said all those things, asking a question. How do you chance to redirect?
You also mentioned that you thought the window insulation was distinctive in the rims. Is that correct? The window trim. All right. I would like to ask you about what was marked as State's Exhibit 14, the video from Rainbow Cleaners. Timestamp on this video is 7:18:53. Got about 20 seconds to go. I'm gonna play. I would ask you to let me know when you see. I'm not gonna pause it. I want you to watch carefully. Let me know when you see Jay Lee's car enter the video. I'm going to keep it playing.
Playing it now?
It's playing now.
We still see the photo.
I apologize.
That keeps there off of the frame before we play it on.
I just have to.
We go. We got time.
All right, we're still in front of the pertinent point. Please just let me know when you see Jay Lee's car enter the video. Watch carefully, and we'll continue to play.
Right there.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to identify the gold stripe on the hood of that car?
From that video there, I don't believe so.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to read the vanity plate on that car?
No, sir.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to identify the dog bone sticker that says "I love Pomeranians"?
Are we able to replay it again?
Happy to.
Are we able to stop it when it is above the white mailbox at Rainbow Cleaners? A little bit further. Okay. Are you able to blow that up?
I'm not.
From right here, I cannot.
Based on your observation of this video, can you identify the gold script, the gold J sticker on the driver's side door of that vehicle?
I don't believe I could.
Based on your observation of this video, we're identifying a black car going down the road. Is that correct?
I believe the trim, the window trim that I talked about appears similar.
Based on that clear image, which I believe is about as close as we can get on this video, based on that image, what can you describe about the window trim?
Can I get the photo?
No, I'm asking about that image.
Well, we had photos and stuff that we compared.
I understand that, but I'm asking you about that image.
All right, what was your question again?
I'm asking you, you said that you thought you could identify the distinctive window trimming. On that image of that video, what is distinctive that you can describe from that image?
Without being able to say that we compared it with another photo, I believe you got me handcuffed here.
So is it fair to say that based on this video, based on stopping it, look at individual images inside it, you can't identify any distinctive features of Jay Lee's car? Is that a fair statement?
Without having a photo to be able to show comparison.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Hodges, you also testified about some of your investigation at the Molly Bar Trails Department. Specifically, you were asked about watching the surveillance video from the time. Excuse me one second. You were asked about the length of time on the surveillance video at Molly Bar Trails that you reviewed in relation to this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the time frame in which you reviewed those videos? From what point at the earliest video that the earliest piece of video that you reviewed to the latest period, what is that range?
Without being able to look at the videos themselves to go all the way back from the time that we got, I believe it was somewhere, I'm taking a guess here, I believe it was somewhere around 2 in the morning.
Roughly 2 a.m. on July 8th,
Yes, sir.
and up until the car was towed away by bandit tow.
Yes, sir.
And that was the only period of time that you reviewed with security camera footage from Molly Bar Trails.
Besides the footage that we got prior that was incorrect based on the times.
Okay, so fair enough. Aside from the footage you reviewed that you realized was incorrect, it resulted in you determining it was in GMT time, converting that, those two, let's call them 2 sets of videos. Those are the only 2 sets you ever reviewed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never reviewed footage from any other day prior to this?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Now, on the Molly Bar Trails video, I believe that the timestamp for of what is on the camera. Now I understand that it's adjusted for what the actual time is. The timestamp for what was on the camera for when Jay Lee's vehicle enters Molly Bar Trails was roughly 2017. I'm gonna cue that up. And before I play that, I mean, you also said that the timestamp for roughly when an individual is seen running out of the apartment complex was 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are there any vehicles or other individuals that enter or leave Molly Bar Trails during that time period? Officer, again, during the time, and just remove the constant timestamps from it. During the time period from when the Jay Lee vehicle enters Molly Bar Trails to the time that the individual on foot that we've been talking about is seen leaving, do any other vehicles or individuals enter or leave Molly Bar Trails?
I do not recall.
Okay. Well, Judge, I believe the video would speak for itself. It's only about a 9-minute strip. I'd ask you just play it.
It's your cross-examination. Play what you want. So.
And Judge, I've got some, to prove my point, I've got some timestamp. It's okay, I'm gonna skip ahead just a second. Within the frame of what we're discussing. Sergeant Hodges, do you see a white SUV leaving Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
What direction does that vehicle appear to be traveling?
Towards Rockets.
It made a right out of Molly Bar Trail, driving down Molly Bar Road towards Rockets. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Hodges, do you recognize that white car exiting Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir. I see it.
Is it likewise traveling consistent, making a right turn out of Molly Bar Trails towards Rockets?
Yes, sir.
Seconds. Do you see this blue car entering Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Likewise, do you see the white or silver car entering Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recognize this? Do you recognize that this gray car is exiting Molly Bar Trails?
I see that car. Yes, sir.
What direction is it traveling?
It is traveling right towards Rockets.
Sergeant, is it a fair summation to say that, and I'll represent that there are no more vehicles that enter or exit prior to the individual leaving on foot?
Say so.
Is it fair then to say that between that time period, 5 different vehicles are either entering or exiting Molly Bar trails?
I didn't count them, but if you say so.
We had a white SUV go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a white car go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a blue car go in, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a silver car go in.
Yes, sir.
We had a gray car go out. I count 5. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And again, you've never reviewed any other video from Molly Bar Trails from any other day?
From any other day?
The Molly Bar Trails apartment, you testified that you've never, aside from these, we have 2 distinct now, I'll say dumps because of the time difference. Did you ever review any other footage from the Molly Bar Trails apartments in relation to this case?
In relation to that, there you go. That's what I need to clarify. No,
To
sir.
this case.
Reference to this case, no, sir.
So based on that, you have no knowledge, aside from on this instance, on this day, about what cars, what vehicles may or may not be present in Molly Bar Trails?
Correct.
1 second, Your Honor. Thank you, Tim DeWitt.
Are you ready?
Out. 14. Are you familiar with the VLC program?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to, do you know how to zoom in using the software
I don't think you can zoom in on VLC.
on this?
Yes, sir.
Nope. I'll minimize.
Can you pull it out of the thing? On here? I need a second. I know how to do more stuff. Go into like the settings. I just need the head. So I think that's recording. Can you hear me? Indulgence, I can like, is it playing on thing? Need to.
Everybody good on here? All right.
All right. While she's working on that, I'm going to go over a few things with you. You know what kind of car, I think you testified to, that you knew, the make and model of Bailey's car.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
A Ford Fusion.
You know the make and model? I mean, the year,
I believe it was a 2014.
2014 Ford Fusion.
Yes, sir.
You know the color?
Appears black to me.
And then it had distinctive markings.
Yes, sir.
And it looked like you described the trim around the driver's side window, or the windows all the way around the car.
Yes, sir.
Was it chrome, kind of a chrome band?
It looks like it. Yes, sir.
All right. And you also described the rims of the car.
Yes.
Do you remember what that was?
The rims,
The rims?
they appear goldish colored to me. But you got to remember, I'm partially colorblind.
Angie, Exhibit 13. Does your color lines affect your ability to distinguish between silver and gold? Can you tell?
Right there, they look silverish. Yes, sir.
Metallic.
Yes, sir.
I gotta go back to my thing.
You gotta go to the Now, from all of the exhibits that we saw, Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel Drive, CB Web, Rockets, and the Molly Bar Trails, was it the same make and model of Jaylee's car?
It appears to be.
Was it consistent with the chrome trim around the windows?
Yes, sir. It appears so.
Was it consistent with the same type of rims?
Yes, sir.
still?
No, that's not it.
No, that's not it. The train I pulled back, so you have to wait a second. I went back too far. It's my bad.
Now, within that relevant time from beginning with 718 at Rainbow Cleaners to Bolivar Trails at 725, did you see any other cars of similar make and model and going in that same direction? As
Yes, that's still across the rest of the model cars.
description of cars clearly.
But the issue of identification that this car has been delved into greatly on false accommodation and all of, let the state question that area.
Each of those exhibits, Rainbow Cleaners, all the way through up to Bolivar Trails, that you testified those cars were 2014 Ford Fusion. Identified it as Jay Lee's vehicle, correct? Did you see any other cars similar to a 2014 Ford Fusion of the same color and style within that relevant time frame?
I don't remember seeing any. No, sir.
Are we projecting exhibit 14? Your Honor, are we projecting exhibit 14?
You are. Exhibit 14 is Rainbow Cleaners, you are.
Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, we're looking at that white mailbox that you used as a landmark to orient yourself on cross-examination.
Yes,
You're going to see the white truck and the trailer, and then the Jay Lee's car. All right. Play that. Can you tell that we've zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're at the 28:30 mark. We're going to 28:55.
I'm like that.
Are you going to stop it?
Yeah.
Okay.
2055, want me to stop it?
All right, looking at the rear of that vehicle that passed in front of Rainbow Cleaners at the 28:53 mark, does it appear, I mean, tell me if you know or you know. Can you compare that image to the photo in Exhibit S13 and see if there's anything other than make model, other than the chrome around the windows, other than the wheels that were distinctive?
Looks like the tail lights can be similar.
Anything else?
No, sir, I can't see it.
Let me ask you this. On that photo from the exhibit from Bandit Tow and showing the rear of the vehicle, there's a sticker on the back. And I don't know if you can or can't, but does it appear that you can see that in that image? Or is it too grainy?
Not for my eyes.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that you did blow it up before. Is that what you were referencing?
Back that way, I was referencing the window trim. When the vehicle first comes into the picture.
I guess my question is, when you were investigating, you said that you blew this image up.
Yes, sir.
Observed the vehicle closely. Did you make any observations then about that vehicle? I did it again.
One of these videos, we were able to see what appeared to be the dog bone.
And the videos would speak for themselves on that.
Yes, sir.
Leave me on this question. Without further questions.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Is he free to leave the premises, y'all just call him today, or you go back to the available to call him back, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm getting used. We're gonna be started on this anyway.
Judge, I want you to show the lunch just appeared.
Lunch, never mind. Lunch just showed up anyway. No, it'll be ready. All right. When you're ready to. What about when I missed?
Yeah.
This. Tell her to jog. Tell her to jog. Okay. Mr. Wages, y'all get that matter resolved that we were discussing yesterday, not related to this matter. 1 o'clock? Downstairs, okay. I'm not coming. Okay. And hey, Mr. Wages, I advise council officers to take any actions I took for naught. I'll start over from scratch, okay? All right, let's start back on time after lunch tomorrow. If somebody needs a place in the courtroom to meet during lunch, we'll find them a place, okay? Is everybody ready? If so, show the jury in. Do you have your witness lined up? Your witness, okay? Okay. I hope y'all had a good lunch. Y'all may have noticed me consulting the Oxford Historic Preservation District about window shade. And we haven't heard back from them about whether we've got the appropriate window shade. For the temporary, we're going to use this black plastic, okay? Make it have y'all viewing and temperature better than that. Just no one had any problems with the court construction discussed the case. That being said, who would the state call as its next witness?
This time the state calls Ben Douglas.
Ben Douglas? Yes. All right, come around, Mr. Douglas, Ms. Moore. You may proceed when you're ready.
Please state your name to the jury.
My name is Benjamin Douglas.
And how are you employed?
I work for the University of Mississippi Police Department. I'm currently on assignment to Lafayette County Metro Narcotics.
And what's your rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay. So Sergeant Douglas, how long have you worked for the University Police Department?
Approximately 6 years.
And you just said that you do, you're on loan to Metro. Explain that.
I'm on assignment, so
Okay,
I've
what's that
been
mean?
assigned to Lafayette County Metro Narcotics. So I have a time frame that I'm not working at UPD every single day. So right now I'm working for Lafayette County Metro every single day. It's a task force for the entirety of Lafayette County for specifically narcotics cases.
So let me take you back to July 2022. Were you working with the University Police Department at that time?
I was the detective sergeant.
And did you become involved in the case investigation into the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, how did University Police Department become, well, tell me what you did. How'd you become involved?
So on the night of July 9th, I received a phone call about 8 o'clock from Lieutenant Carradine. She asked me to come to the University of Mississippi Police Department to assist with a welfare concern that was ongoing. Jimmy J. Lee had not been heard from by his parents for an extended period of time, and they called for welfare concern. At the university, we do welfare concerns pretty often. They call if a parent is worried about the kid. They'll ask us to go and just check on them. And so we go to Campus Walk, or an officer went to Campus Walk and attempted to make contact with Jimmy J. Lee on the night of July 8th. They were unable to make contact. They found his door ajar. They went in, didn't find anything, didn't find him there, didn't see anything disheveled. So they just secured the door and left. They tried to make contact with him throughout the next day. They tried to make contact with him throughout the next day, but were unable to. And so around 5 o'clock-ish, Lieutenant Carradine was called and asked to come to the police department. And at around 8 o'clock, she called me.
Okay, so once you became involved, what did you do?
When I got there at 8 o'clock, I went
Just to be
to
clear, what date was this again?
July 9th.
Okay, so when you became involved on July 9th around 8, continue on.
On July 9th, whenever I got there around 8 o'clock, I was informed that they had done a single ping on Jay Lee's phone, but that they hadn't done any further pings, trying to get location data off the phone.
Before you go any further, explain. When you say
Objected this as far as ping information at this time, that's prejudice to make forward.
I'll stand objection.
Could you explain what a ping is? Is that what you're referring to? You said you did a single ping. Could you explain what that is?
So your phone connects to cell towers. Those cell towers give location data associated with when your phone connects to them, and then it gives basically a margin of error as to where it could be. Or the phone could be.
We talked about this pre-trial as to whether or not you particular witness.
At this point, I'm going to limit the testimony until we have further discussion about whether they recorded any pings or not. Okay, and then we'll probably have some more discussion, but I'm going to talk about whether any pings were received or not.
Thank you.
I wanted to hear. I couldn't hear Your Honor very well. What was the?
We'll talk about whether any pings were received at this time, and we'll have a further discussion before we get any deeper in that. Okay.
Okay. So you're explaining that it connects to cell towers and within a margin of error. I'm not sure. I know, what does margin of error mean?
It's basically like, we're going to tell you this. We're going to give you this latitude and longitude on a piece of paper.
Limit the testimony just now to whether or not any pings
were
received on this phone.
Okay. When you are going to get a ping, what information do you provide?
When I'm going to go get a ping, I get the phone number. So I call AT&T Global Legal Demand Center. When I call them, they ask, I tell them that it's an exigent circumstance, I explain the circumstance to them, and I provide them a phone number, and they will send back a ping on the phone.
So tell me, what phone number did you provide?
I provided Jay Lee's phone number, which is 601-622-2553.
And how did you know Jay Lee's phone number?
We have regular access to student phone numbers through the student access portal, the SAP system.
The SAP system?
So
that's the student access portal.
So whenever students enroll at the University of Mississippi, they give data to the university. Part of that data is of cell phone addresses, things like that. The university keeps those records so that they're able to contact their students.
And did you all receive any ping data?
Whenever I called initially, I did not receive a ping. Well, they sent me an email that said that the phone was an AT&T phone and was there, but there was no location data associated with the ping. While I was talking with the AT&T, the person at the Global Legal Demand Center, he told me that it seemed that the phone had been inactive for too long, and so there was no location data associated with it. So I asked him if there was any way for us to get historic pings through exigent circumstance. And so he provided me with with historic pings on Jaylee's phone from 12:17 a.m. on July 8th to 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
Before you go any further, when you say exigent circumstances, explain what that means for anybody who might not understand.
So an exigent circumstance is just an emergency. Him being missing, it could be any number of things that have happened to him. And so because there's an emergency circumstance, we need to be able to get in contact with him because someone else is concerned or has a reason for concern. We do not have to get a search warrant in that moment. We are able to get it through exigency.
So here you were able to, you did receive pings, you said from July 8th from 12:17 a.m. until 7:28 a.m. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
This is Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay. Sergeant Douglas, look through that and tell me, do you recognize that as the exigent circumstances ping data that you received? I believe you said July 9th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And yes, ma'am, this is it.
Okay. And has it been altered in any way since you received it on July 9th?
No.
Okay. And it accurately represents what you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to have it marked for identification purposes only.
It's gonna be a S-22. Will be marked by ID. Oh, just
All right, thank you. So you have a copy up here. Okay. So from those pings that you received, were you able to develop any leads in that data?
The final two pings that we received were at 7:28 on 7 a.m.
Question objective.
I'm not sure I understood the question anyway, so I'm gonna let her repeat the question. And
I said, were you able to develop any leads from that data that you received?
answer yes or no, and then we'll go from there.
Yes.
Okay. And were you, from those leads, you said it's to find the phone's location. Were you able to develop where the phone could have possibly been between those hours for Jaylee?
We were able to get multiple pings over the course of this time between 12:17 a.m. and 7:28 a.m. Some of those pings,
What, between when and when? I'm having.
12:17 a.m. and 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
12:17.
12:17 a.m. to 7:28 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
I figure it's gonna be important later, so I won't get right this time anyway.
And was there anything from what you know about the investigation on July 9th, was there anything you said, when did the phone, you said they told you the phone was no longer transmitting. When did it stop transmitting?
The final ping was 7:28:27 a.m. on July 8th.
Okay. So would it be important for you to find out where it was when it stopped?
Yes,
Okay. And why would that be important?
because people always have their phone on them. They travel with their phone in their pocket. We also, later on in the investigation, we determined that he had his phone whenever he left his apartment.
Okay. So when you receive this data, what is it that you receive? Like, what actually is it?
It's a series of latitudes and longitudes that also have a timestamp and a margin of error, an area that they mark it as location accuracy, accurate location.
All right, I'm going to ask Jerry to start walking off a little line, go back to the jury room, okay? All right, I'll hear you on your objection.
Similar to the same objection, the witnesses in the courtroom asked to step out. Witnesses in the courtroom asked the witness to be excused during argument.
All right, that's fair enough. If you would, don't discuss your testimony if anyone, if you would just return back to outside there. All right, I believe the witnesses Ron, you can take your record.
No.
Take your objection.
Two things. First of all, before any testimony that could come into play as far as the, not necessarily latitude and longitude, but the range of location of the, within certain areas of the ping where it would be location wise, that has to be done by an expert. First of all, that's what we talked about in written. I think the court indicated at that time that before they got any further than latitude and longitude, they would have to have an expert to testify to that, or indicated at that point when we were in written. Second thing is, under the Fleming case, and you follow Smith behind it, one time, right now, you can only testify to what he received, and the documents are to be interpreted, and he can say, I received this information, and the purpose of that was to determine whether or not lat long on it, he could plot that, and that's basically it, Your Honor. Not testify about anything other than that. Fleming,
I'm familiar with Fleming. Are you saying that under Fleming, the witness, your opinion of Fleming, that witness can testify as to latitude and longitude?
If he's qualified to do so, Your Honor, he can testify and plot out those points as to lat long. He cannot go any further than that as to whether or not it's within any particular range, footage, or anything like that from a person, from a location, or anything like that, or tower. It cannot be specificity say where that phone is. Now, this witness is not qualified to do that.
All right. Y'all, you through, Mr. Tolan? I won't cut you off. And I may want to reread Fleming.
Second thing, Your
Go ahead.
Honor. It hasn't been addressed or marked as an exhibit yet, but I understand. I think we need to go ahead and address it while the jury is out. That I think the state is anticipating trying to get a certificate of authenticity on these records that was submitted to us last night, I think 4:45 by email. That certificate of authenticity, had it been produced earlier, would only allow a witness qualified to do so to testify about some of the lat long information and how it relates to particular locations and the range that he was attempting to talk about before we cut him off. That's an untimely 902 11C2 certificate. We got it yesterday, and we would object to any admissibility of any documents for the purpose of either that record of authenticity certificate or any other AT&T documents coming into evidence that would represent to the jury any particular information about within where the location of persons, locations of cell towers, or locations of whether or not what the margin of error was for the location of the particular ping location. If that makes sense to you, Judge.
I'm familiar with your argument, and I'm going to listen to the state, and I'm probably going to take a minute and look at Fleming's again. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't actually.
Let me ask before you get into the argument, so we know what we're arguing about. What testimony do you anticipate eliciting from this particular witness?
Just latitude and longitude. I actually wasn't, when we spoke about it, we didn't talk about margin of error. I actually am not attempting to ever introduce it into evidence. It's just marked for ID because it's just being used to show how he developed investigative leads. It's all leading somewhere.
Are you going to limit this witness testimony to latitude and longitudes pings during this 7-hour or so time frame?
Yes, Your Honor. But I would also, yes, yeah, that is what I'm going to do. And I would point the court to the Collins case, which I don't know.
Let me before you start that. As I understand it, the defense does not even have any objections to latitude and longitude information if it stops there with this witness?
That's basically, as long as he's already testified, Your Honor, this identifies where a person is. They cannot say that clearly under Fleming. They cannot testify that the person's with the phone.
I'll be limited to whatever it is where the phone, latitude and longitude of the phone.
Of the phone. That's clearly what Fleming says. And Your Honor, I guess I'm not.
Can I respond?
Hold on one second. Mr. Douglas was provided in the 1121 discovery disclosure. I will say none of his testimony or summary of any of these statements were provided to us that he would be giving this type of testimony. Based on the discovery violation, we would object to that as well. I understand that I'm making the same discovery responses. His name was provided in discovery, but his testimony that he was going to provide Latin long information at trial is nowhere in any of the discovery material. Okay? I want to be clear on that.
I understand.
Notwithstanding that objection, if the court overrules that, the law is clear that he can testify he received the phone records and phone records at Latin long.
Did the defense receive this latitude and longitude information in discovery?
We received, again, Your Honor, you got to understand, we received that information. There's no association to Ben Douglas anywhere in it, other than the fact that he received it. Not that he was going to.
The defense received the information that in discovery that Ben Douglas received latitude and longitude information
in April of 23 on that particular information.
Okay. I'm going to overrule your discovery violation objection. And now if the state is attempting to only introduce latitude and longitude information through this particular witness, is there an objection to that?
No.
All right. Is that what if you're going farther, I need to know it. But,
I want to clarify, when you say latitude and longitude information, you mean he's going to say where that latitude and longitude points to? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Somebody look at Fleming and see if.
I have the Collins case, which I wanted to provide to the
All right,
court.
I'd like to hear that.
Thank you.
It doesn't. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to coordinate latitude and longitude if they have that to a spot on Earth anyway. But go ahead.
That's all he was going to do, coordinate latitude and longitude. And we were going to introduce it. We're not introducing it, just ID only to show how he went along with the investigation. That's all he was going to do. And then he was going to coordinate it and say, this was here, this was here. We weren't talking about.
Let's just say that latitude and longitude latitude is X and longitude is Y. Do you anticipate saying latitude is X and longitude is Y? Y is around so-and-so apartments around.
No, it wasn't going to say so-and-so apartments. It was going to say, he was going to say, where's my note?
Judge, let me clear up what I'm saying. I want to make sure everybody understands. Latin law says that's where that ping location is. It doesn't really tell you, it says where the ping is from the phone. There's a range where that phone could be. He can only say that that ping is coming from that location. He cannot say that's where the phone is. He can't say that's where the person was, or he can't say what the range was, what the phone was within that range. He can say, yeah, they sent me this information.
I'm going to let him say that the latitude and the longitude for this particular ping, that where that latitude and that longitude cross is at a certain place in Fayette County, Mississippi.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's what
testimony can only be that the ping information that he got. He cannot testify that that phone was at that location. Just the ping information.
I'm going to allow that. I'm not going to let him, this particular witness, expose opinions on how close that may be, what's the margin of error and things like that. I don't think he has that in his expertise.
Testimony cannot include language that says that's where the phone was. The ping represents where the phone was. That's not.
I think that would be a correct statement. This witness can testify as the information he received, that the latitude and longitude of the ping would direct you to a particular, I assume in Lafayette County, a particular spot in Lafayette County, Mississippi, and go from there.
He can testify that there is a margin of error, but he can't tell anybody what it is.
I'll let him do that.
I didn't ask him about the margin of error, Your Honor.
He was trying to volunteer it whether you asked him or not. Anyway, so
that's all we're planning on getting into.
I think we know where we stand anyway. Somebody, Lindsay, would you grab our witness for us? No, I'm saying. Oh, sorry. I'm probably gonna need that again for today. So.
That's all right.
You got Fleming, thank you.
Can we instruct the witness beforehand?
What's it now?
Can I have a moment to instruct the witness regarding what he's not supposed to say?
Yes, please do.
Y'all, and I like the fact that the prosecutors always prep the witness. Every witness that has come up and he's ruled that they can't say something, the prosecution makes sure that they prep them and they do it in front of everybody. Like they don't, or while the person is like walking in, like they never not prep these people because they are not trying to make any mistakes.
Coming in, I want y'all to be getting y'all thoughts together on scheduling over the course of the next few days. Anyway, when we're going to work, when we're not going to work, and that kind of thing. Your thoughts on it, not what we're going to do, but your thoughts on it anyway. You ain't got no insurance on file. All right, you may resume your direct examination.
I believe where we left off, Sergeant Douglas, is when was the Jaylee's phone stopped transmitting, or you couldn't no longer receive pings?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was at 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
And you received latitude and longitude information in the from the phone AT&T, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the last location of the ping, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were the last two locations, the ping locations?
The last two locations, the 7:28 a.m. ping, the 7:27 a.m. ping was near Stone Park, and the 7:28.
Talk about that. John, you can give latitude and longitude only.
I'm going to let him. I think he can testify as to where that latitude and longitude intersect on the Earth.
As to the ping on.
I don't know exactly what.
Same ping.
So I think you're saying ping. You limit your testimony to where the ping came from. Okay, I think that's what you did. Go ahead.
Yes, so the ping, the direct ping, the last two pings, the 7:27 a.m. ping on July 8th is near Stone Park, which is across from the Oxford Police Department. And the 7:26 a.m. ping is near Residential College South, which is at the intersection of Gertrude Ford and Jackson Avenue. So in relation to,
Well, I'll ask, how far is Molly Bar Trails from Stone Park?
approximately half a mile,
And how far is Molly Bar Trails from Residential College South?
approximately 1.5 miles.
Now, you said you were doing this because, Jelly was missing, it was an emergency, and we're hoping to find him, as people usually keep their cell phones. What did you all do? The phone was off. Or wait, before I get into that, you said they told you it stopped transmitting. Did that mean it was off? What did that mean?
It could be off, it could be broken. It's just not transmitting to cell towers anymore. So the cell tower's not receiving anything.
Okay, so it was just not there anymore. Okay, so how did your investigation proceed forward beyond the pings?
So after the pings, we continued looking for, the University Police Department continued to look for Jay Lee, look for his vehicle, look for things that we knew were associated with him. Then on July 10th, Lieutenant Carradine conducted an interview with Jose Reyes. I sat in on that interview. After that interview, I wrote a search warrant for Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay, did you actually go to the search warrant while it was being executed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I believe you've already sort of heard testimony regarding that. So following the search warrant on July 10th, had Jay Lee been found?
No, he had not.
So what were the next steps for you in your investigation?
Next steps were, I filed an exigency request with both Apple and Google. So I filed an exigency request with Apple for information associated with Jay Lee's Apple iCloud. We didn't have his phone at this point, but Apple iCloud is integral to iPhones, and we knew that Jay Lee had an iPhone. We also knew Jay Lee's Gmail account, and so we sent an exigency to see if that Gmail account was associated with his iCloud account.
So tell me, what was your purpose for sending these two exigency requests? Like, why did you do that in the investigation?
We wanted to see if they had location data that they would send us in the immediately, like just immediately, because we were trying to find him. We also wanted to see if anybody had called him, if anybody had texted him. We were trying to just get generalized information that would help us find Jay Lee, find where he was at, if we could.
And at this point in the investigation, did you have any information that you believe would make that relevant?
Can you repeat that question?
At this point in the investigation, did you have any information from witnesses or footage that would make that relevant, or anything?
Yes. Other officers had spoken with Khalid Fears. Khalid had told them that he was on the phone with Jay Lee the night that he went missing, that he was about to go to a hookup with someone that he had previously blocked.
And did you have an opportunity to view any footage that might have corroborated that?
Yes, I saw Campus Walk video footage of Jay Lee leaving his apartment. He leaves the apartment on his phone, and the door doesn't close all the way behind him. Just the same way that officers found it whenever they arrived.
And did you later get a search warrant? Or, well, let me approach. May I approach, Your Honor? May I approach? I should show you that.
She's asked to approach.
May I approach the? Dr. Douglas, do you recognize what I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the Apple iCloud exigency form.
Okay, is that what you received when you requested this back? I believe you said July 10th.
This is what I sent
Oh,
to
this
Apple
was sent. Okay.
to receive information back.
Okay. And has it been changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have believe the Apple exigency marked for ID.
All right, for ID purposes, S23. Is that the warrant or the return?
No, this is just the what he requested, his request. Sergeant Douglas, did you at all follow up on, I believe you said something to Apple and to Google. Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we received the exigencies, but we eventually write search warrants for the information associated with Jay Lee's Apple iCloud account and his Gmail account.
Okay. And when you received, did you receive information back from either of those?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Right. And you don't have to ask every time. I don't think they're gonna fight or anything.
Excellent, Dr.
The judge say, stop talking unnecessarily, girl. Just go on up there.
Full search warrant. On for JV's iCloud, I believe. Yes. This is the Apple for his iCloud, yes. And then, hold on a second. I have video. Sergeant Douglas, you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, ma'am. This is the search warrant for Jay Lee's Apple ID information.
Okay.
Or iCloud information, excuse me.
Is it the return?
No, this is the physical search warrant for the Apple iCloud.
Okay. Yes, I'm just going to do return. And is that in a substantially similar condition as when you submitted it?
Yes, it is.
And has it been changed in any way?
No, ma'am, it's not.
All right, this time I'd like to have it marked for identification.
In Apple iCloud return,
Search
warrant of return.
just the IDs.
This S24 is next. Is that the iCloud return or the iCloud warrant? Okay.
And you received information back from the Apple return and when you from the search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me what relevant information did you receive?
We found a phone number inside of the return that returned to Tim Harrington.
Let me show you this.
Anybody know any good jokes?
So I
Sometimes this work is tedious, I'll say that.
Sergeant Douglas,
I couldn't read it.
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are the two things I handed you?
You handed me Apple message logs from the search warrant and a note that I found when going through the iCloud note data.
Does that accurately reflect two of the items that you received back from the Apple search warrant?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to enter those two items, the message logs you just referred to and the note from JV's iCloud account into evidence.
Message log, and the other thing was?
A note, like a note in, I'll let you explain what the note is.
So the note has, when going through Jay Lee's iCloud account, there's a lot of information, a lot of data. One of the things that iCloud stores is your notes. So whenever you take a note on your phone in the Notes app, it's stored in Apple iCloud. Whenever we were going through those notes, we found a note, just like many people do, where he started writing down passwords associated with certain things. One of those things was Snapchat. We found a note that specifically said Snapchat and then had passwords written out next to it. And so we, when we found that, we downloaded the note, printed it off so that we would be able to access his Snapchat at some point.
Okay, at this time, I would have it, the note and the message log moved into evidence.
Is that a composite, S25, both are two different items?
I would do a composite, Your Honor.
Not that way in the previous objection, but as far as this one, I'm right there.
You know, all right, is that S25, two documents? S25. All right, we'll be at meeting.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may.
Okay. So Sergeant Douglas, you just testified about a phone number that was related to Tim Harrington that you received.
We'll stipulate to the phone number. Work it out in the courtroom.
Oh. Yes, yeah, right. You still have the same number. Still have the same number.
So now they just established that the defendant and the victim had
Without saying
contact.
what Tim Harrington's actual phone number is, I would like you to look at, are you showing additional on your screen?
Nobody's, I don't think. In all likelihood, if it'll probably be shown to the world anyway. Don't show these phone numbers on media this time, okay?
Sergeant Douglas, are you able to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And remind us again, this is from Jay Lee's Apple search warrant, like the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you highlighted 2 times. What are those times?
In Central Time, they're in 2:54 a.m. in Central Standard.
You said in Central Time. When you received this, what time was it in?
I believe PDT is Pacific.
And our time zone is Central.
Central, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time would indicate what time again?
2:54 a.m.
Okay, and at 2:54 a.m., you said the phone number, which they have stipulated is Tim Harrington's phone number. What were you able to determine happened from Jay Lee's account regarding Tim Harrington's phone number?
It received some form of message from that phone number.
Could you tell what kind?
No, ma'am, there wasn't any data associated with the message. It was just, it returned an iMessage return, so we assume it's an iMessage.
And the next thing you received, and I won't show this either, is the passwords account to Jay Lee's accounts at different social medias.
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that important?
At this time, we had not received a return from Snapchat, but we also knew that Jay Lee used Snapchat quite often because we had talked to Clay Fears and he spoke about how he would talk to Jay Lee on Snapchat. We wanted to know who all he was communicating with on Snapchat. We also wanted to see if there was any sort of data that could help us find him, see if there was some sort of message on Snapchat that showed where he had gone or where he was going or what he had done. We were trying to, whenever we found that password, what we were able to do is we were able to log into Jay Lee's Snapchat as though we were Jay Lee himself.
So you actually use that password to log into Jay Lee's Snapchat account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you discover anything?
So in Snapchat, you're able to go into your settings as a user and you're able to download your own data. And so we went into it and we downloaded the data of Jay Lee's Snapchat account as though we were the user of, or the owner of the account. Whenever we downloaded that data, we were able to look at received messages. We weren't able to see the messages that Jay Lee had sent, but we were able to see the messages that Jay Lee had received. In those messages, we found texts in the time frame that Jay Lee had left his apartment that sounded as though he was going to meet somebody that he had already met. Messages like "come back."
And you said, were you able to see what user was sending those?
Yes, the username was redeye_24.
And you said around the time he was leaving. What time was that? I'm sorry, around the time Jay Lee was leaving?
Around the time that Jay Lee was leaving.
Yeah, what time was that?
Would have been around 5 a.m.-ish.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I actually couldn't hear you, but you can review your notes if you need to. Actually, may I?
Yeah, I'm not able to remember exact times.
You said around the time he was leaving. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what has previously been introduced into evidence as S5. I'll just put this out. I don't know why. I can't see my mouse. Oh, it's showing on there.
The first one.
Showing it on the screen.
I think that's the only thing that's important for him right there. I'm gonna cope real bad. I wasn't gonna drink. I wasn't gonna drink when we got it out. Option to get one. Okay.
There it goes. I think you have to give it a minute.
Water out. Right there.
All right, Taylor Gang, we've been streaming for 9 hours and it is getting good. I'm trying to tell y'all the case is getting good, but I have to stop. So if you're gonna go ahead and finish watching the case for today, let me give you the timestamp. This is on Law and Crime. This is on Law and Crime. Right now, we stopped at 309:31. All right. We stopped at 309:31. If you gonna finish watching today, if you want to, okay. We're gonna pick back up tomorrow though, okay, because we gotta catch up on what happened today. Okay. I know I'm so upset because it's so close. Like it's getting good. Okay. The state is doing a good job of establishing a timeline, and the defense mad because they can't discredit the evidence. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Monique. I appreciate y'all for joining. I just want to tell my Twitter family, thank y'all so much for tuning in. It's 465 people tuning in, and literally 400 of y'all are watching from Twitter. 400 of y'all are watching from Twitter. If you are on Twitter and you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, I know y'all like watching over there, and that's cool, but come on over to YouTube, at least subscribe to my channel. Let's show your girls some love, okay? Because y'all can't comment, y'all can't join the conversation, and we be over here talking in the chat, even though I don't be saying nothing. So if you watch from Twitter, consider coming over and watching from YouTube, because we have a good time over here. All right. Thank you for having a safe space. For having a safe space chat. Absolutely. We're gonna respect everybody. We don't care about none of that over here. Okay. We don't care about none of that. But thank y'all again for streaming with me today. I will be back tomorrow and we'll pick up from our timestamp that we left off on today. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I might even keep watching because baby, my mind is racing. Y'all mean to tell me y'all didn't pull the man without y'all don't have a man phone. But y'all didn't went and got into his iCloud. Y'all didn't. Jay Lee didn't left y'all all his passwords to all his social media, and now y'all didn't log into his social media accounts, and now y'all downloading it, and y'all didn't found the contacts, and these two people was communicating before. They was communicating before he came up missing. Child, this case right here is crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just getting too good. But cousins, I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Listen to the